In 3, 2, 1. All right, welcome to Mediocre Brothers. I'm Jordan, your host. Again, with me, my team, Corey, Edwin, Udon. Today, we'll be discussing a top 10 video games. This will be our second pre-recording, the future recording of what we're doing. I'm going to pass it on to to Udon. Go ahead, take it away.
Okay, don't worry. We'll recover from
professional.
Yeah, it's a really simple job, Jordan. But all right. Yes, we recorded the last episode probably about 20 minutes ago, so we're just going to move on to the next one. A bit more of a structured thing. It's no longer cozy. We're not in the cozy zone anymore. We're here to talk about. We're in the danger zone.
Hot seat.
The hot seat, yeah. I mean, I guess to be considered hot takes, but because you're talking positively about something means everyone's going to like it, because when you talk positively, there's no such thing as toxic positivity. No. You can't talk about anything good and then, talk in a positive light and then be yelled at. You can only be talking about things in a negative light and be yelled at. Because that's just the way the world works. True. I don't know what I'm saying anymore. We're here for top tens, more just kind of about our own personal takes on things, but just something simple. Again, pre-recorded. We had stuff to do in the middle of September this month, so just something simple to talk about. Instead of just everyone going all the way down their top 10 list, and this is to preface how this worked, how we structured this. This is just our top 10 games of all time. Doesn't necessarily mean we think they're the best games ever. It's just probably games that had the most influence on us. Games that have a lot of influence on like how we look at other games, what we look for in other games, how we judge other games are based on these games and are influenced us creatively in some way, shape, or fashion. Entire IPs are allowed on this list, so we're probably going to see a lot of that. But at the same time, I asked everyone that if you did put an entire franchise or IP, same thing, that you did pick one game out of it that was your favorite.
My entire list.
It doesn't count. And we'll just go one and then turn it over. We'll just keep doing one until we're all the way down the list. And since we didn't share these between us prior to, if someone before you has a game that you wanted to say, feel free to jump in, obviously, after they're done saying their piece about why you like that game. I have a backup like 10 just to pick from, just so everyone has something to say instead of be like, well, that was my blah blah blah, so I'm just gonna skip that one. So if someone says something that you want, just jump in whatever you want to say after they're done, and just try and think of something or write something down that you can think of to take its place once that spot comes around to you. But yeah, this is just going to be real simple, real nice. We're just going to sit here and chat about the games that we like the most, franchises we like the most. I won't start us off. I'm going to go crazy. Edwin, you start us off.
Oh, shit.
Motherfucker.
This is off track.
Edwin, damn it. Come on.
Sweating. Hot seat.
Yeah, no.
What's your 10th favorite game of all time? No pressure.
Oh, that was the other thing, by the way. This is in no particular order. It's a top 10 list, but it's just I could probably make it if you had a gun to my head, but there's no just in general. oh Jesus.
Okay, maybe not your 10th favorite then. Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, no particular order. Anyways, go ahead, Edwin. Pick one out of your top 10 that you want to start off with.
All right, I'll just go top to down. my first one is the Fable series. Specifically, my favorite one is Fable 2, just because it was the most well-rounded one. I like the music, and I like the combat, and I liked a lot of the characters. The reason why I liked it so much is just because of the story. It's a little. I mean, it's kind of the same from the first one, where it's just like, oh, like you were already a peasant, or like you were homeless and everything, you were an orphan. But then it's like it gave like a hope. There was like, oh, things are gonna get better, and then it somehow you were already at rock bottom, and now you're just digging even further. So like after that, then you just go on this long journey, and then you just eventually become the hero of the entire region that has essentially abandoned you and then now you're just the hero and then eventually can become the king. But the interesting part that I like the most is the fact that it's not just you, but there's also like there's 3 attributes to your hero that makes him the most important. But to each attribute that makes you a great hero is there's one specific person in the region that you have to find that is connected as the greatest in each of those. So it's like strength, skill, and then will. So you just go throughout Albion fighting monsters, going through dangerous lands to find each of them, and then so they can join your team to fight the greater evil. And one of the neat aspects that I really liked about this game is that in the very beginning, you're told the Dark Spire is like Teresa, the one who's guiding you through the whole thing. She shows you in the first town, like you can look over the sea, and then you can see the Dark Spire being slowly created as you play through the game. But when you go to each region, you can see the Dark Spire from wherever you go. And then you can also, interestingly, see the Dark Spire and also in Fable 3. So it still exists as a permanent part of like that game's world. So it was just a really cool story and addition to the world that they just kept there permanently. I just really like playing that game over and over again, just making different choices. It's like the fighting, the combat, and then all that. So it's like you can kind of do combos with your sword, your gun, and then your magic. The magic is much more limited than the first game, which had like so many crazy abilities that you can easily become overpowered. So this one's just a lot more balanced with the magic. But it's just, I just like the poor to hero, or I guess the way Hercules would put it is like 0 to hero. So it's like pretty much the whole aspect of what the Fable games are. And I just really like playing through all of them. There's like some that are better than others, but Fable 2 is my favorite just because it's just well all around.
I like the art direction that Fable uses. I remember playing through Fable 1 and 2, not really 3 that much. Fable 2 was really kind of fun, and it had that co-op mode. And, I've complained about my roommate jumping in and ruining my alignment and stuff, but the game itself is like kind of fun. I'm a little bit hesitant about like the new one that's coming out, but I mean, I feel like once I see like the actual gameplay and stuff, I'll be, because they're doing like their teasers and everything else, but I kind of liked the stylized aspect of Fable, and it seems like they're like most newer games pushing for like realism and stuff. So I would like to see them go back to like the kind of big hands and feet cartoony like approach, because you can do a really cool stylized like atmosphere without it looking like a cartoon. I don't know why it has to go super realistic, but the gameplay was fun. I do like the customizing of the character that you're kind of talking about there. In like 2, I think for me the disappointing part was like the last boss fight, because I think I wasn't paying attention and I shot him with a blunderbuss like mid conversation, and he just immediately died. And I was like, oh, that's it, because like fighting the Jack of Blades in the first one, like that boss fight was kind of cool. It feels really gamey because of what type of boss fight that is, but it was still kind of like epic at least.
I got some fun memes out of Fable. I remember like renting Fable 2 a few times. Yeah, kids, you used to have to do that. I have my like movie gallery near me. I'm not gonna lie, I'm not crazy about Fable. I like some of the dialogue and how the story is written. I don't really care for the gameplay or the combat, honestly. Keep in mind, I've only ever played 2. I've never touched 1, 3, or whatever. The only thing that's ever stuck with me with Fable is just like when the game changes time and it turns nighttime, one of the guards will sometimes say it's like, the time is very late. I don't know. That just became a meme among my friend group. We would just we were out and about hanging out, and the sun goes down. Someone was just like, "The time is very late." No, it's just funny.
Yeah,
It's just silly dialogue.
Fable is like a very charismatic fantasy adventure, and it has a very strong identity of what it is, which what makes it kind of stand out from all the other ones.
I like the pub games.
I think the pub games is the ones I played the least.
I played the shit out of them. That's all I fucking did. I was like, oh, here I go again. Just fucking playing at the pub.
Here I go pubbing again. Then he pubbed all over the place.
Pubbing people's lives.
You can't do that.
Once you pub down.
yeah, pub down now.
Put the pub down, sir.
Step away from the pub.
Jesus Christ, come on.
All right. Let's see. Let me spin the roulette wheel. Jordan, go.
Yay! Mass Effect 3.
Fuck! Never mind. I take it back.
It's actually, I want to go.
This is actually on my list. I was like, I'm going to put this bitch first. I know he's going to rip that out, so I'm going first.
God damn it. Well, it was number 2 on mine, so fuck you. Whatever, go.
I'm very surprised we got this far, and we've already hit the snag of I said it too.
Yeah, I can see it happening a lot more.
It's okay. I have a backup top 10 list. Whatever.
We'll
go.
see.
Go. Get it over with.
All right, so Corey.
Yeah.
What is it? So I liked the Mass Effect series just because it was just a sci-fi series. You know, they had a lot of in-depth story for everybody's character and such. You know, Shepard, he was a really cool guy that would go throughout the galaxy, and obviously through time warp and space and stuff like that. And they're seeing all these different species and stuff. It's really cool how they have huge environments, areas, and they have very in-depth, backstories on all of the different kinds of races and such that are out there. So you can really look on them further if you want to know more about them, which is really nice. But 3 sticked out to me the most because I don't know. I know a lot of people don't like it, but I enjoyed it very much. When there is I guess a sense of danger where it's basically the end of the world is literally right here and we need to stop this, like a giant battle for the against good and evil. I've always enjoyed those types of stories, and then this one, of course, is coming from the Reapers are now making their way and they're trying to take out everybody, and you're trying to basically defeat them. So you're trying to recover, but the intro was so damn good when he was just telling everybody that they're fucking coming and they're not listening, and then boom, they destroy the Citadel and then they're just fucking shit up. And it's so cool how they're just these are the people that everyone feared, and now they're there, and you're just trying to basically fight them off. It's so cool because I liked it that they actually, in this one, that you get that mini nuke gun. That was pretty cool too. You're just getting all these different types of weapons and stuff, and you got people that are trying to help you defeat and defend. And then you're seeing all the different races that are, becoming whatever the Reapers are creating, which are the Husks and stuff like that. It was a really damn good story. I was really enjoying it. The ending was kind of but it was cool because, again, I just enjoyed when shit is literally the last minute you have to save before everything can basically go to nothing if you're not there to save the world. And this was really epic to me.
All right, that was stupid. My turn. No, I'm kidding. Yeah, so Mass Effect, it's not as old as some of my other favorite games, or at least as old in terms of other games I picked up before then, because I picked up Mass Effect completely out of the blue. Because I think I've said this before, but my first exposure to Mass Effect was over at my friend Blake's house, and he was trying to hey, check out this game on the Xbox. And he's trying to show it to me, but he was playing Mass Effect 1, and he was doing exploring one of he was driving the Mako on one of the abandoned planets, just exploring. And I'm like, wow, that looks like shit. That looks really boring. Let's go play Halo. And I never gave it a second thought. And then after that, I had found myself up in Massachusetts visiting my father, and I got to pick out I was still in school, so I got to pick out a game from GameStop to hold me over through the summer. And I saw Mass Effect 2, and I was I've been hearing a lot of people say Mass Effect 2 is really cool. and I have no idea what it is. And I'm like, fuck it. I'm just going to take a complete chance here. It's a sequel. I haven't even played the first one. I just hear it's really good. So fuck it. Let's get Mass Effect 2. The cover was pretty decent. Like, it looked interesting. I'm like, let's just do it. Fuck it. And I played it and I was like, whoa. And I was like, this is a modern day RPG. Like, it blew my mind when I selected a dialogue option and Shepard actually spoke. And I was like, oh my god, you actually talk. Like, that's crazy. Granted, now I'm in the camp that I actually prefer a silent protagonist, but regardless, it was still impressive to me at the time. And, but then it starts weaving the story. The great thing about Mass Effect 2 is that, quite frankly, you really don't really need to play the first one to enjoy Mass Effect 2. It would help, obviously. But Mass Effect 2 is so self-contained, you don't need it. And I was able to pick up on everything pretty fast. But Mass Effect is just such a realized world that it feels real. Like, they really put a lot of effort into making sure you understand the dynamics between like how all the races are, their own individual cultures, how they interact with each other, how like these worlds function, how the economy works, how the government works. Like, the world feels real. And it's such a ripe thing for like creating stories and even beyond Shepard. Now, granted, I like the main story, but I read all the books that came out with it. I want there to be more. We're not talking about Andromeda. Andromeda sucks ass. But it was such an inspiration for me to like create different kinds of characters, races, thinking about how like a political structure works in a fictional sci-fi universe. The story itself, I really like. Shepard is, he's kind of middle of the road in terms of a character. I actually prefer female Shepard's voice lines, at least, because, well, male Shepard does a fine job. He's kind of monotone at the best of times for a lot of things, and it's kind of meh. The surrounding cast, God, I love all of them. Some of them are stronger than others. Garrus will live in my memory as like one of my favorite characters in any game ever. I love Garrus. I love Tali. I love Rex. I love Grunt. I love Legion. I love Morden. Morden's great. He really picks up in Mass Effect 3. He's cool in Mass Effect 2, but Mass Effect 3 solidifies him as like one of the best characters. There's, the weaker points. I mean, I don't know if I'm saying, I don't think I'm going to make anyone angry. Jacob is not great. Ashley and Kaidan, I don't think are that great. They're not. I'm sorry.
Well, there's also like the human characters too, right? So
well, Ashley is a bit better than Kaidan because she has at least something going on. She has somewhat of a character arc when it comes to like being xenophobic and getting over it, basically. But Kaidan's just like, I'm a guy. It's like, cool, dude. Miranda's all right. Jack is a bit interesting. Jack is pretty decent. Kasumi's really interesting. I forget his name, but the mercenary from 2, he's a DLC character. I forget what his name was.
Javik?
No, that was from Mass Effect 3, and I pretend that character doesn't fucking exist, by the way. I thought that was one of the most stupidest decisions they could have made. It's like, yeah, he's a fucking Promethean or whatever the fuck. I'm just like, oh.
Is it the drill?
No, that's not the fucking... Now that explains the fuck. I'm having artist block, right? Not artist block, but it's just blocking my mind what his fucking name is. Thane. Thane is fine.
Isn't he the assassin?
Thane is fine. No. Javik is the like Promethean from Mass Effect 3. He was a DLC character. He's part of the extinct Prometheans that the Reapers exterminated before, which is why I thought it was fucking
right.
Which is why I thought it was stupid bringing one of them living into the present. I prefer
Thane
them
is the drill that has that dope voice and like
Thane
with his son.
Yeah, Thane does. Yeah, and he has a really interesting backstory. Thane is a pretty decent character.
Like
I think he's all right. Yeah, he's pretty cool. But they have so many good side characters with their own things going on. The world feels real. Choices are up and down. There's more choices in some things and some stuff that you expected to have better impact on later iterations, like saving the Rachni Queen, but at the end of Mass Effect 3, all that amounts to is some points on your like war board or whatever, and I'm just like, oh, that's lame. I agree with Jordan. The ending's kind of meh. It was bad at first. They slapped a Band-Aid over it. Now it's passable. But it's like I said, I really like world building and RPGs and stuff like that. And Mass Effect's world feels so real and like one of my favorite DLCs for a game of all time is the Citadel. Despite how retarded it is, how they set it up when it's like Captain Anderson is like, "Hey Shepard, come to the Citadel. I'm gonna let you rent out my big ass apartment just to you need some time off." And Shepard's like,
some leave.
Like the apocalypse right now, my guy. Like the end of the world is here.
Yeah.
Like, I can't take time off because if I do, there won't be any more time at all.
Danger is imminent. Let's all get hammered at my apartment.
Yeah, that being said, Citadel DLC is some of the most fun, fan servicey DLCs I've ever played. I love fucking Citadel. Yeah. I love it so much. There's so much fun banter. You get to have old teammates back you can't in the main game. There's just so much jokes.
You fight a clone of yourself.
Yeah, like the plot itself is actually fucking retarded, but it's just fun. It's just a fun DLC, and I loved it. And then even the more serious DLCs where you learn what came like before the Reapers, what made the Reapers, and the Leviathan DLC, I think it was called.
Yeah,
that was super cool.
Ocean Planet.
Yeah, that was dope. But yeah, I absolutely adore Mass Effect. Saren is one of my favorite villains of all time. He is such a good character, such a good villain, especially when you read the books and you get more backstory on him and why he decided to do what he did. It is, God, I love Mass Effect so fucking much. If I had to pick one, it would be Mass Effect 2 is my favorite. 3 follows closely behind. 1, I, honest to God, before the remaster, I could only play 1 very occasionally. 1 was really jank in a lot of ways. It was being carried by its story. The remaster did a lot to help it with their the trilogy that they put out. They made the Mako halfway drivable, and I was actually doing like the side quests in that game at that point. So Mass Effect 1's down there. Mass Effect 2, just because I started there, and I feel like it has overall stronger story than 3, because 3 fumbles the ball at the very end. But like Jordan said, the opening is perfect. Like the pacing is great, because it's just like, we're here. Like 3 is just the climax to everything, because it's like this first cutscene. It's just like Shepard's being, court-martialed or whatever because he blew up a fucking Batarian planet trying to stop the Reapers from getting there. Which that DLC is also really interesting.
The Batarians are stupid.
The Batarians are a good race, but if you read into the lore, there's a reason why they fucking hate humanity. Don't get me wrong, they're dicks. But like, there's a reason why they really fucking hate everybody. Yeah. But the Reapers show up, and Shepard's like, they're here, and the Council's like, well, what do we do? He's like, I've been trying to tell you, but you're not listening to me. But at the same time, the writing is so good that it's understandable why the Council doesn't believe him, because they say it basically in plain English in the first game. Because when Shepard's like, why don't you believe me that these Reapers are real? It's like, Shepard, it's not like we don't want to believe you. However, we need like 100% concrete evidence that this thing is real, because the decisions that we make affect an entire galaxy of people. Like, they can't make decisions like that lightly, when they do stuff like that. They need to be absolutely sure what you're saying is real. And without concrete evidence, you can't convince them. So while it may be frustrating, the Council is right in a lot of ways. So that it makes sense narratively. And I really like it because of that. Like, they do their due diligence in a lot of ways to make sure shit makes sense. For the most part. They fumble. Again, it's not perfect, but
the advertisement for 3 is so good too, like showing like the kids all playing outside or whatever, and then it's like the shadow of the Reapers coming down, and it's just kind of like they're here, and it was just like,
it was just like when he was trying to save that one kid, and the kid didn't want to come with them, and then there's like, okay, they're getting on the ship, and then you see the ship, he gets on that ship, and then gets fucking shot down by a Reaper, and it just plays that really sad, ominous song, and it's just like, fuck, man, you feel horrible that happened to that kid.
Mass Effect, oddly enough, was like the game series that got me into like playing sci-fi like adventure games, because like I was more of like a Dragon Age dude, and I was like, oh, it's space, I don't really care. And then the first one I played was Mass Effect 2, and I was just borrowing it from my friend, and I bought all the DLC, and I was like, I love this. Like, I got the art book, I was reading the comics about the Elusive Man. It's such a good, like, just overall franchise.
Yeah, and and I'm talking mainly about the world building and story. Gameplay is pretty decent. I wouldn't say the gameplay is astronomically like groundbreaking in any way, shape, or form, but it's simple enough. It's a third-person shooter. There's plenty of weapons to play around with. The classes do really change how you play the game. Powers are fun to use because they basically just invented a way to have space magic with the biotics and stuff, and those are fun with the physics engine and whatnot. Be able to push pull things, combine them with the tech powers, and make explosions and elemental effects and stuff. Not to mention, 3 had fantastic multiplayer.
The horde mode.
Yeah, the horde mode thing where you could play as the other races, which was super cool. I loved it. I loved Mass Effect 3's multiplayer. I played that when Mass Effect 3 came out. I played multiplayer for weeks and weeks and weeks before I even started the single player campaign. I just wanted to play the multiplayer. That's how I loved it so damn much, and I was so damn disappointed when they didn't bring it back for the collection. It's just the campaign. I'm like, man,
I was playing as Adept because I just was like, Adept is such a dope ass class, and it pairs really well because I was using Garrus and Tali. It's probably the vanilla team, but that's my favorite team. And the Adept, Mass Effect does a really good job of making you feel like a Force user when you're playing that way. And it's like, dude, why can't Star Wars make a game like this? Because I'm sitting here lifting people up, pushing everything out of the way. All this stuff.
I mean, Force Unleashed does it pretty well, I think.
Yeah, and that's more of an action game. But Force Unleashed kind of, I feel like they should have really expanded on that more, rather than kind of just.
I mean, you say it's the vanilla team, but my vanilla team from the first one was always Garrus Rex. Because I just love Garrus and Rex so damn much. I mean, I love Tally too, but
but Garrus is nice eye thing he has over him, and then fucking the big giant dude. I always rock with that guy all the time.
Yeah, I played Sentinel.
Murder shotgun.
I played Sentinel a lot because I just liked having access to basic bitch everything. It allowed me to combo really well with stuff. But so this isn't. We have a lot to get through. We don't want to stay on Mass Effect forever, but god damn it, I love Mass Effect so fucking much. Anyways, so I'm gonna go next because Corey's gonna steal something else from me. I just know. I feel like one of these on my list that you and me share in common a lot. We talk about it a lot. I never hear anyone else talk about, but we'll get to that eventually. I'm just going to talk about Pokemon briefly because that was my number one. That was the first one that popped into my head as one of the most influential game franchises that I love. I said in a previous episode that the first couple games I played was Tomb Raider, Age of Empires, and Future Cop LAPD. But when I had my own game, my first game system I ever had was a Game Boy Color, and then my first game I ever got for it was Pokemon Gold. And so I love the anime. I love the games. I was a Pokemon kid. I still like Yu-Gi-Oh! And Digimon, but I was all about Pokemon. I love that. I love Pokemon Stadium. There's just something about that world that was just really nice and pleasing. The Pokemon designs are always so great. Even Scarlet and Violet has good Pokemon designs. I don't listen to the naysayers. It's like it's a bunch of keys, or it's this, it's that. It's a pile of garbage. I'm like, go look at Gen 1. Voltorb, Grimer, Coughing, fuck off. We've always had these dumbass designs of just garbage. But Pokemon is just always it's a simple RPG. The creatures are fun. The gameplay is really my speed, turn-based, very it's a simple, low skills or high skill ceiling. So understanding the basic concepts of the game is really easy. Just the rock, paper, scissors system of all the elemental typings, which yes, I understand for some people it gets really confusing and I can totally understand that. But the fucking Pokemon type chart is just branded into my brain at this point. All the adventures you go on, fucking music from Pokemon is just instilled in my bones at this point. I've played every game multiple times except for Scarlet and Violet, and the primary reason why I rag on Scarlet and Violet so damn much because I think it's a huge step down from what they did before. I played a lot of the spin-off games. I love Mystery Dungeon. I love Red Rescue Team, Blue Rescue Team, even though Explorers of Time is peak Mystery Dungeon. I played some of the other ones. I mean, fuck, I like Pokemon Channel, and that thing's barely a game. I like that a lot. I love Pokemon Coliseum and XD Gale of Darkness. There's just something about the world and that's why I wanted a slice of life Pokemon game just to be in the world. And it's not like Mass Effect where it's a lore-based world where it's this really realized thing. Pokemon's world is just nice. It's I just want to pet a Pikachu, I just want to hang out with an Eevee. I just want to stand next to a Tyranitar and look how cool it is, I want to be in that stadium with a Pokemon battle, The anime really does like really embody, I guess, it's hard to describe. It's like, it's just such a nostalgic thing. If you had to ask me if I was going to be isekai to any kind of world ever, I would choose Pokemon. It's just such a nice world with these really cool creatures and awesome abilities and stuff, which can be serious at times. Like Black and White has some pretty good story to it. But and it's been influential on me. As I wrote Pokemon fan fiction back in middle school when I was like bored in class. I would just write fucking fan fiction of me and my friends going on Pokemon adventures just for the fuck of it. There was just so much I did with Pokemon. All my friends were into Pokemon. I got so many other people into Pokemon. I adore this franchise with my soul, which is why I was so disappointed with Scarlet and Violet and hope it doesn't keep going downhill. It always comes from like a place of love. I want Pokemon to be good. And I don't play competitive Pokemon. I'm just strictly by myself most of the time. I've only ever had a few friends around me that played it to trade and stuff. So I'm all about that single player Pokemon life. But I'm recently just starting to gather. I'm going to try and get the whole collection of Pokemon games just to have on hand. But it's hard to describe something you almost love so much. I have a hard time pinning down. It's been with me since childhood, and it's still with me today. It's still a big part of who I am, what I like, and hobbies. Like I can play Pokemon any day except for Scarlet and Violet. And any good thing I say about Pokemon, just attach except for Scarlet and Violet to it, because I can just sit there and play Pokemon over and over and over again. I love it so damn much. So I don't say that 800 times in a row. I think I'll leave it at that. I can't really describe other. I just like it. Pixel art's always been great. I don't really care for the transition to 3D. I kind of almost wish we went back to pixel art. 3D hasn't been terrible, but as we've seen, Scarlet and Violet, thank you for ruining it. It can be good, but it's going downhill really fast. We'll see where Pokemon continues to go from here, but until then, I mean, I'm just going to keep playing my old games. I like nuzlocking them. I like coming up with different challenges to do and stuff. I like completing the Pokedex. It's just fun. It's a cozy game for me. But yeah, I love Pokemon. It's such a huge part of. As far as like creative influences, I guess it helps. Weirdly enough, it tried to help me like understand like kind of simple color design. I guess there's only so many colors that are used in Pokemon, except for some of the newer ones have some crazy colors to them. But there's a lot you can do with like a 3-color palette for like a creature and stuff like that, and just like how evolution worked, how they made different kinds, how they made the different stages of evolution for the Pokemon and stuff like that, and how they designed the creatures and things. But yeah, Pokemon, I fucking love it so damn much, except for Scarlet and Violet. So Corey, hit us with your first one, or whatever one you want.
All right. Well, I got a list. I'm just going to start at the bottom of it and work my way up. And like I kind of was trying to sit here and go like, do I want to do these in any sort of like actual order of 10 to 1? But I'm just going to. I wrote them in order, but that doesn't mean that's where they kind of lie. So the first one is the God of War franchise. I basically have franchises on everything, but specifically, I liked Ragnarok a lot. And I was trying to think about it because I like God of War 3 a lot, and it kind of wraps up the like journey of Kratos in a sense. And like they have the spin-off games, but I just really enjoyed playing those. But like once you hit the 2018 God of War and Ragnarok, it changes the entire play style to like this really deep narrative story. Like Kratos' story has always been one of like tragedy, but like this is his redemption arc in a sense. Like he's got a new family and he's doing what he can to like be better, and that's kind of like the motto of the 2018 game.
Yeah, that's the theme.
Yeah,
just be better.
Yeah, and then with Ragnarok, like I was kind of worried, like, okay, what are they going to do? But they actually kind of wrapped the entire thing, and there is room, but I don't really care about a spin-off of Atreus. I don't need to play a game where he's the main character going off and doing whatever. It would almost have the same feeling of like picking up Game of Thrones with Arya Stark and wherever the hell she's sailing. And it's like, I don't care. Like I wanted to see Kratos' story, and like they give you that free DLC, and it kind of like was a nice end cap to this like epic that they've seemed to put together. And like the play style is really good. The graphics are amazing. It's an open-ish world. It's very expansive and the locations are very fun. but like it's not like a Breath of the Wild or Witcher or anything like that. You still have some sort of fence around you, but that means the level designs get a lot of care, and so you're never really lost in that game. There's a lot of side things to do. The enemy designs are super dope. And as silly as it sounds of him going to like Norse mythology from Greek mythology, and like how are they going to pull that off to make it make sense? But it just works because the game doesn't have to explain that to you. It just kind of is doing it, and you're just along for the ride.
It already set a precedent that Greek mythology was real. So what is to say that Norse mythology isn't real in that same world? You just have to go to Norse land, wherever the fuck that is.
Yeah, because in the end of the 2018 one, they kind of like one of the things, like not the actual ending, but one of the things they cover is that there are multiple gods of war. And, they mentioned that there are other pantheons out there. And it's like, are we really going to sit here for years on end following Kratos as he journeys through different, like, pantheons and fighting all of them? You don't need to do that because that would just be, Fast and Furious approach to it. Whereas this is more of a Lord of the Rings, like, ending. It's like, I did it. And Kratos can like hang up his blades kind of thing. And it's just, the music is good. The voice acting is amazing. The combat is so like tailored towards like the feel of like the blades and everything else. The throwing of the axe is so fun. Like everything about that game just hits for me. And for it being the end of a game that's, we did the first one as game of the month, and that's a completely different game than what it became, so it's kind of interesting to see it evolve over time, but not in a bad way, because there's a lot of games that you see like adapt a new play style, but it just doesn't work. And so, yeah, I mean, that's why that game's on my list. The franchise as a whole with a nice end cap of Ragnarok.
Yeah, I'm gonna expound on that, but real quick, I think I forgot to mention favorite Pokemon game: Heart Gold and Soul Silver. I still think are the best, absolute best of the franchise. The only thing that those games don't have is an end game, which Pokemon Emerald and Pokemon Platinum have on lockdown. But Heart Gold and Soul Silver, my favorites, because Gold and Silver were my original favorites, and those remakes are just so good. Anyways, back to God of War. I feel like I've said this before, but when I bought my PS5, it came with Ragnarok, and I have never touched a God of War game before now. And so I was like, fuck it, why not? And then I saw that the 2018 version was on sale for like $10. And I was like, all right, let's try this. And I tried the 2018 version, thought it was pretty good. And then I tried Ragnarok, thought it was fabulous. I loved Ragnarok. And then we did the monthly game. I wish I didn't. That being said, I don't think the first God of War is a terrible game. I still stand by it. I think I gave it like a 4 out of 10 or something. I still stand by that. I don't think it's like fabulous, but I can see where people liked it. I don't like action games, and that fucking pillar at the end made me want to die. But Ragnarok is like just 2018 and Ragnarok by themselves as a narrative is so good, and it makes so much sense for everything that happens. And I did like seeing in the first one that there were seeds of redemption. Like all I knew about Kratos prior to it was just that he's a big angry guy who kills gods. But even back in the first one, he wanted to stop this. So there were seeds of what happens in Ragnarok all the way back in the first game. So this whole arc that he's been on makes total sense. I am not necessarily in agreement with you that you can continue this story. You just have to do a good job with it, which I feel like Santa Monica could do. Because you do, I would like to see interpretations of the other gods and the different mythologies, obviously, because I really liked what they did with Thor and Odin and stuff like that, how they changed things up there. And I think the most logical thing for Kratos to do now would be, now that he's more or less completed his redemption arc, he returns to Greece to try and either maybe repair what he's broken and, be better, whatever. And when he goes back there, Athena has basically created the Roman pantheon in his absence, because in real life, the Rome rose from Greece essentially and built upon their pantheon in real life. So it'd make logical sense that if he went back to Greece, he has to deal with all the Roman shit. And he has to deal with that in some way, shape, or form, because obviously we saw in, 2018 Ragnarok, he's not on a killing spree of gods. Yeah. I think out of all those 2 games, he only killed Baldur and fucking Heimdall. He didn't, and then Odin technically, but he didn't kill Thor. Odin killed Thor. Spoilers. But so he's on a killing spree. So there could just be problems for him to solve. I mean, you can have stories where a character is now static and is not going on a character arc, and he's just helping people, which it's possible. I mean, if they decided to stop here and there was never a new God of War game where Kratos is the protagonist, I'd be fine with it. I think it is a good. I think it is a good endpoint. There's nothing wrong with it. I just feel like there is still space to do something else.
Yeah,
they just have to be creative in how they would go around narratively justifying it, essentially.
And that visual style going back to Athens would be so amazing.
Yes, it would be really cool. It'd be a great contrast, and it'd be a lot of
to revisit the spinning wheel in Hades.
If I saw that, I would break my TV in half immediately, unless I got to destroy it. That's the only thing you do. Kratos just looks at it. He's just like, no, not again.
You could grab it and stop it from spinning.
Yeah. The axe gameplay. Honestly, I feel like that was the one thing that I missed the most when we played the first God of War. I'm like, I miss my Leviathan axe, because I like using that more than the Blades of Chaos. And I feel like when they made 2018, they were like, someone made a tech demo of how that whole axe throwing and recalling mechanic worked, and they were like, we're making a game around this. That's fun.
Yeah.
I don't have Ragnarok or God of War anywhere in my top 10s. I'd probably throw Ragnarok by itself in my top 100 somewhere, probably. But it hasn't had enough time with me as a person to like super influence how I think. I just think it's a fantastic game and a story, and it really made me appreciate Kratos and stuff. I hope God of War 2 and 3, because I will go back and play them at some point, will be better. But because I still want to see them. Whether or not I go as far as play the PSP games, I might not, because they do reference those games in Ragnarok, which I do appreciate as well. They take everything as canon. They don't just pretend shit didn't happen. Kratos did do all the crazy shit he did.
He fights the Reaper with his brother.
Yeah. But yeah, I agree. I think Ragnarok is absolutely fabulous, and having a space on your top 10 is completely justified. So now we're going to switch it up again. Back to Jordan. Go.
Okay, I'm going to say Ghost of Tsushima is going to be mine, because that one specifically is...
Weeb.
Come on now.
Weeb.
It's pretty good. It's what is it? So it's like you're the samurais that are dealing with the Mongolian invasion, and so you're basically a guy that basically survives death. And then you're coming back to basically get Japan back over from being controlled by the Mongols. And it's running through, and you're learning different styles using the sword arts that you get through battle. And it's pretty cool because you can use those styles into how you're wanting to use it, basically to defend against different types of enemies. Certain people have different combos. You have to use a certain type of style to be able to counteract them. And got a very well in-depth story it's full of drama, of course. And you have somebody that is basically practiced under the samurai art, that they do not want you to do things that are against the code. You're supposed to fight your enemies face to face. You're not supposed to do any sort of, stealth, anything that's going to be basically trickery, like how they use the style of the ninjas to go against the Mongols. And that gets frowned upon by the samurai. And his uncle was like, next in line to put him in place of being the ruler. But finding out that he starts enveloping the ways of the ninja to be able to kill a lot of these Mongols, because the art style that they were doing before was not working, and they were losing a lot of their battles, and he wanted to find other ways to do it. And so he was like poisoning people's foods. He would go out at night and assassinate all these different Mongols and such. And so his uncle was getting pissed about it, and eventually considered him a traitor. And so he's being betrayed by his own family and his own kind, and you're eventually trying to basically overthrow the Mongols while dealing with that shit at the same time. And at the very end, you end up going against, your own kind to settle the score, basically, of who's the better one. It was just a very, very good story. It was really strong, and also there was a lot of exploration that you could do different things. It was just always keeping yourself occupied, as you could always go off the side and do other type of things. There was even some sort of, I forgot what you call it, but it was like some sort of like hell thing that you could go to, and you could be a ninja, or you could be a samurai, or some kind of class, and you could do different objectives. I didn't fall into that. It was kind of weird. I felt like one class was like really shitty compared to the others. It didn't feel like they actually were really good.
Oh, was that the multiplayer mode?
Yeah. So if you like to be the ninja, you can fucking just throw your hook thing and you're just getting pulled across and you're doing that, or you play as a samurai and you're just like a fucking tank and you're just like killing people. And then there's another one. I can't remember what it was, but I played a couple rounds of it and I couldn't really deal with it. But the story, the graphics, the music, it was all so good. I could not put the game down. I played it and I did all the side missions, everything. I just could not stop. It was a really good game.
Yeah, Ghost of Tsushima, I had a lot of fun. It's like just visually impressive, and it was one of those, like, it had a very similar like Breath of the Wild feel where you could just not do anything and ride the horse around, and every piece of landscape was like picturesque. It was so good, and the music was really good. Like, just when you're not in combat, like, it was very tranquil. I mean, they even have the haiku mini games and things to sit down and kind of just
relax,
take in the world around you.
Yep.
It was so cool.
Yeah,
very cinematic.
More ways than one.
Well,
it was a very cinematic, and they have an entire black and white mode so that you could play it like it's one of those traditional like samurai movies.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, I mean the beginning part of it was it was crazy. As you started, like, you know, they captured somebody and you're looking at them and you're basically trying to get things going as a samurai. And the Mongol, just the lord, the guy that's ruling over them all, he just fucking flat out just spits wine on the guy's face. You're like, okay, that was fucked up, as he's on his knees, and then he just fucking lights the guy on fire right then and there just to show his their power. And then you're trying to fight him off, and he basically kicks your ass, and then you basically think you're dead, but you actually end up coming back alive, and your whole town is destroyed, and you're basically just trying to recover what has already been destroyed on this way and try to, like I said, overthrow the Mongols.
I loved the gear in that game. Like, it was so drippy. Like, I would have like all this white like samurai gear with the cool helmet that's like covering your face and stuff. And then you go find all the different swords. And the way that game works too, that like at first it bothered me, but then it really kind of resonated well. Because like I'm so used to playing a lot of other action games, and the game itself, like, you're not really that good with a sword, so the combat's kind of janky in the beginning a little bit. But the point is that you're training to become better. So as you play, you learn more and more sword techniques. And so, like, you get better with the sword. And so it's like, oh, now, like, late game, the combat is awesome because you're doing all types of cool stuff now because you're, mastering the art of being a samurai. And I also really like the boss fights, how it's that very personal, close in camera, like cinematic, and you're fighting like under a tree and the leaves are coming down. It's just such an artistic game.
Yeah,
that was a really good year for games too. There was a lot of bangers that were coming out.
And the side missions they had was that you could take over territories. So like you would basically see an area that's full of Mongols that are in there, and then you just can choose what you want to do. Do you want to call them out and fight them all? Because again, with that style, you have to be very good at countering and parrying, because if you don't, they can take a lot of damage and kill you. So it's either you want to be very stealthy and kill them by poisoning their food, assassinating with like poison darts, or you want to kill them the way of the ninja, or do you want to fight them like an actual samurai and call them out, and then they come to fight you, and then you take them out that way. It's pretty cool.
Yeah.
It's on my wish list, but I've yet to play. It was like I've been wanting to play it, but just waiting for that discount.
Yeah. And well, they're definitely going to have a sequel to that game, and they're doing a movie that has some pretty good like cast for it. So
there's already cinematic, so it's just like I guess the movie wouldn't be as anywhere as hard, I guess.
I'm sure it's going to be the main act. It's going to be the actor probably from John Wick that plays always the samurai.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I'm going to step in because the next one is my favorite.
Yes. I just got back. All right.
Vacation.
I was just catching. Sorry, IRL thing popped up suddenly that I forgot about that I needed to attend to. But yes, Edwin is the next.
Yeah, it's going to be my turn anyway. I called it.
Oh, okay.
And then next up for me is one of the games I played the most out of any game is Kingdom Hearts. Kingdom Hearts 2 specifically.
The Rocks.
The
especially.
surprise.
What?
The surprise of absolutely nobody.
Well, because Kingdom Hearts is like the game that was made in just completely by chance, where Sakura and an executive from Disney just met in an elevator, and then boom, this fucking convoluted giant IP of a game is created that no one fucking understands. So it's just Final Fantasy characters with Disney characters, and then that's pretty much a match made in heaven until recent years. But so the combat is very fluid, fairly simple. It's just like you have a combination of both physical attacks with your Keyblade, which is just a sword of weird figure, and also magic that weirdly changes throughout every game for whatever reason, drastically. But there's like a lot of worlds that you can go through. So many heartless, the amount, amounting to the amount of Pokemon that there are. There's just so many variations, and then just so many like more in-depth stories as you go in. It was like you can find like research papers on the Heartless about like the inner story of like everything that you do in the game. It's just all in the journal as you collect them throughout the game. And it's just like the combat is very fun. There's just so much of it in every world. And it's like it varies from world to world. The world, either the world changes or the enemies will change, or both. But it's just like so many worlds that you can explore. There's like in the first one, I believe there's 9 different ones, and then in my favorite, Kingdom Hearts 2, there's fucking 14. And not only are there 14, you get to go through each of them twice. So that's a lot of content to play through. But for Kingdom Hearts 2, there's 2 different games before it. There's more, but it's less important. It's just Kingdom Hearts 1 and then Chain of Memories, which no one really likes. It's decent at best, just annoying. But Kingdom Hearts 2 just follows with Roxas for the first 2-hour tutorial, which is not so much a tutorial as it is part of the story. And then you move on to Sora. And then you just go through all the worlds as Sora as he slowly uncovers who Roxas really was, since they never met each other, but they're connected in a specific way and that you find out. But there's like so many worlds, there's so many characters, and there's just my favorite, so many boss fights. And I loved every single one of them. I'm pretty sure I just lost count of how many there are, but if you play the final mix version, which the original version was never released in America, it's only in Japan and specific other countries. But with the release of 2.5, no, it was 1.5, they give you that unreleased version from Japan, and it just makes the game so much more expansive. Because just like so many extra things, and then just color changes and all that. And then one of my other favorite parts about Kingdom Hearts 2 is that it's just Kingdom Hearts 1 perfected. So it's like the magic is just much better. Some of them a little broken, but no one complains about that. And then one of the best parts is the drive forms. So when I say that the combat changes from world to world, now Sora can just change his entire combat style through those drive forms. So it's like Valor is just physical. You can't use magic, not even to heal yourself. So it's just like magic out, physical in. And then the next one is the opposite, only magic, no physical attacks. And then the Master, which is both just super powered, and then the final form, which is just even more super powered. And then it also has an interesting negative effect if you try and abuse it too much, where it takes you to it's a story-based form where the darkness in Sora's heart is taken over him by just absolute abuse, and from the story event in the first game, where if you try and abuse the drive form, Sora will be corrupted by the darkness in his own heart and then become a heartless version of himself. And then in that form, it's all physical with a little bit of magic. but you're stuck in that form. You cannot escape from it until either the fight is done or you're dead. So you're stuck in that form and you cannot heal yourself. So, but it's just like extremely quick movement, whereas like you can barely even see Sora swing his arm because he doesn't use the Keyblade, he uses his hands. So he's just clawing at every enemy like a wild animal. So it's just a very interesting thing to happen. But it really sucks during boss fights because you cannot do the specific commands to make the boss vulnerable. But eventually you'll get to the final form, which kind of lessens the possibility of that happening as you use it. And then there's one more, but this is only available in the final mix one, so it wasn't in the original version. But it's a callback to the limit powers that you had in the first game, where it just uses all your magic to do a super move that just covers the entire screen. But in this one, it's like dumbed down, so it's not overpowered when you're in this form. But it's the only type of combo system that you can have away from the just regular attacks that you can do. But it's just a very useful alternative when you're by yourself, because the drive form doesn't work when you're by yourself, because you have to sacrifice either Donald or Goofy to gain those powers.
Jesus.
I mean, it's temporarily, but the results are really fun to use.
Just imagine Sora sacrificing them on a fucking bloody altar.
I mean, it's just Donald every time.
Donald is okay, but I feel like Goofy is a little stronger. But just giving up both of them is just easier, because just like you just destroy everything on the screen just normally. But it's like there's just so many boss fights, there's so many characters, and then this the most liked. People hate it because it's the most liked. I don't really understand. There's just so much to do. There's just so much story in it, and then there's like so many interesting battles, and then like you get like the DS one, you get the PSP. I specifically don't really like those because it's just I don't hate the game itself really. I just hate the controls. I just believe that they're terrible and like almost unplayable. I just wouldn't even bother with it. But then you get to Kingdom Hearts 3, which it's not, and I wouldn't say it's terrible. It's just poorly designed. It's like not really interesting. When you get into the world in the other Kingdom Hearts game, it feels like you're actually playing a part in the story, which is why it makes it better. But in Kingdom Hearts 3, they're just worlds where it's just like Sora does not even matter in there. It's like, yeah, he's present, everyone sees him, but he plays no purpose. It's pretty much just the movie playing out, like specifically in like Frozen and the Rapunzel world. Where it's a Sora is just kind of in the background. He just exists while the actual movie events are playing out. It's like it doesn't even matter.
Yeah, that one felt like a cash grab for sure.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, that's a 7-year in development cash grab. That's why everyone hated it.
Yeah.
And then it's just like, oh, this is the conclusion of the Kingdom Hearts saga. And it's like, no, we're just gonna make it a bigger cash grab because it's going to continue. So it's just like, well, if it wasn't convoluted before, now it really is, because that just added a lot more stuff to it. That it was like, as much as I like Kingdom Hearts, I don't follow the story anymore. I'm just going to play the game. But it's just like, that's why Kingdom Hearts 2 is like my favorite, because it does resolve a lot of things more or less in a good way. To me, it was a pretty decent ending. Granted, a lot of things were unanswered, but I mean, it's a good enough ending for me that I don't have to like justify playing Kingdom Hearts 3 again.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Alrighty. To keep the chaos going, back to me. Let's see. Catch a tiger by the toe. Halo. So Halo. I'm not a big Xbox guy, even though I've spent so much time on my 360 and my Xbox One. Original Xbox didn't really mean a whole lot to me. Halo initially, like, I don't know. There was just something about Halo that I didn't really understand. I remember when I first played it, Halo CE, that is, it it confused me, I guess. I had never really like played a first person shooter before, and when I shot at the elites and their shields came up, what I remember is that I just thought they were like monsters made out of like electricity or something, which is why they were all like sparkly and shit. I didn't like interpret those as shields. I just had no idea what I was playing. And then middle school came around, and I started talking. That was when I first started talking to Tim, and he was really into Halo, and we became friends, and I started playing Halo 2, Halo as well, not 2. And I was like, oh, this is what this game is. And it was just like, I don't know, Halo was like a really big friendship builder. A lot of my most longtime friends I've had now that I made in school was thanks to Halo, just us bonding over our love of Halo. I've played mostly Halo 2 and 3. Those are like my heyday of Halo, and I was all campaign guy. I replayed the Halo 2 campaign so damn much, just over and over and over again. I just loved playing Halo 2. Primarily because I really like Halo, because you can have different experiences each time you play the game just based on how the AI works. So every time you play a level, it'll play out a little bit differently than it did last time, depending on what you do and what the enemies decide to do. The gameplay has always been fun. Halo, again, while not as like deep as Mass Effect, has a really well realized world that you can have a bunch of cool action stories in. Again, I've read a whole lot of Halo books. A lot of them have nothing to do with the actual story, that are just all these separate stories that, because of how strong the world building is, they're able to make different sub stories within the universe that are happening around like the Master Chief story. That being said, Master Chief himself, great character. Man of few words, but leaves an impression on you. He's very cool. Best, one of the most favorite super soldiers ever. The game also has its own style. A Covenant is I like the Covenant as like a very believable race of aliens, I guess. They don't get too nutty. Like the Sangheili, the elites, are like one of my favorite designs for an alien race in any sci-fi game. I still think Mass Effect has like better overall designs as far as like believability, I guess, or like, I don't know, cohesiveness, maybe. I don't know. There's a word for it that I don't know, but like just Halo in general, like it was mostly the gameplay though. And then I got Halo 3. I met my friend Blake, because I just overheard him and my two other friends that I know still to this day just talking about Halo one day in middle school, and I walked up to them and was like, hey, you guys like Halo? I like Halo too. And let's talk about Halo. And then I went over to my friend Blake's house, and I played Halo 3 for the first time, where he decided to rake me over the coals and was like, hey, I want to play Halo 3. You have Halo 3, right? And he's like, yeah, come over, we'll play Halo 3. And I go all the way over to his house. He's like, we're playing Halo 3 on Legendary with a bunch of skulls on. And I'm like, oh, okay. But then we proceeded to play Halo 3 from the first level all the way to the last level, all in one night, when I was young enough to do that.
Sounds incredibly rough.
Yeah, it was rough. But luckily, because of how much I played Halo, while we did die a lot, we did manage to do it. I ended up loving Halo 3. I got Halo 3 for myself, and then Halo is what led me to discover what Xbox Live was and how the internet worked and this newfangled multiplayer thing. And then I played so much Halo 3 multiplayer with my friends and without. And Halo was just that filler game. I went to school and I made straight A's just so I can go home and play Halo for 6 hours before I had to go to bed. Like, it's like, you think I paid attention in school? I just wanted to fucking pass the test. I was like, studied long enough for the fucking test, got the answer right, and then all that information went right out of my head. I remember my primary study method was playing Halo 3, and the in-between like lobby matches when you were voting for the next thing, like me and my friends would be in a party or something, and I would just pick up the review sheet and start quizzing everybody in between games of Halo. And Halo Reach was a big deal. Halo 3 ODST was a big deal for me. Halo has just been a part of my life for so much, and then then Bungie got off of it, and 343 took over, and then everything went to hell. I still say I like Halo today. However, Halo 4 and 5 can kiss my ass. They're shitty games. I'm sorry. They have some good points. They're not all bad, but holy fuck, the narrative took a fucking nosedive. The gameplay took a nosedive. Like, it just wasn't fun anymore. Like, Halo 5 especially became way too involved with Major League Gaming, that it was like the multiplayer was centered around it, and it was so terrible. I will stand by. Major League Gaming kills multiplayer games. I hate it. But then Halo Infinite came out, and while I would agree with the statement that Halo Infinite's the best Halo since Reach, that's not saying a whole lot. In comparison to 4 and 5, I would still say Infinite is meh. It's passable. It's back to being what Halo kind of used to be, but 343 doesn't know map design, 343 doesn't know balancing, and they made a live service game with no live service for about a year after it released, and they just lost attention of everybody. Even though Halo Infinite came out and everyone was like, oh, this is pretty decent. This is pretty good. And then there was just no support for it. Now, there's a myriad of reasons why that happened. We don't need to go into Halo Infinite 101, but just long story short, that game had development hell for one reason or another. But Halo is what it means to me. Again, great world building. I love it. It's how I met a lot of my friends, so it has a special place in my heart when it comes to social connections like that. But I really wish Halo would go back to being what it was, but based on where it is right now in its history, it's at its lowest point, and whether we even see another Halo game, I'm sure we will, but I wouldn't be surprised if if it didn't happen. I also would be like, well, that was kind of sort of in the cards, I guess, because of how shitty it's been doing lately. But it's like Pokemon. It comes from a place of love. I wish Halo stayed as good as it was. I don't want Halo to be bad. I want Halo to be good. I love Halo. It's like the only first-person shooter I even still somewhat play anymore outside of, I guess, Deep Rock Galactic, but it's a different game entirely. Music too. Music is great. I love Halo 3's music. Obviously, it's iconic with the fucking chorus and shit. I guess it's not really chorus. What would you describe that as? It's not a chorus. Help me out here, somebody. It's not a chorus. What would you describe the chanting? Yeah, orchestrated, I guess. Marty O'Donnell did a great job with the first couple of games' music. But creatively influenced, I like Pokemon. I did actually write some Halo fan fiction too when I was back in middle school when I was bored. But it wasn't as good as my Pokemon ones. But yeah, Halo always hold a special place in my heart, despite it not being great in my eyes in the current day. I'm just going to go back and play Halo 2 and 3. I'll just stay in the Master Chief collection for the rest of my life.
Halo 2 was such a huge deal. I think when that game came out, half of my high school was gone. They all skipped that day. It was just holy smokes. And there was a whole Mountain Dew flavor, Gamer Fuel, I think is what it was called at the time, or
yeah, I love the shit out of the first one. I love the fucking first one because that had all the best. That was a lot of the best memories of my life, was being over at Corey's house, and then we would just have that huge LAN party and just fucking go to town.
Yeah, people bring TVs over and their Xbox, and we'd run 4v4v4v4.
Mm-hmm.
It was so fun.
Controller's broken.
Yeah, Halo 1 was the most played game on the computers in my middle school. It's just everyone just having a LAN party at school, just secretly playing Halo against each other. It was really funny.
Yeah, Halo LAN parties was a lot of people's memories of Halo. That and that paired with Call of Duty had just as toxic lobbies and stuff when you're playing online. And again, so even I mentioned it before, but bigger gaming memories is me and my friends hunkering down and doing all those Vidmaster challenges to get that recon armor, and the all-nighter we pulled trying to get the Endure Challenge achievement on Halo 3 ODST, which was super fun. Just lots of great gaming memories came from Halo, and I just wish I played it. I wish I wanted to play it more often, but I just don't. It's not something that I care about anymore. But yeah, it'll always hold a special place in my heart, especially the old ones. So Corey, hit us with another one.
All right. The Metal Gear Solid franchise, I have played all of them a bunch, and my favorite one that I kind of want to touch on is getting a remake, and that's Snake Eater. I'm really excited about the remake for Snake Eater because like it has like my gamer tag is from a boss in that game. There's like all of these small systems that like you kind of are introduced to like Kojima's madness through the first two games, but in like Snake Eater, you're just crawling on the ground and you got bit by a snake that you didn't see and now you're poisoned. So you have to like get the venom out, wrap your bleed wound and stuff. And like, I'm excited to kind of get to experience that with like modern day graphics because that one was also like a PS2 game, but the visuals were really good. The acting is great. The setting is fun. It's a prequel to the entire franchise. So like it seems like you're going to be playing as Snake because the dude looks like Snake, but you're actually playing as Naked Snake is what his name is in that game. And
is he actually naked?
You're kind of you can because there's camo like value, so like you find different camouflage and depending on the environment that you're in, like certain camouflage works better than others, so that like enemies won't see you and stuff like that. There's rope bridges. You could shoot the rope and it like makes the bridge uneasy and a guy will fall off the side. There's so many little things in that game that really like ramp it up, and the music's really good. It's just like it. I think I was a junior in high school when it came out, and I just had a blast playing it because it's like a much larger game as well. The second one kind of takes place on this weird little like oil refinery thing, and you know it's very samey everywhere you go. But in Snake Eater, like you're kind of halo dropped out of a plane into like a jungle, and you're going through a bunch of different like biomes and things like that. And the bosses are super zany. My gamer tag's the Fury on PlayStation, and that boss in particular is a guy wearing an astronaut suit with a jetpack and has two flamethrowers. And it's like he's just goofy, but like all the bosses in that game are really interesting, and I just had a lot of fun playing it because I like Guns of the Patriots. That's the fourth one. Old Snake kind of wraps his story there, and I played Revengeance, which is the edgelord Cyber Ninja Raiden game, but it's oddly enough, it's just really fun to play it. And I played Ground Zeroes, Peace Walker, Phantom Pain, but Snake Eater to me is like it's just a better setting, and being at the beginning of the entire story. After playing two games, and not counting the NES games, but I'm not really going to count those anyways because they're borderline impossible to play. And I really like the setting and the story for it because the pacing's really good, the controls are really good, and there's a lot of that like Kojima charm that he puts in that game that's not over the top. As far as like really weird arbitrary things to do to find stuff, that's why I would pick Metal Gear Solid 3 as the one, and I'm definitely going to buy the remake and have a lot of fun playing it.
Yeah, I mean, I like Snake. Most experience I've had with Snake is in Smash Brothers. Mm-hmm. All I know is that he's the covert ops man that likes to hide in boxes. Other than that, I really don't have any experience dealing with Metal Gear games because I'm generally not very good at stealth games. Me playing stealth games generally involves me sneaking for the first 5 minutes and then everyone's on the floor the next 10 minutes.
Once they have a machine gun, it's no longer secret.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I really don't know a whole lot about those games, so I don't have a lot of comment on, honestly.
And it's nice because like if you were to play of all of them, if you were to play Snake Eater, you don't need any prior knowledge of the games in general because it's a prequel. So it's just kind of like, it seems to me like it was made for fans of the first two, and like a way to kind of get people into the game as well, but without changing the play style and kind of oddly enough, if you play that one and go back and play others, they're like dumbed down versions of this one. Because, you get in a fight with, like, a soldier or whatever, and you get shot. like you're bleeding out, so you have to tend to your wounds, or like you fall because of something, or you get attacked by a crocodile. You might have like a fractured leg, so your character moves a little slower. So you got to set your wounds and stuff like that, and you're managing his like health and everything. So it's like the first time that they kind of do something a little more realistic with like the guy that's running through the jungle fighting everybody, instead of it just being like, I'm a superhero. You shot me in the chest. That's fine. I still have a health bar left. Yeah. But, and he gets hungry. And so you like, that's the snake eater part. Like you can kill animals, eat them, or, and then, because like if you don't eat, you could be sneaking, and then Snake's stomach will rumble because he's hungry, and then an enemy will hear it. It's like that kind of little things that are about the game that just make it so fun, because it's really immersive, is what it is, and it's I just like that setting because it's very action movie James Bond type of thing, and it just resonated so well with me. It's just such a cool game because it's just such an action movie.
I just love that the characters that are in the games themselves for all the Metal Gear series, they're all interesting characters on their own. Like they don't play out as normal people. They're usually some crazy background to them, and they have a crazy cool code name to them. Like number 4, you have the Beauty and the Beasts, which are just these fucking beautiful women, but they're in these crazy ass these suits that you have to fight to battle with, and then you're dealing with these gecko things, these giant robot that sound like cows, and there's just that's literally what they sound like. But but it's fucking cool. His suit looks good, and after you've played the Snake Eater, and then you go to this one, the graphics are phenomenally better. Like I remember we were joking about it. I remember you and me were sitting down, and there was a cutscene. And every time it's loading, it plays also. I think was it Otacon? He's like cooking some eggs, or is the girl cooking some eggs? Yeah. And
it's the girl cooking eggs.
And those eggs look so fucking real. I'm just like, what the fuck is going on? They put all their time and graphics on these eggs, but it was so cool. Like all the different time scenes that they had.
That was a PS3 game.
Yes, it was. And they didn't skip out on anything. I mean, a lot of the actual Metal Gear games, they do not skip out on the voice acting. They go hard when it goes to voice acting. Like they put their heart and soul in those games.
Yeah. Well, that's my number 2.
Otacon. I'm getting hungry. I need some McDonald's.
But they need
Otacon,
to be rendered with a $100,000 budget.
All right. Anyways, let's see. Roulette wheel. Well, you know what? Fuck it. Go, Jordan.
Yay! Mine is going to be Final Fantasy X. And I like Final Fantasy X because of all the characters, the music, the scenes. I know I had a huge, long breakdown of it, so I won't take too much time on it. But again, it was just, this whole story was really, really deep compared to, not to say compared to the other series, but this one just stuck with me the most, just because it was coming off as just immediately as you start, like the whole world is being destroyed by one character that eventually comes back, and then they're having to go through this whole steps, and they're trying to build as they go. But you have Kimari, which is this cool ass guardian. You have Aaron, that's one badass dude with one single hand that holds a sword. He's just so cool. And Titus, he's all right. But you got Yuna. The thing was really cool about Yuna was that her summons
character. Titus is all right.
Yeah, he is. He's like his clothing uniform and everything. He looks like a K-pop singer, But it's just like I get it. It was they wanted to make somebody that seemed like they were a young kid. I guess that's how they would dress in the future or some shit. But
he's like a soccer player.
Yeah, and the thing that I liked about that game the most was how they handled their Aeons, the summons. They were so cool. Bahamut out of all of the fucking series, Ifrit out of all the series, Shiva out of all the series. They look the best in Final Fantasy X to me, and I just love how they played off how everything would go. Their special moves that they would always have when you get to use them are always phenomenal. and the music is just so damn good. Each scenery level that you go to always has some very good music that just separates it from each other. Either you're going into a cold climate area, it's playing that type of music. You're in a ranchy area, it plays like some kind of hickey music kind of thing. You know, it feels you in the environment that you're at. But you know, you're dealing with different characters along the way. And Seymour, maybe to me, is probably one of the worst of the enemies that you encounter out of all the other series. You know, they look all cool, but Seymour just doesn't really have that look to him. But you know, everything else, character design and creatures that you encounter are always well designed. They look really cool. So it's just like it played out very well with me, and I always play. I think I've beaten that game like 5 or 6 times, and I still would love to go back and play it again.
Yeah, 10 is really good, like overall, and it does have like I would say the best combat system of the turn base and the best use of summons across the board outside of Final Fantasy 16 because of I mean, you're not summoning, but you are summoning. It's like this giant kaiju battle that's just so fucking cool. But yeah, Final Fantasy 10 does have a special place in my heart too. I remember playing that game when I was like 15. I remember seeing the commercial on TV, and my dad walked into the living room and he saw the commercial and he's like, "When can we buy that?" And it's like, I don't know, it's not out yet. It was on like a commercial on Cartoon Network, but like I would play that game and dad would watch me, and then you know, sometimes like I wouldn't be home and I'd come back and then he'd hand me the controller and be like, "Hey, you're at a boss." I was like, "What?" Like, what happened? But you know, it's that game is so good. Like Final Fantasy X is such a good game.
All right. Back to Corey.
All right. Well, I'm going to go up my list to Donkey Kong Country franchise, specifically Donkey Kong Country 2. I really love that game. I'm just I like playing the Donkey Kong Country games in general. I think they're really good platformer games. But something that they have outside of like just really good visuals, because like compared to other like Super Nintendo games, like they looked really good because they did that pre-rendered pixel 3D thing. The music is just so amazing. Like I love listening to the soundtrack of Donkey Kong Country 2, and like their water level is just so tranquil. But it had a lot of stuff going for it that was really fun. But it also has like it has like a core memory tied to it, and one of those was I was at my friend's house, and I think I was like 7 or something like that, and he rented it from Blockbuster, and we were up until like 4 a.m. just playing it and eating like chips and salsa. So like chips and salsa is also like a snack to me that's like super nostalgic because I just remember this moment of just playing the game constantly, trying to beat it in one night. And we were like, you know, just little kids, and it was just anytime I hear this song or anything, it takes me back to like this really chill moment where it's like, you know, no bills, no homework, no nothing, just, you know, a couple of friends hanging out playing Donkey Kong Country, eating chips. And it was like such a simple time, but like even though that's like the feeling I had and that's the moment that we were like sharing, the game itself, like I just loved playing it. And it's super long. Like there's a lot of levels involved, and like I do like Super Mario World on Super Nintendo, but I would prefer playing Donkey Kong Country over Super Mario World. I've always liked those platformers more in that case, until Mario goes to 3D, because I wasn't really a big fan of Donkey Kong Country 3D, or 64, I guess I should say. But yeah, it's definitely on the list because it's like such a feel good game for me. Like even if like the minecart level is just like mind numbingly bullshit, it's just like I'm not going to let that level ruin the experience of all the other levels. It's just so fun. Yeah, and it's 2 players too. So like that was the other part. Is like you're not just watching somebody and then they die. Like somebody can play as Diddy and the other one's like, you know, Donkey Kong, and then you could swap out and, you know, kind of tag team together. So it's just such a like good experience for me, that I just enjoy playing and constantly listening to the music. I think I would listen to the OST like all last month while I was working. Yeah.
Yeah, I haven't played a whole lot of Donkey Kong Country. What I have, a little bit, it's bullshit. But the one thing I can say is like, man, this thing has some bopping music.
Yeah. Yeah.
Alrighty then. Go Edwin.
The next one is, I would assume, a little bit more obvious. Not as obvious as Kingdom Hearts, but it is Skyrim.
Yay!
I'm kidding.
I thought someone was going to say something. Oh yeah, of course Skyrim. I think people are more inclined to choose Oblivion or Morrowind. I tried playing Oblivion, but after playing Skyrim for so long, I could not deal with how it played.
Morrowind is.
So I'm just going to go with Skyrim and mod it.
Yeah, Morrowind's in great need of a remake for it to be a lot more fun. But yeah, Skyrim, good choice.
Well, the interesting thing about how I came across Skyrim is I have never heard of the Elder Scrolls game since before I saw the trailer for Skyrim on 11/11/11. So I was like, I didn't know anything about it. There's a bunch of people were talking about it. So I was like, all right, fine, I'll give it a look. And I clicked on some random Skyrim gameplay video, and it's just I was like, okay, well, it's some preview stuff, or I guess demo. But there's I watched a little bit of it, and then I saw someone using magic, and that was it. I was sold. They were just in Winterhold and then just shooting fireballs out of their hands and stuff. And I never played a game that gave you the kind of freedom to use magic like that. It was usually more turn-based type stuff. At the time, I was playing stuff like Wizard 101, so that really caught my eye. With just that specifically, it was oh, if magic is that free to use in a game like that, there was then that means everything else should be too. In my own hopes, so it's I immediately went to go and get that game, and then now it's on one of my top 5 most played games because it's just so much to do. I feel I don't really have to explain that much, but I'll go into the more details for me specifically. But I've always been interested in the idea of playing spell swords in as many games as possible, just because it just feels like a very somewhat unique and terms of usefulness and coverage. So it's I can have the healing spells, I have the magic attacks and stuff like that. But if I run out of magic or something would come across as magic resistant, I still good with a sword, and then I don't have to bother with a bow because I still have projectile magic. So it's it has a lot of ways to play the game with magic. It doesn't have to be offensive; it can be defensive and also stealthy, which made it very interesting to play the game because there was always an aspect for magic to fit in, regardless of what type of character you would play as. Because it has the physical warrior, you have the magical mage, and then you have the stealthy thief. So it's just you can either run amok in the entire game as any one of those, or you can just be the hero of everyone, even the douchebags. But it's there's just so much there's just so much to do in that game. There's so many quests, and then obviously it's Bethesda, so there's going to be glitches, funny or useful. But it's just funny how that, regardless of how often I play that game, I've completed the main quest almost never, minus the maybe 1 or 2 times out of the 8 playthroughs that I played. It's just fun. I don't end up as the sneaky thief as much as everyone else, but nah. The one thing about the game, which is probably the point of the game, is being the Dragonborn, but I always forget that I have the shout. So that's one of the least used abilities that I actually don't use because I just forget that it exists. So I just end up playing the whole game just as my own character. And then I've modded it several times. It's been somewhat difficult because of how many improvements you can actually make to the game. But I'm not good at modding, so I end up just breaking it more and then just dumbing it down less than what I wanted to. But you can just edit so many things in that game because the modding community for it is just absurd. And I just found it funny when Bethesda fucking trying to monetize it and then eventually just ended up making it free. And then also anyone who did have it, they just made unofficial versions and then it was free anyway. So it was completely pointless. And I just found that funny. But the game has I think the whole game, I would say interesting characters, which there are. But I think in the male populace, I think there's maybe one or two voice actors for every single male character in the game, which is pretty funny.
Mm-hmm.
For the female variety, I have no idea about what the ratio for that is. But there's just a bunch of enemies. There's a lot of annoying ones, small ones, big ones, and then obviously there's going to be giant dragons. I think more recently, I've played the game so many times that I don't really go below legendary because there's specific things that don't appear if you're on a lower difficulty, at least from my experience. Because when I was looking through the achievement list, it said that you had to kill a legendary dragon, which I have never seen before. And I've been playing that game since, I think, almost release. But I was I never found out
what legendary dragon.
Huh? Well, the problem is that I don't know if I ever got far enough. But it's I looked at it, it's there's a bunch of difficulty settings, and then I looked at the very last one. I was oh, legendary setting. And then for some reason, I had this thought. It was if it's on legendary difficulty, I should run into a legendary dragon. And then that's exactly what happened. I saw a legendary dragon for the first time, and then I got that achievement.
Oh,
so it's just
it's actually just based more on what level your character is. I'm sure it's because changing the difficulty probably helped because it probably just lowered the cap of whatever you needed to be. But it's just a scaling thing. You don't just you start seeing legendary dragons once your character has reached a certain level.
Well, I know there was a scaling thing, but I don't know what level you were supposed to be. But also my very first file, it got corrupted and 120 hours in, and then I think the highest my character was maybe close to 70, but it was I literally couldn't do anything about it. Every time I try and play the game, it would corrupt after a few minutes. So I was because I've been playing it for so long, I was I can't just start a new file entirely just to get to that point again after 120 hours. I was I did so much stuff. I got almost every spell, almost every weapon, all the Daedric items. I basically completed almost the entire achievement list, minus the very specific ones, because I didn't really mess with the thief stuff. But I was I just stopped after that, and I just after a while after I went back multiple times, just trying to make characters of each type of class. So I was just trying to make it a little bit more interesting. Kind of what I do with Pokemon. I try and combine different things or different play styles. It's still the same game, but it's it's not what game you're playing. It's the kind of play style that you're playing in. So that's just what made the replayability for me interesting.
Yeah, I mean, by the way, if I'm talking, if you hear popping or something, I don't know what the fuck is happening outside my house, but it sounds like fireworks or something's going off. I have no idea what it is. But for whatever reason, my mic seems to be picking it up, so I apologize.
Clearly the 17th of August.
Well, it's just it's either fucking fireworks or somewhere across the highway there's a gunfight going on. I have no idea.
Either or.
They're fighting about top 10s.
Yeah. I mean, Skyrim, again, I think I've said something along these lines before. I have had my fair share of Oblivion and Skyrim playing. My favorite's Oblivion. I'm not really a Morrowind guy. Second favorite, Skyrim. I remember getting Skyrim when it first came out. I loved Skyrim. I've put my fair share of time into Skyrim. I've bought it multiple times. I just feel after playing it for so long, I find it to be a really shallow game. Wide as the ocean, deep as a puddle, as I would describe it. especially without like I'm talking about vanilla mods. You can fix anything with, obviously, but like I guess I just lost interest in it. I don't find it very interesting. I would say I don't find any of the characters interesting. All the storylines are kind of shafted to me. The dragons are neat. The dragons are cool, but they lose their magic after a while. I like playing a mage in most fantasy stuff, but like after you realize like most of your offensive magic is just fire, ice, and lightning, and then like 3 tiers of each of those spells, and that's about it. It's like not fun. There's not a lot to like do, you know. It's like it's not a bunch of crazy shit. I don't know. It is
No, it's like I've most recently most recent playthroughs like has been with mods. It's like to the point where it's just like I can barely play Skyrim without mods now. So it's like a bunch of mods that I added that like add like different elemental attacks or like just different skill trees. So it just makes the basic versions of those spells like more useful and more interesting, because like if you go on higher difficulties, the magic is almost essentially useless because just the way the leveling system goes. And it's a pretty dumb the way that works.
Yeah, I'm about to fucking go outside and see what the fuck is going on. Anyways, yeah, I mean, like with Oblivion, you had like cool shit like spell creation essentially, where you got to like create different kinds of spells and do all sort of crazy shit. Like they removed a lot of different like magic things from Oblivion that when they made Skyrim. I would be lying if Elder Scrolls hasn't like influenced me in some way, but I mean, I don't want, like I said, I've put my hours into it. I've had my fun with it. I mean, I don't know. It has its moments. In retrospect, I don't have any desire to ever go back to Skyrim, especially vanilla Skyrim. If I play Skyrim at all nowadays, it's like modded to hell and back. So, yeah. I mean, I don't have much to say about it. I don't want to sit here and just shit on Skyrim, obviously, but it's just like, I like it well enough. I think Skyrim's fine. I just feel like Bethesda's capable of more. So I hope whenever they decide to tell us about Elder Scrolls 6, hopefully it'll be better. That teaser trailer that came out like, what is it, 6-7 years ago now? However long it's been.
Yeah, it was the same thing for Fable, and then like randomly just dropped a trailer. Here's a new trailer for Fable. And it was like, well, I guess it's still in progress. So it's just funny to see that happen twice.
Yeah, right. All right, so I will bring it back to me, and suddenly all that fucking noise stopped, so I have no idea what the fuck that was.
They're being courteous.
I guess so. Like, it was getting loud there for me. I have no idea what the fuck that was. I was about to go outside and be like, what the fuck is going on? Anyways. So, let me see. Let me pick one at random here. I'll pick one really specifically. Star Wars Battlefront 2, the original one for the PlayStation 2. Specifically 2. I like Star Wars Battlefront 1 well enough, but this was, back in PS2 eras, way before the day and age. I mean, maybe it had something like this, but I never noticed if it was actually in the game. If you could calculate how many hours I've sunk into Battlefront 2 just playing it by myself against AI, it'd probably easily number thousands of hours. I love Battlefront 2. It was just such an easy game to just pop in, play, just load up a map, and just fight AI. I understand there was like a online multiplayer scene for it, but I was never involved in it. It was just me, or when a friend came over, you can play it split screen. Super fun. I never really played any of the new Battlefronts that when EA came out with them. And funnily enough, I pre-ordered it when I first heard about it, but then the more that came out about the game, I was like, I'll cancel my pre-order. I'm not buying that, and thank God I did. But I have sunk so much hours into Battlefront 2, it is actually crazy. It just had such good replayability. I loved playing Galactic. I barely have ever played the campaign. I just played Instant Action or Galactic Conquest. And Galactic Conquest, was like basically this almost like chess game essentially of like moving ships and taking over the whole galaxy, whatever faction you decide to play as, because it just lets you play. It took like the wars from the games or the movies, and you just got to play it because I like playing. I love the droids. I love the CIS. I loved playing. I'm a prequel kind of guy. I understand. I prefer as movies go, the original trilogy is better, but I just love the clones versus the droids. I love that era of Star Wars. So I would almost exclusively play either droids or, the Republic as clones, and just play that all the fucking time. I mean, I don't know. I don't really know how else to describe it. Like, just the gameplay loop was so addicting to me as a kid before I had online multiplayer. So that was basically my substitute when I was just playing against AI all the time. Take a break, play the hero version where I just ran around as General Grievous, fucking mowing people down, or you jumping around as fucking Yoda. And it was just fun. It was just straight up fun. It was a really arcadey kind of game because it was like no preamble. It's like, here's a map. You have two sides, and then you have the command posts, and you got to keep killing each other till there's no one left to kill. And it's really easy. And it's a shame that when EA decided to bring it to the modern day, it kind of fell through. I've heard Battlefront 2 kind of got better. Their Battlefront 2 specifically, the newer one, and I did try that. It was all right, but it doesn't hold a candle to the original. And I still play it. I have a digital version of it on my Xbox that I just turn on occasionally just to play. It's super fun. I only creatively, not a whole lot of influence on me. I mean, like I put it on this list primarily just because I know I've sunk so many hours into it, and I know I sunk a lot of hours cooperatively. So there's a lot of memories of me playing with my friend Tim and other people. Just playing split screen Battlefront because it was just so easy. Just pop it in and play it. It was easy. Just you want to shoot some people, shoot some people. I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. This is just a really simple one for me. I just love Battlefront 2 so much, and I played it so much because it was just so easy it was so digestible. You just play it. You don't want to get into anything super involved. You just play this. I mean, my friend, we meme the fucking, voice lines. Like, they send in the supers, watch those wrist rockets. Shit like that. That shit's just burned into my mind. So there's not a lot to say about that one. I mean, Jordan, you said yes. Did you play a lot of Battlefront 2?
Yes, I did. I played that a lot. And that was funny because that was back then when you would just randomly pick up games that, if you were looking at something, because I really didn't have much focus on looking at, the online reviews and stuff that people would say. So I would just be, when I get the chance, you're like, hey, there's a game, go get a game. You did really good in school or whatever. And I just fucking randomly picked that game up and literally just like placed it in my PS2. I fucking put endless hours into that shit. It was just, it was really cool because it was, having opposite sides go to war. And you could either do it like on a planet or you do it in space or some shit, and you'd just be like going to town, jumping into your ships and taking people out. And I was always like, enjoying that whole fucking freedom that you were doing, seeing all that chaos. But at the same time, it was just endless battles that you could just keep doing, and the replayability was just too damn good. I would just, I've probably put, probably not thousands, but I probably put hundreds of hours in that shit because I remember me and my friend would play it, and we could never stop. It would just be something right after school, and we just keep playing that damn game.
Yeah, it's definitely a banger. And as far as like Star Wars games go, like of all the Star Wars properties that have ever been released, like that one's probably like in the top 3.
Oh, easily. And it's such a shame because I learned that I think it was Insomniac who developed this, the first two. They were like 99% done with Battlefront 3 before it got shut down. Like, I'm still not entirely understand why it got shut down, but we were denied a Battlefront 3 from the same people who made Battlefront 2. So it sucks that we never got to see what that game would have been. Not much to say as far as like music goes, because I mean they just rip tracks directly from the movie, so there's nothing innovative there. Sound design's great, but again, it's just all the same shit we hear from the movie with the blaster sounds and shit like that.
I had
the only unique. No, go ahead.
Sorry, it's like I had a weird experience with Battlefront 2 because I had the PC version. I had a just a good enough computer to like actually play it, but they had this weird bug where the game cannot load correctly unless there's something, even if it's a broken cable that's like connected to nothing. There had to be a cable connected to the microphone port for whatever reason. I did not figure that out. I had to Google it. I tried it once and it worked. I could play the game correctly. I was like, it actually booted up. It's just some weird thing that happened with that copy of the game. I just wanted to add that in there. It's just a weird fact.
But yeah, the only unique thing was the voice lines and stuff. Even some funny ones that I only learned recently were in the game, but they were just like so rare. Like if you go by some stormtroopers as Palpatine, sometimes you'll hear one be like, "The Emperor, why is he there? All right, whatever, kill him!" And they just change, you just charge into battle, or it's like. Or one of the Republic people will be like, it's like, oh, it's Darth Maul. What is he gonna do? Bleed on us? Just funny voice lines like that. Yeah, but yeah, that's just a short one for me. There's not a whole lot to say. I just know I had a lot of game time in it. I just remember I still have. It's one of the few retro games I kept all these years. I still have my original copy of, so I still have the original disc from my PS2 copy. But let's see. Spin the wheel. Back to Corey.
So after Donkey Kong, let's go with the Zelda franchise, of course. I'm a huge Zelda. Yeah, no surprise. I've really enjoyed like the Zelda franchise over the years. Like all the way back to like just playing it on the Nintendo. Even though I might not have been able to comprehend exactly what I was doing when I was playing on Nintendo, I just thought it was fun to just run around and shoot my sword. But of all of them in particular, I kind of really enjoyed Twilight Princess. That game's art style was like really cool to me when it came out. Like we had gotten, Wind Waker and whatnot, and it was like the cartoony one and stuff. But like Twilight Princess came out, I got the Wii copy, like when the Wii released, so it was like a launch title, and it was just so cool. The music is so good, and the music in the Zelda franchise is very good in general, but like that game has a really cool opener. The dungeons are really fun. Like you get to see everything in this like gritty detail that like feels more like visceral than the other Zelda games, because their other ones they're like not childish, but they're more of like simplified, stylized, and in this game is stylized too. But like Link's armor set has like chainmail and stuff, and it's like really cool to see, like him before he gets the suit on. He's helping at the farm and everything, and it kind of has that opener with the like here comes the main plot line of the game with the rider, the Goblin Rider or whatever, and. One of my favorite dungeons in the franchise, I think, is the Snow Peaks with the Yetis and stuff. And like, I just like ice levels in general, but go figure. I'm born and raised in Alaska. But Twilight Princess, I know that like it's kind of the edgelordy one, but it was so cool to me, like just seeing all of the like lore stuff. There's like the Twilight Realm and everything. It's just such an expansive game. Like when you go to like Wind Waker, you have the ocean and everything, and it's kind of like you go down into the ocean at one point, and it's like, okay, that's cool. And I mean, Link to the Past has the like other world or whatever, but like the Twilight Realm makes the game feel like there's a lot more going on than just Hyrule, because all of them take place in Hyrule, but this feels like you're going to other places outside of the kingdom. And it has the turning into the wolf thing, but I didn't really hate that either. I think the wolf gameplay is fine. It has the Hero of Time guy that teaches you sword moves where you're just killing things. Like it's such a more like mature version of Zelda that you haven't really encountered yet in the franchise until you get here. And it, like, to me, I just love like that theme because I like the grittiness more. I mean, that's why I kind of resonate with like the Souls games and stuff. And I do love Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild, but they're still like kind of like family friendly adventure, but Twilight Princess just feels more like shit's serious. And that's what I like about it.
Did you like it on the Wii with the controller and such?
Yeah, I didn't mind for the motion controls, but I think I had a Pro controller anyways that I could plug into the bottom and use like the actual like remote. It wasn't like as bad. Like Skyward Sword gets a lot of guff for it, and I mean I get it. You don't want to play with motion controls. It's not terrible. I mean I got over it pretty fast. I just kind of forgot that that's how I had to play it, but Twilight Princess also has a GameCube version, which I believe is flipped because of the mirroring of the sword, because the motion controls for the Wii version. But I played through the Wii version no problem.
Yeah, because after we played Ocarina of Time, I kind of went on a quest to grab some other Zelda games that I was going to be interested in. Twilight Princess and Wind Waker being among them. I grabbed Wind Waker first, and then I came across a cheaper copy of the GameCube version of Twilight Princess because it's a pretty expensive one apparently.
Yeah.
And I can't wait to crack into them, but I definitely remember it coming out and I was like, this is weird. Link's a furry now. I don't get this. But I was this looks, I guess it's different. I mean, I didn't know nothing about fucking Zelda games at the time. Now I have a bit more knowledge on it, but it's interesting how that's your favorite, kind of like the black sheep of the Zelda franchise. I would assume, anyways. I would assume the community would either attribute it to that or Wind Waker, considering the art style switch, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, Wind Waker didn't get a nice, welcome into the franchise because everyone thought it's like, oh, what is this? He's a kid now, and it looks like it's for children. But like Link is way more expressive in Wind Waker than like he's ever been because he makes all the like goofy faces and stuff, and like Wind Waker is very charming. But like Twilight Princess, I just really enjoyed. Like I said, the atmosphere of that game is just like the character designs are really cool. Like the overall like plot of that one is really cool. You get Midna when you get to her true form, and you're like, oh man, this is like the waifu of the franchise. We always talk about Zelda, but they want you to forget about Midna when she's in her actual form.
Yeah, the grittiness of Twilight Princess is why it's like, why it's like one of the most loved, because Zelda is a Nintendo property, and Nintendo fucking hates being too mature with some of their products, so it gets a little annoying. So it's like when they release like grittier stuff, it's usually like the most sought after one because it's just like, oh, it's something unique that you don't really see that much from Nintendo making. And I also believe at this point that regular like Zelda games and Zelda games with Two Link are like they're like separate IPs. Because it's just like variations that are like very different from each other, so it's just funny to like see it that way.
Alrighty, Jordan, go.
All right, I will say the Super Smash Brothers franchise.
God damn you!
So
number 2, take it away.
So like I said before, like with our old podcast episode, we talked about where I was playing the very first one, and we'd just be ringing up kids that are off for the elementary school and be like, "Hey, Super Smash Brothers," and that. And we just bringing them over to my house, fucking know them for like 10 minutes, and they're already in my living room. We're playing the game together. So it was something that I constantly kept playing. Just that intro was just so nice, starting you up, and then getting all the little toys to come to life. And yes, it was a small roster at the time, but it was so fun to play. And then you got onto Melee, which was my favorite. I played that shit constantly, always doing the fucking mini games that they had. You had the target practice one where you're doing all the, jumping around with each character. I was enjoying it a lot just because, again, how old games back then were really wanting you to earn your characters. You had to do a specific thing, like in order to get Mewtwo, you had to play for a certain amount of hours to get that unlocked, and all these other characters, you had to do a certain thing to get them. So it was really cool. But, I loved playing as Fox in Melee, and then, then we got into Brawl. I didn't play Brawl too much, just because I was not really fond of the Wii. Back then, it was just something I just didn't really touch much of. I played it, but I just didn't play it as much. And then we got to, Ultimate, and then that's when I had put in tons of hours into that as well, playing as Bowser. So I was always just like rocking it all the time I could possibly play it, and it was just constantly just getting more and more characters as you went, and obviously the more the better. So they was able to get a lot of characters, get my kids involved. It's just been something that I've always played and you could always play it with a group of people, and that's where a lot of those fun feelings come from, is that enjoying that with friends, because it's so damn fun when you're sitting right next to the person, you know, and then you guys are just talking shit, but it's still fun. Every character they had they were interesting characters. They weren't really shitty ones. A lot of them were really good, so you could always just play with each other. I thought it was awesome.
Yeah, Smash Brothers, I feel like holds a special place in most people's hearts for some reason or another, if not just simply because, you know, fucking, you know, LAN parties, almost the same reason as, you know, Halo. Everyone gets around the N64, the GameCube, what have you, and just fucking 4 players smash it up. I had Smash Brothers on my initial 10 list because I love Smash Brothers. My love for it began in Melee. I had dabbled with the 64 one, and I think it's great. I think it's fine, but Melee was just where it really hit its stride, and I played Melee so damn much. Brawl actually holds a really big place in my heart, since that was the, you know, next one after Melee, and I really wanted it, and I had to I had no money, and it was one, you know, I was at the time where it's like, if I wanted a new game, I basically had to wait till Christmas, or I had to figure out some way to get the money myself. So I went to my neighbor and I was like, listen, I will mow your lawn. Like, I would mow your lawn, trim your trees, basically just do a whole landscaper's job worth of shit to their yard for like $50. And they got a fucking steal. So I busted my ass for like 2 weekends getting their fucking yard pristine to get enough money to buy Brawl.
I could just see, like, through your eyes, like it looked like you did a great job, but through their eyes you fucked everything up. You fucked the trees up, you fucked the grass up. You're like,
I will pay you $50 to stop it.
They pay me $50, I'm gonna start digging holes in your yard. End result of that, I got my $50 and I got my Smash Brothers Brawl. And
never asked to mow his yard again.
That being said, it's like, I honestly think if I had to pick, Brawl might be my favorite. I know that's kind of like a weird one, since Brawl's like the black sheep of Smash Brothers for a lot of people, especially the fucking competitive people, but I don't care about them. Because that shit ruins games. You know, like, because of one thing, Subspace Emissary, that shit is such a good fucking single player campaign. It is so fucking good. And it's just a shame that Sakurai never brought back anything like it until Ultimate came out, and we kind of got something like it with World of Light, but not really. Subspace Emissary was great. Yes, tripping in the game is fucking stupid, and I hate it too. But I was never a super technical Smash player. I mean, in Melee, I mainly played like Bowser and Yoshi. And Brawl, I played fuck tons of Meta Knight, which I know competitive people is like, oh, it's broken. I'm like, I didn't know he was broken. I just played Meta Knight because I thought Meta Knight was fucking cool. And then Lucario and stuff like that. And then, you know, in Brawl, you know, we had our first third-party characters in like Sonic and Snake and shit like that. Subspace Emissary was fantastic. Smash Brothers has amazing music throughout the franchise. And yes, it's just all tracks from the other games, but they're all remixed to fit a fighting game. So they are like recomposed entirely, which is super neat. And then, you know, Wii U and 3DS Smash Brothers came out. I thought it was pretty good. I liked it. I played it a lot. That was the first time I went to tournaments, was during that game's lifespan. I really liked having Smash Brothers on the go on the DS, and it actually worked well. You know, it worked really well. Yeah. It was shocking how well they got Smash Brothers to work on the 3DS. It was crazy. Really, the only casualty of it was the reason Ice Climbers wasn't put in those games was because they couldn't get Ice Climbers to run on the 3DS because of how the AI works with it. But other than that,
I thought it was because it introduced 8-player Brawl. So if you played something like Ice Climbers, it would be 16 characters on screen.
No, I mean, you could do it, but I mean, because 8-player Brawl was only part of the Wii U version anyways. But it was because, for whatever reason, the people programming the 3DS version couldn't get Ice Climbers to work because of something about how Nana and Popo, like, they're technically are two characters at the same time. So I guess the 3DS just couldn't process it, so they had to scrap Ice Climbers. But then they had differences because I don't remember what the mode was called, but they had a fun mode in the 3DS version where basically you ran around like a little labyrinth collecting power-ups and then fought an enemy at the end as like a single-player mode. I forget what it was called, but I played the shit out of that mode.
Yeah, I forgot about that too, but I liked it.
Yeah, I love that mode. I played the shit out of it. We had our first DLC fighters and more third-party characters and like Bayonetta and stuff like that. So we were getting crazy with the kinds of characters were being put in the game. And then Ultimate comes out, and Ultimate's probably my second favorite. I'm still held back from it for a few reasons. Mainly because I just prefer Subspace Emissary to World of Light, even though World of Light is a really enjoyable like single player thing to do with all the different crazy challenges they could come up with just the rule sets of the game as they have them. That you could emulate just making your own, custom game mode or something. But then, everyone is here. We had the whole classic roster, and then we have all these really good fucking DLC characters. So many third-party characters are involved now. Like, when Smash characters got revealed, it was like a fucking event at like Nintendo Directs and shit like that. And then me personally, I got a lot of my wish list characters fulfilled. The only thing I never got was Shantae, which, I mean, I'll take what I can get. I never expected to have Joker from Persona. I adored having Banjo and Kazooie. I never ever expected to have Pyra and Mithra just by themselves, no less, in the game. That was amazing. And then, someone like Sora coming in was kind of nutty. I mean, I personally didn't give two shits, but I mean, just the fact he was there was crazy. And then other characters like King K. Rool. I loved King K. Rool and shit like that. The characters themselves, best roster, way better than Brawl. I'll still take it over Brawl any day, but just Brawl had a special place in my heart for how hard I had to work to get the game, and then just how much I played it. And that was also kind of when I quote unquote got good with Smash was with Brawl, because my friend Blake was like the king of the crop with Donkey Kong when we all played together. And of course, it goes without saying almost that I had plenty of nights where everyone just came over, we just played Smash Brothers, and we loved it. But then like my Xbox red ringed, so I didn't have my Xbox for a few weeks. I had to send it in to get repaired, so I just had the Wii, and I like trained in the fucking mountains playing Meta Knight till I got good at Smash Brothers and started kicking everyone's ass at it. But yeah, I adore Smash Brothers. Again, if there was a global timer for how much time I've spent in Smash, it's easily in the thousands, 10,000s even of hours. Like it would be nutty. I love Smash, and it holds a very special place in my heart. I'm almost scared that we're not going to get another Smash Brothers, that they're just going to try and have Ultimate last as long as it can. And I don't know what a new Smash Brothers would realistically even look like at this point, to be honest. I don't know how Sakurai can top what he did already if they bring him on for the next project, which they should, because he's probably the only reason Smash Brothers is as good as popular as it is, because the guy's a workaholic and deserves a rest. The guy fucking like fell asleep at the office. He went to the hospital because he was passed out because of how much he overworked himself. But yeah, I adore Smash Brothers as well.
I mean, I feel like they don't really have to make another one. I feel like porting Ultimate, because it's like in its name Ultimate, I feel like they can still like get money out of it by just continuously adding more and just becoming like just a collaboration, like metaverse of like the video game industry for like anyone who wants to add to it, and it just can be I guess repurposed over and over again, because I feel like just making a whole new game for like a similar concept just feels kind of pointless. But I don't know. It's I don't know. It's like not much else you can do with it. But I mean, if you can add like these other modes, like the same one you were talking about on DS, if you can add that back, that would be really cool too. And like the fucking target practice is like that was fun. Just put it back.
Yeah, small modes like that.
Yeah, I think when I first like got to Smash Bros, I think it was like a box that my cousin like gave us with like a GameCube, and it's like I saw the cover of Smash Bros Melee. I was like, why is Mario, Link, and Pikachu fighting each other? And I just popped in and I was like, oh my god, this is awesome. But I forgot what I forgot what I was gonna say. Something else. We'll just skip it. If I remember, I'll talk about it. But
well, I mean,
I forgot what it was.
I would kind of like I would almost agree with you. Like I almost wish that they would continue supporting Ultimate. Like I don't even care if like whatever Switch 2 or whatever like the big next console is that's not Switch. You know, whatever time that is in the future, they just keep porting over Ultimate. But the problem is that unlike something like fucking Mario Kart 8 that's still getting updates and fucking like the new tracks and shit, they haven't done shit with Ultimate in years. Like it's been there, but they haven't done anything new with it. Like I don't get me wrong, I would love it if they continued supporting it and all they did was just keep adding characters. Fuck it, I'd pay for it. But just the fact that we haven't seen them do anything makes me think that either this is it or they're just waiting for like either Switch 2 or whatever the fuck console's coming out after the Switch to do another Smash Brothers. But yeah.
Well, I agree with that. But it's just like still hoping. It's like new characters would still be pretty cool. There's still like unaccepted like requests from people, but some people get too crazy about it.
I was like, when Sora came out, I was so like, I was like 100% in on the fact it was going to be Master Chief. I really was. Well, because I was playing like 5D chess with myself because I was like, well, the next they announced when they were going to have like a Smash like direct or something like that, and they was like, all right, they're going to reveal the last fighter then, and I compared it to when Halo Infinite was going to come out, and I'm like, they're really close to each other. It'd make a lot of sense for Chief to be in Smash for a little bit of cross promotion with Halo Infinite, and Microsoft and Nintendo have a pretty good relationship. So I'm like, oh, it could be it. That'd be crazy. That'd be a crazy one to do for the last one, Master Chief. That'd be nutty. And I was like so certain it was going to be Master Chief. They were like, nah, bring in the fucking mouse kid. Like, yeah. Oh, cool.
Don't insult my child.
Him in his doofy shoes.
I mean, there was like a joke. There's a joke that everyone said was like, "Oh, it took forever because Disney didn't want the Mickey Mouse logo on a Nintendo product or some shit like that."
I was shocked when it was even on his Keyblade. Like, that's the only thing about Sora, because I mean, you would have, oh, what's his final smash? It's like, sure, it's going to involve Donald and Goofy. It's like, nah, he does this little Keyblade unlock the heart thing. Like, everything about him has nothing to do with Disney other than the little Mickey Mouse like keychain on his Keyblade. That's it. I'm surprised they even allowed that, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, I did remember what I was thinking about before. Is like another interesting thing that I saw that you can do in the World of Light section of story mode is you can actually do a Nuzlocke in it with the fighters, and I just thought that was a fun thing to try and do.
Yeah, I watched someone like Alpha Rad do that. It's a fun concept, but I am not that good at it to do something like that. I'll just play it normally, thank you. Alrighty, so that was Jordan. Go Edwin.
All right, so I was hoping that Corey would stop talking about Wind Waker because that's on my top 10 list is Zelda Wind Waker. So it's like Zelda Wind Waker was like the unexpected release in the Zelda line because it's like the first time they introduced Toon Link, which is the adorable version of Link. So it's like the only time that I saw is like someone else playing it, and then I was just in awe of like what this game was because it was just like just a regular like kind of Fable game. Granted, it was like cartoony and stuff, but it was just like a kid knight just like going on an adventure. I don't know if I've played the like Zelda collection that we had at the time, which just has like the N64 Zelda and then the NES. So it's like Zelda 1, 2, and then Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. But it just seemed so fun to me. And then when I actually got my hands on a copy of Wind Waker, I was just so excited. And then I just played it a bunch because it just has like soothing moments, and then it has like all like the actual adventure stuff, and then all the boss fights. It was like a little gritty in its own way. Like the boss fights was like because it was like it's children on an adventure. It's not like young adult Link doing stuff. So it's like going back to like the Ocarina of Time, granted with brighter colors and no blood. So So it's like I didn't like the aspect of just going out to sea, and then it was like there's not really music when you're going out to sea sometimes. So it's just like you just hear the ocean and then the seagulls chirping. So it's like the quiet time between like events. It's like it does take a little bit of time, but it's like that's like the relaxation part. But like I really like the levels and then the boss fights and then like all the side quests you can do in towns. I think the most missed item for me in all the playthroughs is just the magic armor because it's a really long quest line. It's almost like endgame stuff, but it can be pretty useful. And then that's like that ability is like now in like the mainline games. It's also in Twilight Princess. I think it's just a little bit easier to get. But it's like I like all the boss fights and everything. All the characters look really cool and nice. The HD version was just like even more so. It was a very beautiful like remaster of it. And then like a lot of quality of life things were changed, or just better overall. But it was just a very fun game. It gets a little bit complicated, but it's like after playing the first time, it was like, then you realize like, I guess I just got a little lost. It's also funny that when you play, when you beat the game and you play the new game plus, like several things change. Like you don't, it still plays out, but you don't actually get the green tunic. So you just play the whole game as it's pretty funny. It doesn't even have hats. It's just going out with like the signature heroes clothing, and then anyone in the old Hylian language now speaking English. So now you can understand all the conversations your boat has with everyone. So it's just neat little additions to it. It's just a very fun game. It's not gritty, but it's still a very fun child adventure.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have much to add other than I always like the art style. I mean, you can boot in the like old version on the GameCube, not even the HD, and it's still gonna look good. That art style just is like so timeless of the cell shading and whatnot. It's definitely the most appealing one to look at.
Yeah, I mean, I enjoy Wind Waker. I don't have anything against. I do, and I like the music from Zelda games, and it has a really cool soundtrack. Really fun. Like it's literally the polar opposite of Twilight Princess when it comes to like vibes. So it's like a fun adventure where you're just kind of smiling the whole time. You know, the bright colors. It's just that resonates joy.
Yeah, it's like the same because Wind Waker was like that's the turning point for like not the turning point. It's like the split in the Zelda franchise. Like I said, it's like Toon Link is like its own Zelda IP. So it's like he has like other games. Like another favorite is like it plays very similarly to Wind Waker, but it's not a boat; it's a train. And that one is also very fun because you're just managing a train going back and forth. It's a little bit more challenging because it's not as free as just going in the waters. You actually have to follow the train tracks, so it's just its own challenge. But with that alone.
Alrighty. Then let's bring in. I'll go back to me then. So what do I got here? Okay, this is the one that I thought Corey might have shared on his, maybe not. But Gauntlet Dark Legacy is one of my favorite games of all time. It's safe. All right. Well,
I do love that game though.
I just know that you're like one of the only other people in my life that I've ever been like Gauntlet Dark Legacy and be like, yes. I'm like, oh my god, you know what I'm talking about. Because I just feel like Gauntlet Dark Legacy kind of falls under the radar for a lot of people, and specifically Dark Legacy, because honestly, like most of the rest of the Gauntlet franchise is kind of poopy. But especially everything that came out after Dark Legacy. And Dark Legacy is the GameCube and the PS2 version. There's Gauntlet Legends on the N64, which is essentially the same game, just not with as many quality of life changes. This is another quick one, really. I mean, I just adore the style of the game. Obviously, it's basically a port of an arcade game, but more than a port. It's clearly made for for console use. It's made to be a full-fledged game, but it did come from a arcade cabinet, which I would love to have one in my house. But it's just a fun like arcade RPG ish game, kind of almost like Dynasty Warrior styles gameplay. You pick your class, which there's quite a bit of classes and a lot of variation between like be like a Valkyrie or a knight or a sorceress, a wizard, a fucking jester that throws bombs at people, like a barbarian, a dwarf, and fucking just all this crazy shit. But the gameplay is just as simple as just hold X or press square to do like a light or heavy attack. They're all basically projectile based unless you're right up against somebody, and you just fight hordes of enemies. You have to just get through levels with a bunch of secrets in them with all these different. It's also a lot of a collectathon game too, because you have to collect crystals to unlock levels. You have to collect certain items to unlock like doors and stuff. You collect gold in order to buy like items and upgrades after each mission. You get experience, you level up. Jordan said it before, as you level up, your character changes their appearance. So there's like progression in that way. You have like super moves and stuff that you can unleash that blows a bunch of enemies away at once, and it's super satisfying. You got like mini bosses in the levels, and the big bosses are really cool. There's so many variations. You fight like a giant lich and a dragon, and I believe there's a genie and stuff like that. It's been a long time since I played through the whole game. But there's a bunch of it's even more fun because then there's like other items and different levels that you can get that makes the bosses easier. They're like super secret items, so you can get like a scimitar that automatically cuts off one of the chimera's heads, or a book of light for the lich that turns them blind and stuff like that. There's so many different like magic potions and crazy items you can use, like levitation or like fire breath or super shot. There's so many fucking crazy power-ups. Like the style of the game is great. There's like a constant announcer that's like this big booming voice that I believe was Merlin, that basically narrates the game. He's like, when you're low on health, he's like, Red Warrior needs food badly. And then he's the tutorial too, is like, use keys to open chests, be wary of traps, don't eat poison food. And like the levels themselves are really nutty in how things interact with each other. There's just so much going on in Gauntlet Dark Legacy, and it's very video gamey. Like the story is really basic. There's a demon lord, you gotta go kill the demon lord. That's it. Like you just gotta go through these realms to get all the things that you need to defeat the demon lord. There's no greater narrative. There's nothing crazy. It's a great multiplayer game, up to another 4-player multiplayer game you can play. Lots of fun to be had there. Soundtrack is great. It's kind of underrated in terms of its soundtrack. But it's mostly just the gameplay. Again, it's just a game that I had a lot of memories as a kid playing with my friends, even playing by myself. Just because, again, it's just a game that's really easy just to pop in and play. Not a whole lot of preamble. You just fucking play it. But I mean, that's about it, really. It's just a really fun, gamey game, and that's mainly lent to the fact that it comes from an arcade game. Whose whole purpose was to just be a video game. But yeah, Gauntlet Dark Legacy is one of my favorite games of all time. I absolutely adore it. But yeah, that's about it. That's just a nice easy one from me. Unless Corey wants to expound anything on it that I didn't say.
No, I mean, it's such a fun experience because it is literally just like an arcade game. It's an easy pick up and play, 4-player co-op with your friends. I played it on, there's a 64 version. And
yeah, it's Gauntlet Legends instead of Dark Legacy.
Yeah, because I think, the GameCube one is Dark Legacy.
Yeah, the GameCube and PS2 one is Dark Legacy. Yep.
Yeah, I remember just playing that for hours with my friend, and there's so many levels to like explore, even though it's like literally just start chucking things until the level's done, and it's not necessarily complicated, but it's just high fun factor for that game.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, so we went from Edwin to me. Back to Jordan.
All right, I'm going to say that my next favorite is going to be Tekken, the Tekken series. The reason why I picked Tekken is because, again, like I said in the past, I grew up with the game being one of my very first games I got for PlayStation, and then went through the entire series up until I got to 7. I have not touched 8 yet, but I played the demo anyways. But it was just fun that, the character designs that they had were very different from the typical that I was coming across with. I did play Street Fighter, and it was an okay game. I played it here and there. Same thing with Mortal Kombat. I played that. I was just never really fond of the fighting games, and up until the point when I actually got to play it on the PlayStation with the Tekken game. And the characters that they had themselves were definitely different. They had really cool cutscenes that they had involved with it. The music, the actual battle music, was really nice. So I was actually enjoying that the most. So like whenever you're playing in the ice level, the open field and such like that in the first one, it was really fun to play. They had a small roster too. I think it was probably 7 or 8 characters probably total. And then that's when you got into Tekken 2, where they had another, actually even better. It was just like every Tekken series they had, they always tried to win you with an introduction to the game, which was always cool. So the second one was, just a build-up, basically, of showing you certain characters that were basically being added to it. And at the very end, you see that Kazuya has now the Devil and the Angel. That was another cool introduction that they had. And then I was talking about, with the typical Tekken series that I remember as a kid, was that it was somewhat challenging to get yourself a new character. So obviously if you were beat it as one person on the roster, you would get a new character in their stand. So if you were going to play as King and you beat the game with King, you'd get Armored King, and then you'd be able to get that throughout the whole entire time. Or you would have to do some really complicated things like I was talking about before, where you had to do a certain way of beating characters in a certain time or a certain amount of life. You would unlock Alex and Roger, which was the boxing raptor or the boxing kangaroo. And then it kind of progressed up to the third one, which was the third one I actually liked the most because it just had so much more impact. That introduction that they had doesn't look great now, but those graphics that was for that one actually looked good for many years after that. There was a lot of graphics that they put into that specific cutscene. And that they had a bigger roster that you were going through. And then this is when they started including the ending. After you beat the game, you'd get a cutscene, and then you'd be able to go back and rewatch those clips. And so you get to see the Gon, the funny little episode he had where he's trying to get a fish, and he's stealing the fish while he's crashing through. He steals a bear's fish or something like that, just some weird stuff. Or Paul,
it's very looping, animation.
Or like Paul Phoenix, he fucking is trying to look like a badass on his Harley, and he gets pulled over by a fucking by police officer or some shit. Just random stuff that you're coming across. But they had such good music, and the third one was my favorite because the music was really good. They actually included a kind of like a battle beat 'em ups scenario, and the only way that you were able to do this was if you were able to beat the whole game of that miniature series, and you'd get a character by the name of Dr. Boskanovich, who was like a scientist. And he was very hard to get. You had to go through this, and you only had, I believe, 2 lives. And if you died, obviously, and you're fighting bosses too, which are the characters in the Tekken series, and if you don't make it all the way up to the point, you don't get them. So you got to start all over. So it was constantly challenging you. And then the fourth one was garbage. I didn't like it. That was the new one that they incorporated with the PS2. I hated it. The music was garbage. The characters were crap, and the Yoshimitsu, which was also the most gathering thing you should get, was that every time you played Tekken, there would always be a different type of Yoshimitsu. He was like the samurai guy, so he always looked different in every single game you played. And this one, they made him look like a beetle. I don't know what the fuck that was about, but yeah, he looked like a bug, and it was stupid. And then you went into Tekken 5, and then Tekken 5 was the one that Corey's talking about with Jinpachi, which is the best, final boss you fight that you enjoy. And that's how I got Tekken 5 for free. He bought it, and we were just gonna watch him play, and then he just gave it to me, and then I ended up having that. So that was fun. That one specifically, that boss was one of the shittiest out of all of the games, because that's the only one I really remember too, because he was literally could do a shooting something out of his stomach at you, and you could barely even get out of the way, and it would like take more than half your life, and he could do that as many times as you want. You just die. So it was really stupid. And then you get into Tekken 6, and that's when they start getting a little bit more interesting with the series. This is still on PS2, but they are now trying to dive more into the actual lore of it. Because actually, to be truthful with you, through 1 through 3, I really didn't know nothing about the lore. I was a little kid. It wasn't until I actually got the Tekken movie on DVD, which I kind of understood what the fuck was actually going on, and then just put that towards the animated series. And then 6 is when they started actually getting more in depth with it, and you're talking to find out about Heihachi and all that stuff, and piece of shit father and all that stuff that I was going through. It's pretty fucked up, but the characters that they had was good. And it was the ending boss was like an Egyptian looking crocodile looking thing. I don't know really I remember what that was about.
Yeah.
But the Tekken 7 was what sold me the most because it had such good storyline with it, and that they just so happened to incorporate Akuma, but they made him into the series, and it made a lot of sense because of how it goes back to the story of Heihachi. And then you start finding out that Heihachi isn't really too bad of a dad. I mean, he did do some fucked up shit, but it was mostly because he knew that his son had the devil gene that the wife that he was with. And you find out she's an assassin, and she's trying to kill Heihachi, and he's basically ends up trying to defend himself against her and ends up killing her. But, Kazuya himself, as the son of her, just becomes crazy all about what happened. But you start seeing the backstory of Heihachi, and you actually start feeling bad for Heihachi because he himself is going through these tough things that's happening, and at the same time he's trying to fight his son, and then his grandson, Jin, is now getting involved with it. But there is just a cool ass fight scene at the very end of it. Every fight scene that you have, they actually incorporated scenes into it, rather than okay, they're about to fight, then it goes to the okay, now you guys are fighting, but it doesn't actually show any cutscenes of them fighting or battling. They actually make that whole big deal in 7 where everybody has a cutscene, like when they're doing these battles and shit, and there's actually fight choreography in them, and it was so damn good. But the one thing that killed me about 8 that I see in a lot of other fighting games like Mortal Kombat and stuff is when they age the characters. And I know that you can typically do that with a lot of things, but when you're seeing like Scorpion with a goatee and shit like that, it bothered me a bit because I just like seeing a normal ninja. They kept the thing. It's a video game. You can make them stay forever young. They don't have to age, but then they age them, and then you got Sonya's mom is the grandmom or mom or whatever shit it is. It just ends up getting just over the top. Where I just think that adding new characters is good, but getting rid of the old ones to add new ones, it bothers me a little bit. I don't like that kind of thing. But it seems like with Tekken, it feels like they're doing that because, Paul Phoenix is now super old, and it looks like I'm probably expecting that there's probably not a big roster because of it. But Tekken Tag 2 was my favorite of all because it incorporated a shitload of characters. I think there was like 70 characters in that damn thing. Or not 70, that's way too much, I'm asking. Probably like 40 characters, probably total. It was fucking crazy. And, like I said, all the characters were unique. They had different styles. They actually were basing on actual different martial arts. Capoeira, karate, kung fu, savate, samba, all these different styles, wrestling. They were all there, so everybody had a unique style that you'd pin up against each other and just see who would come out on top. It was awesome.
What about Pokken?
Nobody's poking anybody.
Oh, you got me.
So
I got nothing to add. I don't know shit about Tekken. I like King. There's my contribution.
That's it. King's my favorite character. Yeah,
Tekken
I'll
was
accept
fun.
that.
I mean, Tekken kind of knocked Virtual Fighter out of like the main fighting circuit because Virtual Fighter was the one that was like, "Hey, look how great we are, realistic fighting," and Tekken's like, "Watch this," and it's like, "Oh shit." And it was also like the game that was the arcade experience at home, like because that was like the arcade fighter that you would see, but now you can play it in your house, and it was pretty sick. Yeah, I enjoyed playing it, and I mean we've played it a lot together as we were growing up.
Alrighty, Corey,
Yeah.
take the baton. Go.
All right, we're at the halfway point. I'm going to say the Souls franchise, and I know this is kind of weird because I'm going to choose Elden Ring. And I know it's not directly a part of like the Soul franchise, but Elden Ring is. I don't really have a lot to say outside of I just really enjoy like the world. I'm a loot goblin. It has lots of loot. It's very expansive. After watching like a video of a guy talking about it, he's like, I wish I could go back and play Elden Ring for the first time, not knowing anything about it with this DLC that just came out, because that would just be such a large game. Like you have the underside, top side, then the shadow or the Erd Tree area with all the extra shit. And it's just like, holy smokes, man, this like the world is just so big. And much like, Skyrim being like this expansive open world, like Elden Ring is actually got, it might have the lore like immediately up front, but I don't really play it because I want like the lore. I just want to like ride my jumpy horse around and just explore the lands between and kind of just fight things. It gives me this nice, like, I don't have to think about what's going on. I'm just taking in everything around me and going. I just feel like I'm going on my own little quest. And it's just like the audio for it is pretty good. I love the control scheme, and that play style is something that, like, once the Souls games in general started dropping, like third person and like action games are not completely new because of Souls invented it. It's just their play style is very like focused on tight controls, and I think they did a great job. And with the Dark Souls game being a little bit more linear, they are basically 3D Metroidvanias in a sense, with like the whole opening shortcuts and going back to places you couldn't quite get to before, like kicking ladders and all that other stuff. But Elden Ring is this like a mix of both of those things, with their legacy dungeons and the like giant landscapes that are there that aren't just empty landscapes. Like they're visually different. Like, you got the poison area, everything is just like rotted like nonsense of just pillars of bodies and shit. And then you go to like the magic mansion where it's very, regal and stuff. And so like the locales of the game are very visually appealing, so you always feel like you're going somewhere new. And I could play that game for years, I feel, because it's just like I can turn it on, and like I did that this morning, and I just turned it on and was like, I'm gonna go find this item that I didn't have yet. It's like I beat every boss. I don't need to get this, but I'm just like, what's over here? Like, here's something I didn't find. And I don't know. I can't seem to ever be bored with it. Like this, it goes the same way with like Dark Souls 1 and 3. I don't really return to 2 that often. I don't hate it. It's just not my favorite of them. It's got its own quirks to it, but like Dark Souls 1 I can pick up, and Dark Souls 3 is amazing, and Ring City is really good. But Elden Ring, like, I can just run around and do stuff, and I don't have to like technically beat like this order of bosses to get to an area I want to explore like the Souls games do. I can just run around in any direction in Elden Ring and kind of go explore something that I want to without having to fight like 19 bosses just because that's where the cool area is. It won Game of the Year. It got freaking what most anticipated game 2 years in a row. Like people were really waiting for that game, and I think they delivered heavy. And it's kind of nice knowing that it's like FromSoft has become so successful with these that they want to start doing their own publishing of their games. So instead of it going through Bandai Namco, they would just be doing their own thing now, which I think that might open up a world that is even better for them, honestly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to add much because I've made my thoughts on Souls-like games fairly clear in other episodes without reiterating a bunch of shit I've already said before. Souls-like games, Dark Souls, all that shit, great franchise. I think it's overblown in a lot of ways, but it's definitely not. It's not. It's good. It really is. I just feel like people praise it too much for certain aspects, specifically my gripe I have with story and whatnot. But I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I played Elden Ring like I played Skyrim, but like the thing that I like about the Elden Ring is just it has more like customability and like playstyles than the other Dark Souls games, probably because it's like how vast it is. So it's just like more things to add to it. But it's just like the customization level and like playstyles is like I was like almost infinite because it's just like so many ways that you can play. Like I've played like the basic ones, and I started putting like my own original characters in there, and then just try at my best to like customize that character with as many accurate abilities as possible. And it's just like playing it that way is just like very exciting and just like very interesting to play a game with like your own original character in that fashion. So it's just like it's just something that I couldn't do in Skyrim. So being able to do it in a game at all is just very eye-opening to possibilities and just entertainment in general.
Alrighty. Let's see. Well, we'll do something even crazier. Corey, go again.
Oh man. Okay.
Out of breath.
The Tales of franchise, in like Tales of Symphonia, Tales of Legendia, Tales of Rise. Like I've been playing the Tales of franchise for a long time, and I started with Symphonia. Oddly enough, like Tales of Destiny on PS1 is kind of a rare RPG game, and it's pretty up there in price. It's been up there in price for a while, and Tales of Fantasia, I believe, is an expensive SNES RPG, but they've maintained that same combat system of it being like, this is a JRPG, but it's action-based combat. So, like, you're actually moving on the battlefield and attacking the enemies by button inputs. And, I thought that was really cool because I've always ever played, like, turn-based games, and Star Ocean was one that had that active combat system. And so seeing it in another game, with familiar voices, by the way, because, like, when I played Tales of Symphonia, Lloyd Irving, I believe is the main character's name. He's Robin from Teen Titans. So it's kind of funny, but it's cel-shaded, and all the games are stylized, like heavy anime influence on them, so they all age very well. And Tales of Arise being the newest one, and that game looks super amazing, and it's so good, like combat. I would highly recommend playing that on PS5. My favorite in the franchise is Tales of Vesperia. That one came out on 360. There is a Tales of Vesperia like collector's edition that has a new character that was in the Japanese one. I don't know why they took her out. She's like some pirate chick. But the thing that I really liked about that one, and I have the animated movie of that game, is like the main character is very interesting because he's not like the anime tropey character who's like, oh, I'm young and I'm going to be the best. He's a guy who stopped being a knight. He has this dog that fights with him, and he very much handles his shit. And every time you have a cutscene where it's like, oh, this corrupt mayor or whatever of this town, we have to help the people, and so you do this mission and stuff, and they're like, yeah, these people, like, they might have their lives back together, but that dude, he's still out there. And then the main character's name is Yuri, and he would just be like, I'm gonna go take a walk. And then, like, the next morning, somebody in the town will be like, the mayor is dead. And it's like, oh. So the main character went off on his own and killed him. And, like, so he's like, this is what we have to do. I know that you guys don't want to do it, but this is what needs to be done in order for these problems to stop forever. And so he was a very different type of main character. Very much loner, does what it takes, even if it's, like, not necessarily the right choice. And it kind of grows on you, and like he has this cool dynamic with another character that's kind of the lead of the opposite team because both of them were like friends in training and night school kind of thing. And it's one of those dynamics where it's like they're rivals, they're on opposite sides, basically the Goku Vegeta type of thing. But it's a more mature story because a lot of the other Tales games, the Tales franchise too tends to have like a pretty strong ramp up as you go because like the anime aesthetics might seem off-putting of like, oh, I'm going to go on an adventure to find friends, but they all tend to really get dark like as the game continues, and Tales of Vesperia does the same thing. It's been a long time since I played that one, but I always just think about like if you were to pick a best main character of the franchise, like I would probably pick Yuri, and that one was on 360. And I think it's the only one that's on 360. So it was kind of a weird, like, exclusive thing they had, I think, because it wasn't on PS3 at the time. But yeah, Tales of franchise is amazing. Vesperia is super dope.
Yeah, I feel like the only I think it was Tales of Berseria. I think it was something along those lines. The only one I ever touched, and that's because the main character was hot, and I was like, I want to play that. But then I played the game, and it opened up. I'm like, wow, that was really fucked up.
Yeah,
that was real fucked up.
I think that game starts with a murder.
Well, it's just like she just gets trapped in a well and watches everyone she knows dies and goes from like a super fucking bitch.
Yeah.
Just like, damn. I never beat the game, but I did play it for a little bit, and I'm like, this is interesting. And then I have some Tales games on the fucking, I think it was what you just said, the one that's on the 360. It's on Game Pass. I've been meaning to try it out, but JRPGs are hard to bite into, so.
Yeah, because it's not a casual play. I mean, you will put like 60 to 80 hours on a Tales game easy.
Yeah, exactly. So, all right. Anyone else have anything to say about Tales of? No? All right. Jordan, go.
All right, so mine's going to be Last of Us, the first one, not the second one. Let's not get those twisted. I really enjoyed. I have quite of a, I guess a I don't know, a loving feel towards games that are either in the midst of imminent danger or just the fact that you're living in a post-apocalyptic area basically where things are just destroyed and things are just fucked up and you're just living the life throughout whatever's going on. Kind of not really a Fallout guy myself, but this one's particularly, I just liked it how it was playing out, that you know you're just eventually just in your house just enjoying your day and you're this girl, and then you just start seeing things just fucking happen just sporadically, just craziness that you just don't know what the fuck until it's just too late, you know. And then, you know, Joel ends up trying to get you through all this shit and just things are happening, you're just trying to figure out what the fuck is going on. Everything just looks like they're like zombies or some shit, and then you're finding out that, you know, they're all infected by this type of fungus that just starts turning people into these crazy things. And then, you know, you lose your daughter, then eventually going throughout, everybody knows the whole story of it. But just the idea that you're fighting these crazy like creatures, and it gives you basic kind of like a little bit of a mix of where you got your bit of action and then you got your little bit of horror, because it's like, okay, I'm just gonna fight these dudes up here just with my knuckles, or I'm gonna hit them with a brick, or I'm gonna do some crazy shit, take them out. Or you have that bit of horror where it's just like, okay, I'm going to put my gas mask on, I got to go underground and figure out how to get underneath to this next level. And then, of course, you start running into those clickers and shit. And then it's just like, gets you that kind of eerie feeling, oh man, it's just crazy shit that might happen. And you're constantly on edge while you're trying to get through, because it's just, you're having to deal with that crazy noise and you have a hard time seeing things. Unless you start building up your steel where you know, build yourself a shiv where you can do that automatic kill. You try to upgrade weapons and stuff like that, heal yourself. It was a really cool thing, and I just loved how it played together. I've replayed that game several times. It was just a good story. The music was great. It was just the gameplay itself. I just don't know how to really explain it much, but it just felt great. Every time I picked it up, it was easy. It wasn't hard to play. I could literally play it today, and it wouldn't be hard to pick back up and start doing it. So the story was all good. The voice acting was great. It was just, it all went well together, and I fell in love with it.
Yeah, Last of Us 1 is probably like one of the best openers in a game in a long time. Like, it's just so emotional, and the play style of it is really fun. Like it's not. I don't think it's a revolutionary game, but I definitely really enjoyed playing it. I mean, I beat it 3 times in like the first week that it came out because I wanted to just like absorb all that content. And it was, it's a really solid, long enough adventure. The puzzles aren't complicated, but the level design is amazing. Joel and Ellie dynamic is like really kind of fun to like, they grow on you a lot, and you see them grow as characters because Joel, how he starts out the game by losing his daughter, and then he basically gains a new one. But he also makes a moral choice because of that new feeling that he has, which you could argue, was it a good or a bad thing? Would you do the same thing? It's very deep, and like the story was cool. They kind of fumble it a bit with the second game story-wise, but the second game's gameplay was really fun, but the story just doesn't touch what the first one was developing. It was so good.
Yeah, I got nothing to add. I tried playing Last of Us one time, and I didn't really care for the gameplay, so I watched all the story, both the first and second game, just as a Let's Play on YouTube. Really liked it. First one, that is. Second one can bite my ass. But yeah, that's about all I got to say about Last of Us. I am not qualified to talk about that game. Alrighty. From Jordan to Edwin, go.
Paper Mario. Almost the entire series. Fuck Sticker Stars. That game is shit.
Yeah, that game is fucking garbage.
But all the rest, they're all of one of the golden games of Mario. It was like, just not Sticker Star. That one's shit. No, I haven't heard a single person say they like that one. But out of all the Paper Mario games, my favorite one is the very first one. I know people are very into Thousand Year Door, but I have my own gripes about that. I think I talked about it before. I just like very specific things to my own. And I do like it a lot. I just prefer the very first one. I know that the first one doesn't have like the comedic dialogue that the other games developed after the first one, like the second Thousand Year Door onward. But I just like the way the first one plays more, and I just like the story and like all the areas. Mm-hmm. It's just more free than the second one. Is that you're kind of stuck in a tournament and all that. It's not terrible, but the first one is just like what drew me to like the turn-based format of games. I think before Pokemon, because I had an N64 before Game Boy and Fire Red. So when I first played Paper Mario as a child, I could not get past the third star because I didn't fully understand the concept of like video game puzzles. I also did not talk to villagers. But the first Paper Mario is slightly different from the Thousand Year Door, which I think everyone is like knows more about. I think the first one's just a little bit forgotten. So the first one still plays almost exactly the same thing as Thousand Year Door, but instead of the stage that everyone plays on, it doesn't have random effects. The first one is actually affected by either the enemy or you, because the very first fight that you have against King Goomba is you can actually hit the tree in the back and it'll hit everyone on the field. There's not too many of those types of stage abilities, but there are some. There are like some like broken mechanics that you can do in the game, but it kind of just makes the game a little bit boring. One thing that I do like to do in that game is pretty much like the refund, using the refund badge. You pretty much just become like a millionaire of the Mushroom Kingdom, because it's just after getting the refund badge, you can just use items to your heart's content because you always get half the value back. So, and you can get it like the first chapter. So like, you can pretty much just buy a bunch of items and then just keep a certain amount of it back every time you use an item in the battlefield. So just Fire Flower all the time for a while, and then just use the Thunder Rage, and it just do a bunch of damage than what Mario can usually do on his own. And then there's also, after the first chapter, there is a guy that can manipulate your stats. So you can actually go into a very difficult difficulty run throughout the entire game where you only have 5 health. But there is a point where if you level up too much, you're forced to level up health. So it kind of ruins the run. But it has its own benefits where you can take advantage of badges that take advantage of the fact that you're almost near death. So it's just a fun mechanic you can play in the game. But I just like the game because it's very colorful. There's a lot of strange characters that you don't really find in mainline Mario games. Mostly the old ones now are just getting a little more creative with it now. But it's just a fun turn-based game. I really like it. It's just really fun to play. It gets it's a little confusing because there's like several puzzles that are like kind of hard to understand at first, but afterward you get to understand it. I don't think I was able to beat the game the first time in like 2 or 3 different parts because I just got a little bit lost. So I had to use a walkthrough to get past some stuff. But if I was like, now that I'm older, it'd probably be easier to like do that first run over again and then just like actually understand what I'm supposed to do. Because there's like some aspects of it that play similar to a Zelda, where it's like, oh, you got a new item or new partner. And it's like, yeah, that'll carry you for the rest of the story on this part, the rest of this chapter. But I like all the Paper Mario games. I think the most recent one I played is the Super Paper Mario for the Wii. I was like, it's not turn-based, so it makes it more unique than the other ones that are turn-based. So it's the same world and the same type of characters, but it's just like a different way to play in combat. So it's just its own unique thing. At some point, I'll pick up the new Thousand Year Door and hope to God that they change the things I have gripes with. It's mostly the tournament one is like the least issue that I have. It is it has a mystery aspect to it. The Glitz Pit tournament, that's what it's called. But the bigger gripes that I have is just fucking Twilight Town. It was just really stupid, just going back and forth between the Twilight Town village and then the castle, and then just constantly avoiding enemies because it's just very annoying because you have to go back and forth just to figure out the puzzle, and then that the main boss enemy is just in your way, interrupting you every time you pass that one specific area. So it just really pissed me off, as lazy design of just back and forth puzzle solving on that one specifically, because not very detailed like all the other ones. And then the other issue that I had is the very last part, because that part is the absolute longest part out of the entire game. But it's very longest part of the entire game, and it's obviously the end part, so it's the hardest. But there's no shortcut to get back to Rogueport, which is the main hub of the entire game. So if you're missing items or you save things like cooking, so you have all these super items to like bring to the last boss, you have to go back the entire way that you came all the way up to the last boss. There's no shortcut. There's no faster way. You have to go through everything all over again. And then once you get all your stuff from the shop and storage, then you have to go all the way back forward to the final boss again. So it's just really pissed me off. I wasted like maybe 20 minutes trying to figure out how to get all the way back because it's just a complicated maze of so much shit that I've already done. And then I have to go all the way back to the boss with all my stuff that I created to help me on the last boss, because that last boss is no joke. So it's just like those specific things that really piss me off in Thousand Year Door. It kind of ruined the game in those moments. But I'm still glad that I was able to play it, because I think I played Thousand Year Door after I played Paper Mario 1, Super Paper Mario, and then I think I played a little bit of Sticker Star, which is why I hated it.
Me too.
Yeah. I played Origami King as well, but that was after Thousand Year Door. So I played 3 other Paper Marios before I played Thousand Year Door. So, I mean, I still liked it. I just had my own gripes with it. I'll eventually play the remake of it and hope to God all those issues I have with it are fixed. But I still love the entire series. It's a really fun concept.
Yeah, I won't harp too much on it. I love Paper Mario 2. It's not in my top 10 or anything, but Thousand Year Door I absolutely adore, and I was like a personal mission to get it on the GameCube. It was actually one of those games I never actually owned. I just played over at my friend's house a lot, and I adored it. And it did make me like, turn-based combat. I like the action turn-based combat with the timing of the buttons. Weirdly enough, because since it was basically the spiritual successor to like Mario RPG, it like helped flesh out like the world of Mario, giving it like an actual world.
Yeah, that's why I was super confused, because the Paper Mario is like literally the same concept as RPG, because it's like, oh, in RPG you find the 7 stars, and then in Mario RPG you find the 7 stars, and then in Paper Mario you also find the 7 stars. So it's just like literally the exact same plot line.
Yeah, so I mean, I haven't finished the first Paper Mario. I was playing it on the Switch emulator doodad, and I was like shocked at like how 1-for-1 it almost was with Thousand Year Door, especially in terms of like your allies and how things are playing out. Haven't beaten it, so I mean, maybe somehow, some way, like at the end of the day, I'll end up liking the 64 version better for some whatever reason. But as of right now, I still like Thousand Year Door the best. I think Super Paper Mario is all right. I don't care for once they drop the turn-based combat. I was kind of meh on it because I didn't really like the live action one, or live action real time combat. But outside of that, I mean, yeah, I pretty much agree with you on everything. I can understand the criticisms of Thousand Year Door. I just kind of like the characters better. I like the world better than the first Paper Mario. Yeah, I agree. Paper Mario is great. I love it, except for Sticker Star. That can kiss my ass.
Yeah.
I guess I'll go to me. Yes, me. Me. Let's see. We did Halo, Star Wars, Smash Brothers. Let's do another quickie one for me, since I've talked about it a lot on other episodes. Shantae Half Genie Hero. I absolutely love that game. It's that game specifically, and that's not meant to say that I don't like the Shantae franchise as a whole, but because I like Pirate's Curse. I haven't played like the first 2 Shantaes, and Seven Sirens so far is fine. It's just the way they laid out Half Genie Hero, where kind of like a Metroidvania, or I guess, yeah, Metroidvania, where you go to other stages to get like different forms and powers to explore past stages to unlock everything. But they're really straightforward. They're not like dungeons. They're just levels that you can go in and out of and teleport to different sections of the level to get to where you need to go. Whereas like Seven Sirens is well and truly a Metroidvania. Like there's whole dungeons and stuff you have to go in, like up, down, all around. Like it's kind of confusing. I appreciated the straightforwardness of Half Genie Hero. The art style is absolutely gorgeous. Soundtrack is like A+ banger. I love music and Shantae. I love the dialogue. I love the DLC. Like it was just like Shantae it eked out just past Shovel Knight as far as like my favorite platformer of all time. And I don't know. I love everything about Shantae. She's great. I love Shantae. I love the art style, the music, everything. It's a cozy game. I'm gonna sit down 100% the fucking story, no problem. Just I know where everything is now. I've played it. I've beaten it so many times. I've bought it several different times on several different consoles. Yeah, I'm just a big fan of Shantae, and especially Half Genie Hero, because that's just my favorite one. It's the best one so far, in my opinion. Better than Seven Sirens and any of the other ones I've played. I'll just keep it nice and short at that one. There's not a whole lot to say. I just loved every aspect of it. It's like an A+ platformer to me in almost every aspect. So I will go from me, and I'll just throw it back to Edwin. Go again.
So the next one on my list, I've talked about it before. It's Valkyrie Profile. I feel like I haven't explained. I failed to explain it twice before in a better fashion. But it's pretty much a game about the Norse mythology for Odin, Freya, things like that. Somewhat God of War-esque in that idea, but the whole concept of it, it is Square Enix, and I think the closest thing I could probably think of from the top of my head, it plays similarly to Octopath, where... Huh?
No, I just said ooh. I'm just like I'm interested because I like Octopath.
So the concept of it is that you're a Valkyrie who's lost all her memories when she was supposedly alive. She has no memory of her living life, and she's basically acts like a robot. For Odin, she is named the Death Goddess because the whole idea of it is that you play on a time limit before the coming war of Ragnarok. So you're tasked with the quest of finding soldiers from Midgard, Earth, but not just random soldiers. You have to find like qualifying heroes that have done something with their life. So the whole idea of it is that you have an ability to sense throughout the entire region that you're in people who are near death. So the thing that you have to do is you have to use that special ability to find people who are near death, and then you have to. It's a slight light novel esque because there is a lot of dialogue and storytelling because there are a lot of characters you can get in this game. So you basically go around and watch the last few hours or days of these people on death or just like about to die, but they are going to commit one last act of heroism or selflessness in some way or another. So it's just very interesting to have that type of story, regardless of how short, for so many characters, and then you can get them all, and then they all have their own unique fighting style and armor, weapons, and then they all have their own abilities. So the way that you play the game is that when you get all these characters, you get it throughout the entire game. Some are locked behind like the specific days that you have left. But you can customize your entire team. You have a team of 4 because your main character, Lenneth Valkyrie, has to stay on the team because she's the only reason that any of these other characters are even alive at this point. So you customize the other 3 members of your team. And then the way combat works is that when you're in a fight, you can either attack one at a time or time it so that way their attacks chain and then do extra damage because you can pretty much press all the buttons and everyone attacks an enemy all at once. It's just kind of funny to see like the entire animation struggle between all of them and one enemy. But you can chain their attacks and get a combo meter to 100. And this is one of the coolest parts of the entire game. So every single character has their own like super attack, which can only happen when the combo meter goes to 100. It's not like you do 100 attacks. It's like a power meter, but it only really works if everyone like combines their attack in specific ways. So it's a lot of timing or just like pure luck is what I do. So when you do these attacks, everyone does this very well animated cinematic of an attack. When you there's like regular like just specially animated attacks of what the character does, but then when you make a sorcerer do a great magic, that's like this pre-rendered cinematic of a lengthy magical attack that's just like really cool to see, and then there's one for every magic attack. So it's just another cool thing to see. And then there's like another side of the story. While you're getting all these characters for the War of Ragnarok, there's another part of the story that's playing out, but it'll only play out if you do like specific things throughout the story. And then when you do all that, you slowly unlock Lynette's, your main character's old memories. So she slowly starts to wonder her allegiance to Odin. And you start figuring out your old life. Eventually, you'll get to a character that was the love of your life as a child before you died. And it became the angel of death. So eventually, the whole story derails if you get far enough with that side story, that the entire end game changes, where Ragnarok doesn't even matter at that point. So that's just how important that side mission is. And it's just a really cool story. There's like a lot of pre-rendered cinematics for all of that, and it all at the time it's like one of the greatest things I've ever seen, because it just looks so nice and just like so well done. So it was one of my favorite parts of the game, especially the opening cutscene when you first start the game. So it was just a really cool game. It was like one of the games that I've played at the time that was like none other. So it was like, that's why it holds like a special spot on my top 10.
Alrighty. I mean, I don't know if anyone else has played that. It's very, very passionate for you, obviously, but it does sound interesting, for sure. Let's see. Go to Corey again. Go ahead.
All right. So coming up on the last four here, I go with the Devil May Cry franchise. That game was just like particularly the third one. That one to me is the best. I mean, it has like really cool items. It's the prequel of the story, which, you know, I did Snake Eater, and that was the third one as well. But in Devil May Cry 3, you get like young Dante. You kind of get their story. Now, I know DMC kind of changes that and whatnot, but you know, and I didn't hate that one either. But I like that it kind of started the stylish action genre. And with the third game, you get to play as Virgil and like his twin, and like just everything about it. It's just so metal. Like the music is so good. The combat is so fun to play. The setting is really cool. It's, you know, when the initial game came out, I got it for Christmas. I think it was like 14. It was just like the perfect age for this game. But the third one came out when I was high school, and like I think I watched the intro. They've had like the same people make the music across the games like for so long, and so like the Angel's Cry or the Devil's Cry song or whatever that's in the beginning, I would never skip like the opening cinematic for DMC 3. It's just such a fun game. The story itself isn't overly like dramatic as far as like intricate lore and everything else. I'm sure somebody's like would think that no, it's the best story I've ever heard. I mean, it's pretty straightforward, but like the thing I really enjoyed about it was just like the character's kind of fun. He's, you know, kind of this cocky dickhead, but like he's really good at what he does. You fight demons, you swing a sword around, you also have guns. Like I just love all of that. It's just such a video game, if that makes any sense.
Have you heard of Shadow the Hedgehog?
Yeah, well, you know, yeah, I know what that game is. No, I just think it's really cool. Like, you know, Dante was such a dope character in general, and like getting to more of the lore of like where he came from. Because the first game, like, you know, you're getting hunted by this dude who's like a Sparta guy, and then, you know, it's like your dad, and then it's like, oh, you know, you're half human, half demon thing, and then they try to make it angel and demon, and then the retcon. But you know, it's like it does have a pretty cool story, but it's like I said, it's pretty action movie type of game. So everything you do it's about combos. Like that's the main focus of the game in general. So like their combat system has to be cool. And I mean, it's such a big focus that even the newest one in Devil May Cry 5, like people still record themselves doing like 100-hit combos in like these really cool ways and stuff. So it's like they have stylish competitions to see who has cooler combos. You know, it's like that's how involved it is in their games. And 3 being the last one on PS2, It was just so cool to just participate in the beginning of the entire like franchise, rather than when you first meet Dante and he's like, mid-30s demon hunter store, because of course you open your own shop to hunt monsters. It's just such a fun game. That's just a nonsense fun game.
Mm-hmm. Alrighty, moving on then. Jordan, go.
Mine would have to be the Gears of War series. I was more into that idea because of the amount of hours that I put into it. Now, if I were to say, like, am I into the lore of it, I really don't know much about it. I know that they came out of the ground and therefore the Gears of War began, and they were basically fighting to survive and fucked everything up. And so you're playing as, Phoenix, or what was his name? The main character in the first one?
Yeah, Marcus Phoenix.
Marcus Phoenix, okay. Yeah, and so you're going through, and then you're picking up the different guns. I just love the idea of how it was extremely violent. It wasn't fast-paced in a sense. It felt a little slow, but it was a good way. It wasn't like I hated it for that. I actually enjoyed the pace of it. It was actually comfortable. And the online of it was great. I know that there was definitely still a bit of issue with the online play, but it still was doable. But I have literally put so much fucking time and hours onto that. I remember I'd go to Corey's house specifically when he had that, and I would just be playing that. He'd be hanging out with somebody, and I'd be at his house waiting for him to come to the house, and I'd be basically just playing that game for him until he got home, and then we'd both, be playing it. And it was funny because, again, the 360 at the time was able to allow you to put in music, and so we'd be listening to Korn and all this stuff while we're playing the games. And it was just, I love the feeling of how, when you're reloading your gun, you have that chance to have it fall into that white line, and if you do, it does a high amount of damage. And the shotgun up close blows people's heads off. The torque bow, it all felt good. The Hammer of Dawn, when you're fighting all those people with the Locust, it was so cool. I just loved the design of the characters. They were like bulky looking dudes wearing this fucking cool ass armor, and you're running through, and you're just different types of characters as you're going through with like, trying not to step out in the darkness, whatever. You get hit by those fucking bat-looking things that kill you. You got those...
Oh, God.
Yeah, that fucking part where you're trying to, like, blow up things so it makes light so they don't come and get you. It was just all those different things. I can't remember what the name is of that creature of when you learn to use the Hammer of Dawn. It's a giant-looking monster.
Oh, the Berserk.
Yeah, and it was like a female or some shit like that or something like that, and it would, like, kill you. So you had to be careful of it. And it was so fucking intense. I remember, like, it was my heart running, just like, God damn it, I gotta get there, like, fucking chasing you. You're like, fuck! You're just, like, trying to get through. But it was such a damn good game. And like I said, I didn't play through all of the other ones. I don't know really why, but I was really connected to 1 and 2. And then 3, I think, was my last one I played.
2 had a horde mode that was really fun, but I remember playing the first game co-op with you because that Berserker part was so damn funny because we were playing split screen, and then on my screen from my perspective, because I had the gun and I had to charge the satellite thing, and then you're like, get it, and then like I just see you like run out of the room with it directly behind you, chasing you. Yeah, it's like, oh my God, shoot it. It was that game's co-op was so good. I really enjoyed playing the co-op for that because it was just so fun. Because it's like, oh, I'm down, pick me up. Like it was, very. And then they would do the splits in the levels where it's like if you're playing as Dom or Marcus, like you go up here while the other one goes down here, so you're kind of like separated, but you can see each other and what you have to do and kind of back each other up.
Yeah,
Gears was so fun.
I met people at high school playing that. I met people at high school, like literally just random guy from New York, and he was just like talking how crazy he was with the Gears, and I was like, oh shit, and then we just started, basically playing up after that. But it was just like, yeah, it would just constantly be addictive. It didn't matter how many times we were redoing a match, playing online with each other, or what have you. It was always fun, no matter what you did. It was really cool.
Yeah. I remember playing that game online too, pretty heavily, and bullying people with the smoke grenades. And that one time, the other time where I was like doing poetry and killed the entire team.
with a shotgun.
Yeah, that was such a fun game.
Yeah, I played plenty of Gears of War. I am actually I was a little bit more into the whole lore side of it because I haven't read all of them, but I did read like a couple of the books outside of the games. A lot of them having to do with like leading up to E-Day and stuff like that. And I always liked Marcus Phoenix. The lore of the world was fairly interesting. Gets a little weird, but I'm not. I wouldn't put Gears in my top 10. But I really liked it. I mean, I played a decent amount of it. I played a lot of Horde mode, and I've played every game in the main series up to current. And even though not a lot of people seem to talk about it, I don't really think 4 and 5 are all that bad. When I didn't hear anything about it, I was like, oh, it must have been just a flop since no one talked about it. But they're pretty good, even though Marcus Phoenix isn't in the limelight anymore. Like the characters they introduce and like the lore implications that come of those games is really pretty interesting. And the gameplay is the same it's always been. It's great. I really like Gears of War. Had plenty of time sunk into Horde mode. I didn't really play the multiplayer too much. I wasn't really good at it. I was just playing campaign and co-op and Horde mode. But yeah, Gears of War is pretty good. I really do like Gears of War. I mean, you can't. The Lancer with like the chainsaw bayonet is so iconic as like a weapon. Like you can't beat that shit. It's so people. Good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy too because that game is so visceral and like macho, I suppose would be the word to use. But like it also is like interestingly deep with like the lore behind it. Like the characters are way more complex than just I'm a big buff dude with a shotgun. Like they've managed to take something on the surface level where you're like, oh, is this one of those games where you're just like mowing people down and high-fiving? And it's
you're playing like fucking Duke Nukem or something.
Yeah, it's like, but there is a lot of other things that are really kind of sad.
Yeah. But yeah, all right, cool. And I think that brings it back to Misa again. So I'll do another somewhat quick one. Again, I have talked about this game quite a bit because I like my favorite games. I feel like everyone's talked about the games that they've talked about here at some point or another during the podcast, but that's kind of the point. Fate Grand Order. I'm kind of cheating with this one because Fate is a multimedia franchise, not strictly video games. But and yes, I am putting a gacha game on my top 10 games list, and primarily because I've said it before, but I love the story and characters so much that it beats out a lot of like AAA games that I've seen in terms of story. And I just like gacha gameplay mechanics because it lends itself to everyone having like a unique experience going through the RPG turn-based mechanic combat. But brief overview of Fate. Basically, you're a magic user and you can summon incarnations of like past how to describe this famous historical figures or just like famous fictional figures, and they basically get summoned as superpowered humanoids, and you use them to usually fight in a tournament called the Holy Grail War, but that's not the story of Fate Grand Order. You're basically using them to restore humanity after they've been wiped clean of the planet, basically. You're basically in like a little bubble called Chaldea, whose whole purpose is to make sure humanity stays functioning, and then at one point you basically predict that humanity is going to go extinct in the near future, and you have to essentially time travel these things called singularities, which are basically like bubbles of warped time that are causing that anomaly to happen in the future. And you interact with all these different time periods and these locations, meeting different servants and other characters, taking care of the problems and basically putting history back to the way it's supposed to be and destroying the singularity and putting history back on the right course. Lots of sad. It's really I literally cannot give you a whole lot of story details because of how vast the story is, and what I just said is only the synopsis of the first arc of the story, not even the second arc of it, or the intermediary between the first and second arc of the story. And I like it because gacha mechanics. Obviously, it is basically pseudo gambling, but it lends itself to everyone having different different characters to use, so everyone has like a different experience going through different stages of the game. Like for me, I never even had like a 4-star saber for like my first year playing the game. So whenever I had to fight an enemy like a Lancer, because it functions on like a similar-ish mechanic to Pokemon, where different classes of heroes are good against other classes and resistant to others, I would have harder times with Lancer enemies because I didn't have all I had was like silver 3-star characters. But unlike most gacha games, Fate Grand Order's low rarity characters are pretty much just as viable as higher rarity characters, so you're able to get through it with that. And they give you lots of items and stuff to help you get through the story nodes, because they want people to experience the story. They don't want to lock you out, maybe because your luck was bad rolling the gacha. But I can sit. It plays out visual novel style, but Fate has great music going on in the background. The writing, I think, is really strong and good. They also, and because it's a gacha, outside of just the main story events, we get about a big story once per year. Like they've already developed the better story nodes into their own animes that all have their own seasons of like 20-ish episodes or movies or something like that. And like last year they released basically the one of the parts of the second arc, and God, that was one of the best stories I ever read. It was so fucking good. I was like on the edge of my seat as I was going through it. I literally sat down for like an entire weekend just staring at my phone from 100% to 0, just sitting there playing the game through the story nodes and reading and shit like that. The gameplay is fairly simplistic, but I mean, to give a brief overview, each servant has a class. Those classes are good or worse against other classes. It's a card battler sort of. Each character has a 5-card deck, and there's 3 different types of attacks called Buster, Quick, and Arts. All of them do different things. Like Buster's good at damage, Quick can build up critical stars, which lets you do crit damage, and Arts builds up Noble Phantasm Charge, which is basically any character's super move. Each character has 3 different skills they can use. Then their skills can do all sorts of different things, from buffing their own attack to debuffing enemies to doing all sorts of crazy shit. Their noble phantasms can be passive things like giving you buffs, or just straight up attack phantasms that can attack a single enemy or a bunch of enemies at once. Each turn, you have 3 different servants on the field, so their 5-card decks get shuffled into each other. So in each turn you draw, I believe it's about 5 cards. And every 3 turns, it resets the cycle, and different combinations and which order you pick the cards in, and the different combinations of cards can lead to different buffs as well. Then as a master, you have different spells you can use to help support your servants in battle and stuff like that. It's a pretty deep game for just a mobile gacha game, but it's left such an impact on me, especially with its story, that I easily consider it in my top 10 of my favorite games of all time. If nothing else but for the story and characters, which I have a super weakness for. And like I said, cheating a little bit, because Fate is a multimedia franchise, and it's spread across games, anime, manga, all sorts of stuff. But technically speaking, it started as a video game because it started as a visual novel, just not this. It's just Grand Order has grown to the point that it's basically almost become the primary way to consume Fate media. But anyways, That's just a really brief overview of that. If anyone wants a good RPG to carry in their pocket, Fate Grand Order, my A+ recommendation. Even if you never plan on rolling the gacha, it's completely fine. You can get through it with the lower rarity characters. Even if you don't spend money, you can get higher rarity characters all the goddamn time, just with a little bit of time and a little bit of luck. But yeah, and I don't know. I love Fate. I love everything about it. I have so much merchandise of it around my house. I've bought all the Blu-rays of most of the different animes, including some of the ones with the that come from Fate Grand Order itself. Even if you don't want to play it, watch the animes. That you can do that easy, and that'll give you a bit of slice of how the story works. But yeah, Fate Grand Order left a huge impression on me, and the story is continuing to come out, and I'm still playing, and I'm still enjoying every bit of it. And don't get me wrong, it's not perfect. It has its low points. There are some certain of the story nodes that I'm like, this could have been a lot better, or this is kind of boring. And also lending itself to gacha game outside of the main story. You have events which can when you take a break from the seriousness of the main story. It's like, oh, we're gonna have a funny event now. It's like we're gonna do some Christmas stuff or some Valentine's things. We're gonna have just a little bit of maybe a little bit of silly event or just another serious story event, but it's like a side story. But it just lends itself to being able to have all different kinds of content because of it being a gacha quote unquote live service game, I guess. But yeah, that's the long story short about Fate Grand Order for me, anyways. Let's see. It was me, and then fuck it. I'll pass it back to Jordan. Go, Jordan.
All right, I'm gonna say my next game is gonna be Rock Band. I
really,
yeah,
that was out of nowhere.
I would be picking Rock Band because I have put so much time into that game itself. It was just the idea that I felt really comfortable playing the drums. When you do Guitar Hero and such, it can get a little bit of boring here and there, just like doing the riffs on that guitar. But I don't know how it all played together with the drums, the microphone, the bass guitar, the lead guitar, and then you're playing real tracks, like how they could have it all work together. It was just fun to do, and I've played that so much. I mean, literally. I know I was playing that with Corey a lot too. When we were all together, we'd play that a lot. But I would be able to play that by myself for hours and just not even fucking pay attention to the time and knowing I've played it for way too long. And I had to sell it for I had finance issues, and then I sold it. And I still feel bad about it, to this day that I had to do that because I really do miss that game. There was so much music that you could choose from, and you could just play it forever, and I could just never get tired of it. I can't really talk much about it because it's not a complicated game. It's fucking just playing music, but I just enjoyed the shit out of it, and I played it forever. I was playing 1, 2, and 3. And I just would always be waiting for the next one to come out. But yeah, that's pretty much all I have.
I know you made one of our listeners, Hambone, very happy by saying that. Rock Band is that was another cultural phenomenon. Like, I played a lot of Rock Band in college. I played a lot of Rock Band with my roommates. Like, we played it. And it's also the game that basically they were like, hey, do you want a product that will give you a ton of weird, like, extra gaming paraphernalia? It's like, here's your guitar, other guitar, microphone, drum set. Find a place to put it.
Yeah, it's good.
You're just gonna have crap in your corner, and it's just Rock Band stuff. It's like, okay, but I mean, overall, that game is it's just really fun to play. It's a rhythm game, but it was really fun to play. And like, if you really want to like, lighten up a room when you have a bunch of people over and stuff, someone's like, you got Rock Band? And then immediately everybody's just involved. Like, oh, can I sing next? And it's just fun. It's just a fun party game.
Yeah, I'm starting to sense a pattern that a lot of us have a lot of like these are gamey games, and like we remember them because we had a lot of like time playing like split screen or like LAN shit with other people. Because I remember Rock Band too. I play a lot of Guitar Hero, but I had a lot of Rock Band time, and we had a little bit of space to set it all up. But my favorite memory of playing Rock Band actually has nothing to do with playing the game, quote unquote. But I was over at my friend's house, and I think it was just the three of us. We had guitar, bass, and drums going, I think. And I was doing drums, and we didn't have like the sticks that came with the drum set. We had like real drumsticks and that we were using on the drum set. So I was using them, and I was like getting into it. I was like fucking bam, 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 like bashing on those things. But as Corey said, where are you going to set this up at? We had space to set it up, but we were all like right next to each other. And as I'm going nuts on the fucking drums, I go to hit one on my left, and I miss the drum set entirely, and ended up bashing this wooden drumstick across Tim's knee, who was fucking playing the bass guitar. I like hit him with full force because I was expecting to hit the drum set, and he fucking doubles over in pain. I'm like, oh my god, I'm so sorry.
Just like, hey, you're missing him.
Just like shattered his kneecap with his wooden drumstick. I'm like, all right, sorry. We go back to playing. Not 10 minutes later, I do the exact same thing again and just smash him in the same spot. spot with the fucking drumstick, and we were like, okay, we're done with Rock Band for a while because Tim can't feel his knee anymore. That's my best memory of Rock Band, is just beating the shit out of my friend with the wooden drumstick.
Well, it's funny because speaking of Rock Band, I was like, I did get a random ad about a VR version of the drum part of Rock Band. So it's like on the Meta Quest it's called Drums Rock, and it's pretty much just Rock Band, but just the drum part and VR. So there you go, Jordan. You can have that back.
Thank you.
It's a random on-topic advertisement.
All right, well, you go next, Edwin.
All right, so next one is also another well-known one, so I hardly have to talk about it, but I'm going to do it anyway. Resident Evil, specifically 4. So this is another one of those games that's like on my top 5 most played. I think in order, it's actually well, I guess now it's changed since the remake of Resident Evil 4. The order of most played is Kingdom Hearts 2, Resident Evil 4, Wind Waker, and then Skyrim, and then Paper Mario. So it's like the top 5 most played games that I have. But Resident Evil 4, that game is just like, it was definitely the turning point of the Resident Evil franchise when they got more action rather than horror. But everyone was cool with it. This is the most popular one, I think. But it's like I played the original a lot, and then I perfected in like 8 runs of the remake just to perfect it. And then the Ada mission came out for the remake, and then I had to play it even more. I was like, it was interesting because for good and bad reasons, the remake is better in a lot of ways, but it does the opposite of what Paper Mario does, where like the dialogue gets like a lot more funny and then creative in the prequel, but now in the original Resident Evil 4, Leon is like this really quippy guy, is like pretty much the Spider-Man of the Resident Evil 4 era universe, but all those quips are just gone from the remake. It's very sad.
Oh, lame.
Yeah, and that part sucks the most because he had a lot of good quips. But the game does become a lot more horror based than the original because it's much darker and a lot creepier in a lot of aspects. But it is heavily altered in a lot of parts. Some parts were removed. A lot of parts were changed. You actually get to fight alongside Lewis, who's a really great character. So I'm really glad I was able to fight alongside him and then not just throughout the entire game. So like the minecart, you're with him instead of by yourself. And then also the part where you fight it. I forgot what the actual thing is called. It's just this gross abomination of a zombie that you find underground. So some parts were ruined, including that it fight, were removed from Leon's story, and then his was shortened a little bit, and then all the parts that were removed, including that it fight, were added to Ada's to lengthen hers because hers was much shorter. So that was an interesting change, very much needed because Ada's part of the story sucked a lot in the original. I hated it. But Resident Evil 4 is just really fun. It's fairly open because like some parts get locked out afterwards, but there's a lot of things that were added in the new one, where it's like a lot of side quests similar to Resident Evil 8, where like a lot of side missions were added alongside the main mission. So it's like small quests that you can do for the merchant. And there's like optional boss battles which also tie into those side quests. So those are pretty fun. They are kind of difficult. But like the whole game is like more on the horror aspect because it's just darker. It's honestly just a different experience from the original. Again, in a lot better ways. Then there's also like a lot of customization. There was a specific weapon that was removed. That was in the original. It was an insta kill weapon for beating the professional mode. With a certain, I think it's just beating it within a certain time limit. I don't think the less than 10 saves in professional mode was needed, but it's an instant kill laser that just kills the parasite Las Plagas from any enemy, including bosses. So that gun's just completely removed from the remake. So there's like another loss. But I really like both versions, though I played the remake a lot. I don't know if I can go back to the original. I don't think I have a way to play it anymore. So yeah, I guess I'm just stuck with the remake now. But but that game also holds like a special place in my game history because I was forced to play it and like peer pressure from my cousin who made me play Resident Evil for the original one on the Wii. So like that one was a lot easier to aim with because I just pointed the screen rather than a GameCube. So when I actually got an Xbox and I got Resident Evil 4 on there, it was much harder because for whatever reason they chose to do the laser pointer, but you can't see it at all times unless you're actually pointing at an enemy. So it's just annoying, like how much further left or how much further right I needed to turn the stick. So it was just harder to play on controller rather than just the Wii point controls. But get used to it eventually, and then I just got used to the horror genre of games after that, and then now Resident Evil 4 is one of my top favorite horror action games to play.
Yeah, I think Tim would agree with you, and I'm very interested in going because I'm currently playing the Resident Evil 2 remake with Tim right now when we have some time because I like the remake of the first one so much, and I'll get to 4 eventually. I'll see what everyone's talking about, but I know that everyone who likes Resident Evil 4 is unanimously almost like the fan favorite.
Yeah, 4 is really cool. I mean, I remember playing it when it came out. I think I played it on GameCube. I think there's a GameCube one.
Yes,
I mean, 4 was basically like everywhere and anywhere that they could put that game because it was just like it changed the play style from 3 so dramatic to like the over the shoulder, more actiony, but it still had that same element. And I mean, that's kind of what they're all imitating now, except for you. I think you can move and shoot now because I don't think you could move and shoot with the original PS4 one or the original Resident Evil 4, but. It was a really fun game. Like I remember being hyped for it. I remember not being able to put it down when I started. I think I beat it in like the first weekend it came out.
I was like for the remake, like I took a day off from the job I had at the time, and I played the remake 24 hours straight. I did not give a rest until I beat that game entirely. I was going to beat it day one and perfect it with all rare achievements as soon as possible, and then I did just that because that's how much I love that game.
So much of a Chad I am.
But like a interesting piece of trivia, because I saw like the development of Resident Evil 4, that Resident Evil 4 wasn't originally meant to be a zombie game. It was actually, it might have had some zombie aspects to it, but it was supposed to be more supernatural. Like Leon was supposed to have an ability to switch between 2 different realms of reality. So it's like, or I guess like just realms in general, like the living world and then the afterlife, I guess. So it's like you would just fight spirits as
like
well
a psychic.
as zombies. Yeah. I mean, it was. I mean, it seemed interesting,
like the
but it's just like
medium game.
It is, yeah. I mean, it is cool, but it's like, how are they going to spin Umbrella and their ghost pills? Like, oh,
like they can justify any kind of monster they want. Just was like, it was Umbrella. It was a new T-Virus or whatever the fuck. I don't know.
Yeah, turn this man into a giant fish creature, I guess.
Yeah,
that one, Vampire Lady. You're welcome.
Yeah, you're welcome. By the way. Alrighty, Corey, you go and stay awake. We're almost there.
We're the last three. So this is the Grandia franchise. There's, from my understanding that I know of, at least.
That's where I fucking saw it. Sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you. I was at the fucking when I was at the fucking yard sale. Thank you. I saw Grandia 3 on PS2. I'm like, didn't Corey say something about this? Is that a good one? Grandia 3?
So Grandia 3 is kind of like the black sheep of I would not say that it's the black sheep, because Grandia Extreme is actually the shitty one. But I liked Grandia 3. Like, that game, it's trying, to kind of be more Final Fantasy. They got like the full 3D cutscenes and voice acting and all that jazz. And I mean, there's voice acting in the other ones too, but like the 3D really steps up, and the combat system is, basically the same throughout all the games. So because they nail it on the first one, which that's my favorite in the franchise. The second one's cool and has really dark themes, but which I tend to gravitate towards too. But the thing that I really liked about the first one is that it really captures the sense of adventure. Like, the moment the game starts up, like, the music is really energetic. It's, bombastic sounds, trumpets and stuff. Like, we're going to do this. And the story of it is really cool, where it's like this world where they talk about there's these magic creatures, but those things don't exist. And there's the edge of the world, and we can't go beyond that. And naturally, the game is about climbing the edge of the world, and you get to the other side, and you find this magical world that has just been kind of blocked out. And it's just it's a JRPG, very much so, in the realm of like, I'm a young boy, and I'm eventually going to end up fighting like a god at some point type of story. But
I'm a boy and I'm in a JRPG.
Yeah,
I'm coming for you, God.
Yeah, you better watch out. Yeah, but it does like a really good. It's like charming. The visuals are really cool. It's like this 3D town. You can rotate the camera and the pixel art characters. And the game starts you with this quest where you're kind of running around. You're just like some shitty kid, and like these other kids of the town are like, making you do stuff because they're like kind of bullying you. And you're trying to find like the hero's gear from the stories that you hear as a kid. So you find a pot lid for like the hero's shield, and you try to get a broomstick for the hero's sword. Well, you end up doing this quest in the main game, and then like this super cool Dragon Knight guy who's like this buff dude that you fall into his house when you get to the other side of the world. And like, he ends up teaching you all, like he has these really cool sword techniques, and he ends up teaching you those same sword techniques. So like when you're like end game stuff, you're doing all this cool shit that he taught you how to do. And it has a really good like, love interest. It has these story beat moments where you're all eating at like a diner, and it does like how are we doing so far in an adventure, and it kind of catches you up with how everybody's like feeling, because your party, unlike other RPGs where it's like, hey, you're a cool dude, join my party, and then like all the time you can switch between characters. Like, the way Grandia works is that you come across a cast of characters, and when their time with you is done, they kind of pass it on to like another person, and they like wish you luck on your journey. So it's like you get to meet these people and experience their lives, and then they're not just always with you. And so it's like, it has that same feeling of watching an anime as well. Like a really good anime. So the thing I really liked about it is the combat system is really cool. The skill system is really cool, even though the second game was the one where I forgot to level up my characters until the very fucking end. And the third game, I mean, I like the characters as well. Like that, I think that one, I don't think there's anything really wrong with it. It's just that one, he wants to fly. I think it was the thing. So he's working on like a plane and everything, and then he flies out into the world and stuff. But the first game was just so like such a perfect like experience, which is kind of hard to hit, and I would say that it's in like the categories of some of the best JRPGs that are on the PS1, because I like, outside of maybe some crunchiness, and you can get it on Switch. There's an HD collection that's 1 and 2, but that one is the ported one, and I believe it has like some frame rate issues and stuff like that, and there's some like weird smoothing that they try to do to make the graphics look better, but the PS1 experience, it's such a great game. I love just everything about it, honestly.
Well, alrighty then. Another JRPG recommendation from Corey.
Yeah, not Grande Extreme. Avoid that one like crazy. It's so bad.
That's how extreme it is.
Yeah, it's so extreme.
It's like 4 dungeons, and you do them twice, and then you go to the last dungeon, and it's just 100 floors, and there's a save point every 10. So it's like, I don't know. It's just, they took all the charm away for like a quick like throwaway, and it's just, the characters aren't memorable. The level or the world design is bullshit, and it's like rinse repeated for like the second half of the game. And it makes you go fight the bosses over, and you're like, oh, cool, you guys didn't really think of anything. But, the other ones, the numerical ones, actually have, like, that story you're looking for. But, yeah, number 1 is, like, such a charming game.
Well, alrighty then. From one JRPG, I'm going to take the baton back, and I'm going to talk about a JRPG for once. The Persona franchise. And when I say franchise, I mean like kind of half of it, because I don't know shit about 1 and 2, but 3 through 5. But yes, Persona. Not a series that I've had in my life for a long time. I was only introduced to it in college. Hi, Logan, as you tried to introduce it to me in college, but honest to God, I didn't even really start playing it until like after we weren't roommates anymore. Because I had a Vita, and I had Persona 4 Golden on the Vita, and man, what a hell of a game to have with you on the go. The Vita was such a cool little fucking handheld, by the way. Poor thing. It was way ahead of its time. But Persona, I don't know. It's like, I have a hard time getting into JRPGs. It's not because I don't like them. It's not because I don't like long-term commitments. It's just, there's something about it has to have a good style, good characters. It has to hook me in. And Persona 4, I've beaten Persona 4 and 5, and I haven't beaten 3. I'm currently playing the remake, so I can't speak to 3 as much. But Persona's a really fun game. It's a JRPG, kind of a creature collector, sort of. It's just kind of how you use your powers, and I can explain that in a minute. But basically in Persona, it's a turn-based RPG, kind of creature collecting mechanics, sort of. Your main character can swap out these things called personas, which are basically representations of a human spirit. You have AI teammates. You can control them, obviously, but your NPC teammates all have personas as well, but theirs are set to who they are as people. Your main character has like a special power that lets you switch your personas, and all your personas have like different again, I'm starting to sense a theme in my RPGs. I like rock, paper, scissors, like elemental mechanics. That's like, this beats this is resistance to this sort of thing. It's a bit more in depth in Persona, because it's not just elemental stuff. There's also stuff like, bludgeoning or slashing or bullet damage, on top of like fire, ice, light, dark, all this shit. And you can collect the personas by defeating them in battle. How you collect them in both 4 and 5 is different, but then you can like fuse them into stronger personas and stuff like that. So it's not quite like Pokemon. They're not like cute fuzzy animals. They're all these kind of crazy, like Oni and I just lost the Japanese word for like yokai. There we go. Yokai looking creatures. I mean, hell, one of the highest level personas you can fuse is it's Satan. You can just have Satan as your persona. But more to the point, Persona is like it's kind of like a slice of life. You're a high schooler, obviously. What else the fuck would you be in an anime style game? But Persona is really cool in the fact that it has iterations. Again, can't speak for 1 and 2, but 3 and 5, 3 through 5, they all have like their own continuity. Like they're in the same world, yes, but they have nothing to do with one another. So like you can pick up Persona 3, 4, or 5, it doesn't matter, and just start playing it. You don't need to play any of the other Personas to understand the stories in those games. They might have like sly references that reference the other games, but it's not important. If you didn't know it was a reference, it doesn't affect your enjoyment of the game at all. But so I'll focus on more of 4 and 5 since I've actually beaten them. And just for an example of how different the stories are, 4 takes place in like a rural Japanese town. You're out in the countryside, and you can really see it when you play both of the games because they are polar opposites in terms of setting. You're in like rural Japan in Persona 4. You like moved in from the city because you have to stay with your uncle for a while, and your uncle's like a private, basically a police officer. And when you get to the town, there's been some weird stuff happening. Some people have died. There's like a serial killer thing going on, and basically you get involved. So the whole game is figuring out who the serial killer is, who's using You find out that they are using this persona power to basically go into like a mirror dimension that you can get to by going through televisions at night. To basically bring people there, kidnap them, kill them, and then so no one knows how they did it or how they died. And you're trying to figure it out because you and your friends are the only people who can access this other world. And so basically that's the whole plot of the game. You have to figure out who did it in this small town. And I kind of like it because it's not it's not the end of the world situation. It's like a small town problem. And it does grow a bit bigger than that at a certain point, but it never grows into like the entire world's going to explode kind of thing. The problem really is just centered on this town, which I kind of like. The lower stakes, they're low and high stakes. They're high stakes for the people who live there, but everywhere else outside of it, who gives a fuck? But I like that kind of story. I don't like having every JRPG or story, for that matter, being like the fate of the entire fucking universe. It kind of gets old after a while. So the setting for 4 is really nice. The characters in 4 are pretty decent. I think overall the characters in 5 are stronger. I don't know how controversial of a take that is, but I think it's just kind of the truth. Excuse me, yes? Do you have something to say?
No, it's just some stupid autoplay ad thing.
And then Persona 5, you're in the big city. You're like in Tokyo proper, basically, because you regularly use Shibuya Station and the subway to get around. Like, so you are well and truly like in the city of Japan, and you're basically sent there. It's a bit of I like the hook for this one better because in this one you're being sent to like a guardian who's taking you in out of pity, because basically on your way home in your hometown you found a lady who was being harassed by a guy on the side of the road. And you're a high schooler, and you're like, I'm not going to let that lady be dragged. Like she is trying to physically drag her into his car, and you basically get in between them. And the guy is drunk, and he falls over and hits his head. But turns out that guy is a major political figure and has the police wrapped around his finger and blames everything on you, and even blackmails the lady into lying, saying that you hit him. So you're basically going to go to jail, but because you're a minor, I believe it's you can't because he's a minor, you can't be sent a minor technically. You can't be sent to jail, or it's either that or like you just have to be sent away for a while. Like you can't be in your hometown. And this guy who just has pity on your situation decides to take you in, and you're put into a new school in a new area. And you're treated as a hoodlum because everyone knows you got moved in there because you're like a thug, right? That's your reputation now, and slowly people start giving you a chance, and you find out about this phantom world on the other side, like a world that mirrors our own that you gain access to. And basically you start essentially playing a phantom thief is what they call you. You're almost like a Robin Hood, but for like basically justice, essentially. You're able to infiltrate people's psyches and forcibly change their minds on things. So you end up basically infiltrating these really bad people's minds and forcing them to confess their crimes, essentially, because you basically make them have a change of heart. You steal their heart, is how they describe it in the game. And again, it's all the same gameplay mechanics apply to this one that apply to Persona 4. about the personas and the elementals and the fusing and yada yada. This one's a bit higher stakes because you're basically having like entire like social upheaval almost because you become like this Robin Hood-esque band of like phantom thieves trying to like correct society by making all the bad people like confess to their crimes. However, something goes wrong and you don't kill people, but something goes wrong and someone dies for it and people start questioning you, like, oh, maybe they're kind of crazy and all this other shit. It's a really complicated story to get all the way into right now, but that's basically the premise of it. Characters in that one, in Persona 5, I think are stronger. There are some really dumb parts of the story where you should really be exposed as the Phantom Thieves because you're trying to keep it on the down low, obviously. Because if you get in trouble with the police as you are now, you're just fucked. You're thrown into jail. You're screwed. But you're a good person and you want to use your powers for good. The music over all of Persona is absolutely banger. I don't know how to describe it otherwise. It's fire on top of fire on top of fire.
That's like one of its strong marks, isn't it?
Yes, it's one of the biggest marks of Persona as a series is the fucking music. 3 through 5, all of it is amazing. And they all have their own styles too as well. And I mean, the character work, the story, the gameplay is really fun. I like the turn-based thing. Lots of different things you can be able to do. You can really get crazy with the personas you can fuse and basically make yourself overpowered by giving yourself no weaknesses and you have all this coverage and all this other stuff, but as long as you fuse them correctly. But yeah, I mean, I don't know how else to give it a better pitch, I guess. Because otherwise I would just be talking about how the story plays out and it really needs to be just played for yourself. There's themes, obviously, because like I think the overall the story and the themes I like better in 4 because it's about facing the darker sides of yourself and accepting the bad parts about yourself while trying to be a better person at the same time. I think 3 is a bit more boring. Again, I can't speak to it fully because I haven't beaten the game, but that one's just about making your way up this like death tower that appears every night at midnight. It'll probably get more deeper than that as I get into it, but I can't speak to it since I haven't beaten it. But for anyone who hasn't played Persona and really wants a JRPG, that again, it almost isn't. I would say it's not as intensive as playing like a Final Fantasy or stuff because it takes place in modern day. Like all of them are set in modern day. You're kind of, but all your like fantastic stuff takes place like underneath the covers, right? Like undercover. And your secret about your powers and stuff like that. But it's not this grand fantasy world. You're just in regular Japan, but your group of you and your friends have all these special powers in order to like help society or help a problem or something, right? And it just left a huge impression on me. And whenever Atlas decides that they're done, remaking Persona 5 in a million different flavors between making Royal and the tactical shooter and the dance all night and shit like that, when they're finally done with all of it and they actually make a new Persona, I'll be there for it. For now, I'm just gonna, They're
in the middle of making that Metaphor game, which is like their own approach to a Fire Emblem style game.
That might be interesting. I might look into it. I mean, I played the Persona 5 tactical shooter. It's all right. I'm not a greatest fan of tactical shooters, but as they go, I find it enjoyable. I played Persona Q on the DS, which was pretty enjoyable for a fucking first-person dungeon crawler. But yeah, I mean, I love Persona. It left a huge impact on me. I absolutely adore it.
I believe I have Persona 5 Royale still in the plastic. It's just, I haven't really played it.
I mean, it's worth it, man. I really suggest you play it, and I mean, it'll be off sale by the time this episode goes out. But as of right now, I'm trying to get Jordan to go get it on Steam because it's like $20. But
yeah, it's such a it's such a well liked series. And the funny thing is like Persona is such an impactful part of like Atlas's lineup of games. And I love the art style, and I'm super familiar with the art style because I play the Shin Megumi games and not the Persona games. Because I've played Nocturne, I've played Catherine, which isn't a Shin Megumi game, but Catherine's the same art. And then there's Digital Devil Saga, Devil Summoner. It's like I've just played around this franchise.
I mean, yeah, Shinigami, and the funny thing is, Shinigami Tensei, I don't know a lot about it. I haven't played it, but I know that the monsters in it are just the same monsters that are your personas in Persona. Like, that's how that crossover happens.
Yeah, they're all literally just the same universe. It's so interesting that I haven't interacted with this franchise like on an actual like played level. And the Nocturne game is a monster game. It's like Pokemon. You catch them and stuff, and then you confuse them and get other ones. And I do agree, this game has banger music. I know what the music is. I've never even played the game. So, like, I understand that the soundtrack is what a lot of people love about it. I was going to mention that Dance All Night or whatever game because it's like, the music is so good, they made a rhythm game. And then they like the characters so much. There's the fighting game that they also made.
Mm-hmm.
And then for Joker to be so popular, he shows up in Smash Brothers.
I mean, it's the funny thing about that is that it wasn't even because Persona was popular. It's just because Sakurai really liked Persona, and he's like, "I'm gonna put Joker in Smash, and no one can tell me otherwise. It's my game. I'm gonna do what I want."
Yes, my lord.
You have been
chosen.
Maybe monthly game, even though I doubt you can get through it in a month unless you really.
I think Persona games minimum are like 80 hours raw dogging it.
Here's the thing, right? I played Persona 5 Royal, which is basically just the definitive edition. After I played Persona 5,
right?
There's a few new characters, and there's like a whole new story arc at the very end after the story would have normally ended. So it is just more content. And here's the thing. I was playing through it regularly for the first like 2 or 3 dungeons, and I was having no issue because I know how to play the game. But then I realized, because it's the definitive edition, it comes with all the DLC. And the DLC basically just gives you all the really good main character personas from the other Persona games already at really high levels. And I'm like, well, I'm just here for the story. I've already played through all these dungeons, so fuck it. I'm just going to fucking, go through my shit. Yeah, it's like, give me the fucking overpowered persona so I can just walk through all the shit. It's not like I was having trouble to begin with. It just speeds this process up. Shit, I just lost where I was going with this point.
All the DLC.
Something along those lines. Shit, my brain just did a backflip. I just lost where I was going with this. How long it takes you to beat the game. So even me fucking going around with this giant beating stick, beating the fuck out of everything with like one shot, still took me about 60 to 70 hours to get through the entire thing.
Yeah, it's just as long, if not longer, than mainline Dragon Quest games.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's a lot of that is the cutscenes. There is a lot of cutscenes and a lot of talking, but it's enjoyable. I like listening to it.
I mean, it's 50% slice of life anime and 50% JRPG systems.
I mean, good point. I totally forgot about that point because there's the JRPG side of it is when you're using your powers in like the mirror dimension, essentially. But there's a whole other side of the game that's basically a life sim where you basically can go around doing part-time jobs or studying and stuff. You have a whole stat line dedicated just to your social stats, to how much people like you, and basically building up your social links, which allows you to fuse personas of greater value or access like items or shops you wouldn't have otherwise. So there's a whole other side of the game that's basically a life sim, which is really fun, which lets you have a little bit of Japanese life in your game, just a little bit. It's just super dope. And this applies to both 4 and 5 and 3. But that's a whole really good, fun side of the game that just kind of slows down the gameplay just a little bit, gives you a little bit of a break. But that's great. I mean, I love Persona. I can go on about it forever. But
the Persona franchise definitely knows how to write characters. They're like those games in general, like Shin Megumi games, like that whole like whoever's making those, they definitely know how to make dynamic characters because everybody's so different all the time. Every time they put a game out, but they're all interesting. It's not like even the boring character is interesting because you're like, why are you boring? And you want to know
why? What's wrong with you? Yeah. So, anyways, continuing on because we were in the home stretch. Jordan, hit us with another one.
Okay, I'm gonna have to say Killer Instinct for me. Like I said, for me as I was growing up with that being on Super Nintendo, it was just a really cool thing that they had characters that were just not your normal kind. They were very well outside of the norm. You got your raptor, you got a girl that turns into a fucking cheetah looking thing, you know. You have a raptor, you have a werewolf, you have a guy that's made out of fire, Cinder. You have Spinal, a skeleton pirate looking dude. You know, you got all these different kinds of people that are going at it. But at the same time, it's got fucking cool ass music. The battling inside of it, the sequencing of combos flows so well together. And every time you nail a combo, you just got the announcer that just gets you all hyped up. He's like, combo breaker, you know, when you like hit things, you know, monster combo. Yeah, ultra, you know, just like fucking sick shit while you're doing it. And then they incorporated, you know, that kind of same thing into 64. But the one I really did like is the one that came out for 360, or as Xbox One, I think it was actually. That one itself was really damn good. The graphics are extremely good. The character design looks awesome. The music is even way more better than it was before. They like remixed a lot of the shit, so it sounds really sick. The fighting style is just amazing, how they have it flow together. Like, Jago looks way more cooler in this one, and he even has like a dark side version of him, kind of like how you have Ryu with his dark side. They have the same thing for Jago. It's just all these different forms of it that they have, and they incorporate all these creepy characters that are in it as well. So it's just like I played that shit for so long, and that's another one of those games. Like, if I pick it up, I'm gonna be guaranteed to put a couple hours down on that every time I touch the sticks. It's too damn good of a game.
The only thing I have to say about it is I thought it was awesome with that Xbox One that the Arbiter from Halo was a fucking character you could play as.
Oh yeah. No, he plays good in that game.
Also, they added Battletoads.
Did they?
Yeah, they added the Battletoads as like a DLC, like guest fighter to Killer Instinct.
Huh.
I love that fighting game so much too. It's so good. I mean, we played it as kids. I think we played it like at our babysitter's house. Wasn't that something that he had?
Played at Thomas's house, yeah.
Yeah,
and
I mean that was.
You were playing as Cinder all the time, and I'd play as either Glacius or Reptor. You'd even play as Reptor too. I can't remember. Somebody was playing as Spinal all the time too.
I would play as Saberwolf as well. The thing about Killer Instinct that's wild to me is that it's like, even the Super Nintendo one, which is the one that I like more because that was the one that's just nostalgic for me. I had my Super Nintendo set up at our house when I was renting a house with some friends in Alaska, and we would play that game every single day. It was Street Fighter II Turbo and Killer Instinct on Super Nintendo. The fluidity of the combat of that Super Nintendo game is still better than some games today. I don't understand it. And it's made by the same people that did Donkey Kong Country, where they did that cool 3D pre-rendered background stuff for all the fighters. And I love the combo system. And for it to be so old but still play so damn well, it's just crazy. And yes, the music is pretty banger. I didn't really get into the 64 one as much. Killer Instinct Gold, I believe is what it's called. But that first one on Super Nintendo is so good. And like, my roommates, they all had like characters they gravitated towards. Like, Ben would play Spinal. Dakota played as Riptor, or not Riptor. He played as Jago because the joke was like, "Oh, he's the 500-pound ninja," because it gives you the stats.
Yeah.
And I like playing as Fulgore, Saberwolf, and Cinder. But that game is so good. Like, it's such a nonsensical fighting game when you put it up against like the popular fighting games of the time, because like Street Fighter has characters that are notable. They're literal icons like Chun-Li, and that they're in Fortnite, And then you have like Mortal Kombat, that's like a huge franchise fight. And then there's this game that some people also like, Killer Instinct. And it's all the characters are just weird, but it plays so well. And like, yeah, it's nice to hear that that's in that list, because it is such a good fighting game.
Alrighty. Edwin, go.
Where the hell am I on my list?
More.
Took Elden Ring from me, so Ratchet and Clank.
Hey, there we go.
My favorite one.
I thought you were going to say he stole it from you.
What?
I thought
what?
he was going to say you stole that from him too.
No.
Oh, okay.
No. Not Ratchet and Clank.
Ratchet and Clank. Good.
Yeah. So in the Ratchet and Clank series, my favorite that I played the most is Going Commando. It's just funny when I learned that literally the entire series before the first remake of the first one is just sexual innuendos. It's just very funny. But it's funny because I played the Going Commando as the second game in the series, so I played that one first before I even knew that there was a first one. So it's like a lot of things didn't make any sense, but that didn't matter because it was just a cool character, a robot backpack, and a ton of fucking guns. So it was my Borderlands before Borderlands. But it's pretty much the entire concept of the game is just really insane weapons. And then it's just a intergalactic mechanic, the last of his kind. I forgot what type of species he is.
Lombax.
Like a Lombax.
Oh, Lombax. That's what it was. It's a Lombax named Ratchet, and he's a really good yet clumsy engineer, and he's the last of his kind. Later on, that part of the plot is explained, but I'm not going to say it. And then as a crash site, a meteor comes down from the sky, and it ends up being an escaped, supposedly malfunctional robot, but it's actually just much more intelligent, but smaller than all the other robots of its kind. And then they just go on insane adventures, defeating bad guys trying to take over the universe. But the second one is mainly about a suspicious puppeteer in the background of the galaxy that's just an unnamed villain that is trying to use something called a protopet that's just like this really dangerous experimental creature that just eats everything in sight, and it just easily multiplies. But the plot is pretty much just going to each world trying to figure out this mystery, and then just finding everyone else is also trying to figure it out while also trying to get in your way. But the whole idea of it is just leveling up, transforming all your weapons, because they do have levels and they do evolve, which is a really cool aspect of it. Because one of the things that I like about like video games or shows is just like transformation or evolution, which is why I like things like Ben 10 and Pokemon. So the fact that these weapons level up and also transform is just an interesting concept, because they level up on the amount of times that you use them and kill things with them. So it's just a fun platformer, just bullet hell essentially. So it's just a very fun game. There's not a lot to talk about because it's just a lot of havoc with just very fourth wall breaking dialogue. The dialogue to, I guess, Deadpool or the Amazing World of Gumball, it's just very funny and comedic. So it's just a fun, entertaining game. Like all the cutscenes are funny, and it's just a really fun game to play. I really like all of them. Even the remake kind of removes all the mature aspects of the game. So, but I mean, I still find them fun. It's just I kind of miss the old dialogue. It was really funny.
Yeah, the newest one's visuals are just so good. Like the graphics are so good. The movie was kind of fun, and I know that was like, it was just a weird thing, but it was like visually, it was really good.
It was good, but I soon realized, because I watched the movie before I played the remake, and the movie was just all the cutscenes of the remake.
Yeah, that was kind of weird.
Fucking dumb.
That is so fucking retarded. I hated it. That was the closest I ever came to walking out of a theater.
Like it was, I was just kind of like, oh, you guys, when we were going through like the game again, and it's like, oh, I've seen all these scenes. Oh, you guys just recycled everything. God, what a cash grab.
I mean, the game was cool, but it's like the movie was just like that. That was a really stupid idea.
see it in there because I was just like, oh, we're gonna go do the thing. I'm like, insert gameplay here, and then we get to the next scene. I'm just like, Jesus Christ.
Well, it's weird because when I liked the movie and then the game came out and I was like, now I don't like the movie because now I know what you have done. I could tell
when I was watching the movie, I'm like, this is just the game cutscenes. That's all this is. That's why I was gonna walk out. That's why I was gonna.
It's such a fun platformer in like that realm of platformers that were coming out like that because you had Jak and Daxter, Ratchet and Clank, Sly Cooper. Like it was like a whole new genre of like these platformers that had more narrative because like Crash Bandicoot's fun, but it doesn't have like a strong narrative. He's just, whoa, watch out, oh, I'm getting chased by a polar bear. And then like now you have like an actual storyline to follow, and it launched a chain of games. Like it wasn't just like a one-hitter like banger. It was just like, here's the beginning of a franchise that people are just going to fall in love with, and it's such a charming world. Ratchet and Clank is pretty dope, and Clank gets his own spin-off too on PSP, as I feel like every sidekick got a spin-off game.
Yeah. I mean, I like Ratchet and Clank. I mean, if you had to ask me to choose, I'm more of a Jak and Daxter guy myself. But I do love me some Ratchet and Clank, my favorite being Deadlocked, which I know is a weird choice, but I don't know. I love the edgy, full-armored fucking Ratchet and his two robot dudes going around, and the entire game is basically just shoot stuff. Like, we axed most of the story as, like, this is just shooting things,
Oh, because, what is it? It's a tournament type game because Ratchet was essentially arrested.
Yeah, pretty much. Like it's a really basic game, but I just really like the style of it, and you have a lot of really fun guns to use and stuff like that. I don't know. I just really like Deadlocked, despite it being the weird one of the bunch. Yeah, Ratchet's good. Ratchet and Clank's really good, but I would choose Jak and Daxter over it.
I've yet to play Jak and Daxter. I have them all, but I've yet to play them.
First game and the second game are miles apart.
Yeah. Well, I think they're all pretty good, but yes, they do have a vast change in tone, like very suddenly and drastically.
Yeah, I saw a depressing comic about that. I was like, ooh, I'd be sad too if I saw like a friend like Jak go from all happy to like, I wish I was dead.
Yeah. Basically.
The second game starts off being tortured.
Yeah, pretty much.
Moving on.
He got tortured so bad he stopped being a silent protagonist. Yeah, go ahead, Corey. Hit us with another one.
All right, my second from the top here is the Final Fantasy franchise, and I know Jordan mentioned 10, but mine is actually 9.
God damn it. No, I'm joking.
I was like, dang, I was just copying his homework. Final Fantasy 9, we're all familiar with the Final Fantasy franchise. It's been expanding, for years, of course. But Final Fantasy 9 to me is like, it has a very unique art style. A lot of people some people hate it because they're just like, oh, the characters look too goofy or whatever. But I feel like it has like a really good identity. And after doing like Final Fantasy 6, amazing game. It's got a lot of steampunk elements. And then you go to Final Fantasy 7, amazing game. But, it's like still the same type of thing. Steampunk, more like realistic things, machinery, all that jazz. Literally, you have cars in Final Fantasy 8. I'm not going to say amazing game. I don't like that one very much. 9 is actually like fantasy again. You got airships, it's castles, it's magic. It's everything that I liked about the earlier Final Fantasy games that I saw my dad playing, which is like, we're going to the kingdoms and things like that. And instead of just going to cities or towns, like it's actual kingdoms, and I love the world of Final Fantasy 9. The music, amazing. The combat system, they do this thing where you like use gear. The more you use an item, you start to get skills from those items. So it encourages you to go find and buy as much stuff as you can so that you can kind of expand on your character's skill set. All the characters are class-based. So like the main character, Zidane, he's like a rogue. He fights with either 2 daggers or you can fuse them and have like a double blade staff. You got Vivi, which is the iconic black mage design from the original Final Fantasy, who's basically a living murder weapon that discovers that all of his people are manufactured. And it's like this really crazy, like everybody in that game has a side story that they're trying to like figure out instead of it just being like one solid goal. And most Final Fantasies do function this way too, but everybody's like side story is just so unique and like so well thought out for it. And like the races of people that live in the world of Final Fantasy IX are just so diverse of like, this is these rat people, and then you have like the weird frog guys, and instead of it just being like I'm an elf, like they're literally just different creatures and stuff, and they're all integrated in this world. So when you're walking through a town, it just feels like really interesting because you're like, whoa, what the hell is that guy? And the graphics itself, it was the last one on PS1, but it is probably the best looking PS1 game. I do have the Switch HD version of it. Not to say that it's much better, but because of the stylized nature of it, it does age better than like Final Fantasy VII did. But they did remake and made Final Fantasy VII look fucking amazing. But Final Fantasy IX is well worth the experience because it's a true like magic fantasy and not like an edgy like leather jacket gunblade kind of game. And that's why I would kind of push that one forward. It has a lot of summons in it, which summons are a huge part of Final Fantasy. Traditional turn-based, which isn't necessarily revolutionary for the franchise. The combat system is more, I think, just simplified with the UI design. But you can have a team of 4 instead of 3. So, like, it's in some, well, Vivi and Steiner have a team attack thing, but it makes your party a little bit more manageable with like what you can do skill-wise, since people are class-based. Like Freya's a dragoon, Amaranth is like a fighter, and things like that. But it has a really good cast of characters that are all very unique from each other, and I would highly recommend playing Final Fantasy IX. It's just such a good RPG that is exactly what RPGs used to be, which was set in a fantasy world.
Yeah, I think you told me that like you recommended every Final Fantasy from 7 to 11, pretty much.
Yeah, not 8, but like 6, 7, 9, 10, 12, and then I think the one that you played was 13. Though, is that the first one that you played?
Yeah, I did not like that one that much.
Yeah, I mean, I like it, but yeah, I understand why a lot of people have gripes on it because it is kind of I don't know. You got to play the game for 30 hours before you can start picking who you want on your team.
Yeah, well, it's like that. Here's the problem with me and Final Fantasy. Final Fantasy 13 was my first Final Fantasy game.
Yeah, no, if anything from this, 9 and 10 is the ones that made this list. So those are the two you should probably check out.
Okay.
Alrighty. Back to me, I suppose. Let's see. What do I got here? Well, 2 of these got stolen from me. So I guess I'll go with my backup list. Pick something out of here. Let's pick... let's be funny. Let's pick Pikmin. I adore Pikmin. Fucking what a unique concept for a game, especially because basically its whole iteration on the GameCube was just to show off how much the GameCube could process with all the little Pikmin creatures on screen and all the other stuff that's happening with it. But it's such a quaint little game. I think that and Sunshine, Super Mario Sunshine, was like the biggest reasons I wanted a GameCube as a kid, and I believe those are the first 2 games I got for it, was Pikmin and Super Mario Sunshine. It's hard to describe. I just really it's just a weird game. Like, it's such a weird concept, but it's a fun novelty of having like this. I like RTS games, and Pikmin is essentially an RTS game. With controlling your Pikmin and stuff. I mean, for anyone who doesn't know, Pikmin, you play as Olimar, who's this guy who crash lands on this mysterious planet, but using context clues, it's clearly Earth, where his ship is damaged. And I'm just talking about the first Pikmin game primarily, even though in every game he crashes his damn ship. But pretty much, I mean, really, once 4 came out and that was still the plot line, I'm like, dude, come on. It's a fucking planet. It's not exactly small. But so Olimar like lands on this mysterious planet, and his ship is fucked up. And he's so small on this tiny ass planet, he has no idea where he is, and he can't breathe the planet's atmosphere. It's poisonous. So he needs to figure out how to fix his ship in 30 days before his life support runs out. So you're on a timer throughout the entire game, which I know stresses some people out, but good news, it's only there for the first game, really. And even then, I feel like even if you're really bad at the game, it's really not going to come into as much of a factor in the long run. But he finds this little creature called a Pikmin, little red guy. He has a leaf on his head. He has a big old nose. He got eyes. And he basically can just pick him up and chuck him at something, and they'll single-handedly beat the fuck out of whatever it is. Like, they've just chosen a fight to the death for Olimar just because he pulled him out of the ground like a carrot. So Olimar basically enslaves these creatures to do what he wants, even though they're just like this like hive mind that needs like someone to guide them to do stuff. And you basically have the Pikmin fight stuff, and they bring stuff back to their little onion spaceship that grows more Pikmin, and you use the Pikmin to solve little puzzles and fight creatures by throwing them on top of them and controlling them. And basically you go to all these different levels, collecting your ship parts within 30 days, and you soon find stuff like yellow Pikmin, which have big old ears, and you can throw them higher, and they can carry bombs and stuff. And then you have blue Pikmin with little mouths, and they can go in water, which is way more useful than it sounds, because the other Pikmin can't swim. The red ones are immune to fire, and they do the most damage. And basically just rinse, repeat that through a bunch of different stages of a different kind of puzzles and shit to solve. You have to use them to break down barriers, move big stuff, carry everything back to your ship, and then cap it all off with a fight with a boss at the end. And Olimar escapes the planet but it's implied that when he leaves, he's basically taught the Pikmin how to fend for themselves, and as such, they're fine when he leaves. But turns out in Pikmin 2, 3, and 4, they keep kind of like resetting the status quo. I don't know if like the games are supposed to have like Pikmin 1 and 2 are continuous. I don't know about 3 and 4, to be honest with you, especially 4. But my favorite is Pikmin 2, actually. Because Pikmin 2 not only removes that counter, but basically has like 2 games almost. So when Olimar gets back to his home planet of Hodokate, I believe it's called. Basically, he comes back and his boss is like, "Where the fuck have you been?" And when he comes back, he brings this bottle cap with him that he found on the planet because the Pikmin gave it to him, I think, and he wanted to keep it as like a souvenir of his planet. He wanted to give it to his son. And his boss is like, "Let me see that." And he takes the fucking bottle cap, and his little ship analyzes it, and he's just like, "Holy crap, his fucking bottle cap's worth like 100 pecos," or whatever the fuck their currency is called. He was like, "Oh, by the way, I know you just came back from a perilous journey, but we're selling your spaceship because the company's going under." And so you come back, and he sells off your spaceship immediately. And he's like, "But holy crap, this bottle cap, where did you get this from?" He's like, "We're going there to basically pilfer that planet, or else we're going under. So it's like, Olimar, get back in this shitty, crappy ship we have as a backup, and take this useless fuck Louie with you, and you're going to go pilfer that planet for all it's worth, and we're going under." After this man just fought for his life for 30 days to come back home and see his family, his boss is telling him to get back on the ship and get back to work. So you fly back to the planet with this other guy, this useless fuck called Louie, behind you. So you have 2 main characters, which you can switch between. But the second game's all about using the Pikmin to delve into these dungeon things, which actually have random layouts. So replaying the game, it has a lot of replay value. To collect treasures this time. There's no time limit. You're in no danger of dying this time. But to collect treasures to pay off your company's debt. And once you do that, you leave and get back, and the president's like, "Oh my god, you did it! Where the fuck is Louie?" Because you left Louie on the planet, so now you got to go back and get Louie, but instead of Louie, you have Olimar and the president come back with you, which opens up the second half of the game, which is a lot of the same, collecting more treasures and stuff, but your goal is to rescue Louie ultimately, which ends up being you fight this big old final boss and thing, rescue Louie, and then the game ends. 3 and 4 is basically rinse, repeat, except you're different characters having to rescue Olimar. And they introduced new Pikmin. In fact, in Pikmin 2, they introduced 2 new Pikmin, which was purple Pikmin, which are just like fat Pikmin, and white Pikmin, which can stand up to like poison and stuff, and they're really small and lighter than other Pikmin. But they keep adding new Pikmin with each iteration, which changes up your strategy. It's all about like multitasking, get a lot of stuff done, having some Pikmin do this, some Pikmin do that. Basically, it's a challenge to see how much you can do in a day because most of the games are dictated by a day cycle. So you have like a certain amount of time before the day ends, which I think is usually about 10 or 15 minutes of real time. And I won't get too much into Pikmin 3 and 4 since I don't think they're bad, but I was really excited when Pikmin 4 came out because Pikmin 3, between Pikmin 3 and Pikmin 4, there was like a long gap with no Pikmin anything. The games are just like too easy. I guess they're way too easy. I said my piece about this with Pikmin 4 before, but they add this dog creature that just trivializes the entire game. Pikmin 3 is all right. I just forget about it a lot. I played it, I beat it, I just don't remember anything about it, unlike Pikmin 1 and 2, which I remember a lot about. And I love playing Pikmin 2. In fact, I still need to get a replacement copy for my GameCube, so I have it back. But, yeah, Pikmin was a big... I mean, I love Pikmin. It's just this weird game franchise. Music is really good. It's very peaceful. It's weird, like exploratively peaceful. I know it's a weird way to describe it, but it's also kind of scary, a little foreboding, because some of the creatures are really nightmarish, and you're just... Olimar's a little guy, and everything else is, like, huge. So you're pretty vulnerable. But yeah, I mean, I really like Pikmin. Pikmin's one of my favorite games of all time. As a franchise, maybe not so much because it's really just the first two games. 3 and 4 are all right, but I don't know. I just don't have any lingering memories of them. Nothing a lot that I remember about either one of them.
3 is on Wii U.
Yeah, 3 is on Wii U. I mean, maybe 3 is on the Wii U. It's on the Switch too. In fact, I almost picked up a physical copy of it today when I saw it at my yard sale. But I was like, meh, I don't know. I don't really care to have it again. It's like I think about it. I'm like, why would I want? I don't even want to play this again. Like, I'm glad I played it, but I don't want to play it again. I'd rather pay, the fucking $100 it's going to take me to get Pikmin 2 back and play that again. But
it's such a unique game in itself that kind of has blossomed into 4 other games. I mean, the only other thing I think that's close to the playstyle, and I'm probably way off on this, but would be that game Overlord.
Yeah, well, I mean, Overlord's just that's another really fun game that's probably in my top 100 somewhere. But yeah, Overlord is let's do Pikmin but evil. Let's do Pikmin but crazy evil.
That's the only game I can think of that's anything close to that.
Yeah, I mean, I'm almost 99% sure the people who made Overlord played Pikmin and like, let's do that. Let's do that. Yeah, with horrible goblin people. Yeah, I mean, it goes show you, I love Overlord too. I mean, I love Overlord 1 and 2. I wish they made more Overlord games and just made it better, but they didn't. But yeah, Pikmin. I love Pikmin. It's a very strange concept, and I mean, obviously Olimar is strong enough to be put in Smash Brothers as well. He still is, and even though he's not my favorite fighter in Smash Brothers, I still love good old Olimar, even though he can't drive to save his life. Yeah. So, Jordan, hit us with another one.
My final one is Sid Meier's Revolution for the Xbox 360.
Civ Rev.
Yep, I played the shit out of that. It was fun to know that, you got to choose the different types of people. Like, you had your Abraham Lincoln, you had the Aztecs, you had the Chinese, you had all these different types of people that are out there for all around that you could choose different styles. They had different strengths. One was good at building things quicker. Some actually had better economy. Some people had better culture. So you could definitely go about it however way you wanted to, from starting from the very beginning, where you're, basically you're like cavemen and you start to work your way up the chain of how you want to go with making weaponry, being better in intelligence, or just, again, winning people over with the culture and aspects of how everything does. So you can choose world domination, choosing to win your people over by, world peace, basically, encountering everything with great types of architect that you can bring up, that architecture that will make people want to join your team. And then you have, opposite sides that will eventually AI that will come to ruin your days, depending upon how they if they choose to join you or not. So you're also dealing with random, people that you can encounter out of random deals, like kind of like some raiders and such that you're getting on random locations that they put you on the map, and you have to basically make yourself be at the top of what you want to do. And I know that in the 360 that they had those achievements that really made it fun, which was, basically certain things that you would need to achieve in order to get the certain achievements, right? So one would be like trying to win everyone over with the culture, or one to be the first one to launch the nuke, things like that. So I know I have played Civ 6 and such. I just didn't like it as much as I liked this one. Like I said, I'm more of a simple guy when it comes to these type of things. I don't really like too much. When there's a lot of things involving, what you can do, I kind of lose interest. As with this one, it was very simple because, again, they had to make it work for the 360. And because of that, it really fit well with me, and that I could play it in the palm of my hand rather than a keyboard. So, I mean, I put lots of hours into this, constantly playing as different people throughout the game.
Yeah, I played a lot of Civ Rev myself. The biggest flaw with it is that if you had a longer game with a lot of people, the game started kind of chugging a little bit, kind of lagging a little bit, and it kind of sucked. But Civ Rev was a great introduction of like RTS game working on the console. I mean, it was made specifically for the console, so they watered down a lot of concepts, but I really liked it. I played a fuck ton of it. I mean, I don't know if I played it online too much, but I definitely played a lot of it by myself. It's probably in my top 100 somewhere. But yeah, I mean, I can't add much. I just agree with you. I love Civ Rev. It's a great little game to play by myself. In fact, I still have the disc that I used for it back in the day, so I still have it actually.
The only thing I can remember is like all my roommates, because I didn't really play that game, but like all my roommates loved playing that game together. They would always pick a match, and then they'd always complain about Gandhi trying to nuke them. And then,
well, that was actually a I don't know if it was Civ Rev, but the whole joke with that, I believe, is
it was like
I don't know which
Civ game, right?
Yeah, well, it's an older Civ game, and it was a programming error because like they set Gandhi's like aggression low enough, but they set it too low that it like cycled back and became the highest it ever did. So Gandhi would always like rush nukes, and he would be like the most aggressive AI ever. And that just kind of became a joke within Civilization. Is that it's like, oh god, it's Gandhi, he's going for the nukes.
Yeah. The only other thing too was what is it, the during like the medieval time era or whatever, the wizard, because me and Jordan used to say that he was just like, die motherfucker, die.
Yeah, playing like a flute.
Yeah, because he just come up, he's like, oh, and he's like shaking his hands. And I think there was like, I don't know, somebody was listening to some music or whatever, and it just matched up perfectly. And it was like, it's like, dang, this guy's pretty wild. But yeah, Civ Rev is I like the visual style of that game. I just never really got into it like all my roommates did.
Alrighty. Corey, you go now.
Okay, this is my last one.
Oh,
it's Chrono Trigger. It's very simple. I mean, Chrono Trigger is a very popular RPG. A lot of people bring it up.
Say Chrono Trigger is a simple game. I was like, it is not.
No, it's very common. Like it's a lot of people's favorites. A lot of people point at it when they talk about benchmarks of RPGs because it's just such a great, expansive adventure, and it's not that long. I mean, you could probably beat it in 30 hours or something like that. But like the cast of characters is just so good. The music is so good. The pixel art is like top tier. There's so many locations to go visit. There's side quests, and like the DS one, if you're playing that, has so many more side quests that they added to the game. It's just such a solid RPG. I mean, I could talk about it for days, but like I have literally a Chrono Trigger pillow on my couch in my office. I have a Chrono Trigger poster. I got a little like standee of Chrono. Like it's such a it's also, I think, because it's a lot of people's first RPG that they played all the way through, because it's not overly complex, but like there is a lot of things to keep track of to like kind of bounce around. But like again, it's such a charming group of people that are in your like party the entire time, and you can pick and switch, and they all work together, so everybody's party could be different because like there's team attacks and stuff like that. And I just overall, I mean, art style, music, combat, you're fighting the enemies like on the level that you're walking around, so that was kind of like it made you feel more immersed instead of having to go to a separate battle screen. I know a lot of people want it to be remade, and there's definitely a lot of ways that you could approach a remake. And there was a group of people that were trying to make it on PS2, but it got shut down when it was like 70%. I remember seeing that online, and it's like, well, obviously you didn't ask for permission, so what did you expect to happen? But like knowing that there is a potential remake for Chrono Trigger, like somewhere out there, like I would welcome it, but I also don't need it because the original is just still so good that you can just pop it in and play it. And it's not just on Super Nintendo. Like I said, there's the DS one, and there's also a PS1 version where it's paired in I think Final Fantasy Anthology, and it's a specific Final Fantasy game and Chrono Trigger are in the same. Because they were doing this whole Renaissance Final Fantasy games where they're bringing the old ones back. But there are two. Chrono Cross is the sequel of the game, so to speak. It's not like a direct tie-in, but there are nods to each other. Like you go to an orphanage, you see pictures of the main characters, and I think the main characters actually show up in the game, but they're like children at an orphanage. And it's like Chrono Cross is a really good PS1 game as well. Same thing, music, art style, all that. It's really good, but it's not on the same level as Chrono Trigger. That game just resonates very well because, I was watching Dragon Ball Z. It's the same artist, and it's I don't know. I'd beat that game more than any RPG that I own, and I could just pick it up and play it and never get bored.
One of these days, I will play it.
Since you're like, this is terrible.
Yeah. God, Corey, I thought so much highly of you until I played this game.
No. Yeah, it's easily recommendable. I mean, a lot of people in JRPG communities talk about it all the time. I mean, some people might say it's overrated, but I feel like because there's so much high praise circulating the game that when you come into it and you're like, oh, it was fun. It's like, I'm not expecting you to play Chrono Trigger and be like, I got to get my life together. It's just it would be something that I would wake up on when I lived in Alaska with some roommates and stuff. I would wake up in the morning and I would go turn on my my Super Nintendo and just play it while everybody was still sleeping. It was just like, hey, I got an hour to myself. I think I'm just going to play some Chrono Trigger. It's super casual and it's at least casual to me. It's just a fun game that I just love so much.
Alrighty. Edwin, go.
So this is the most recent of the games that I've never played before. So it's I never played this series except the most recent one, is what I mean. And it's Dragon Quest XI. That was my entrance to the Dragon Quest world. It was very entertaining. A little grindy at the end, but apparently that's very normal. The Dragon Quest game, I really love the story. Even the fake out, it was interesting. The twist. It's the game is turn based and it sets in very medieval type land. So it's knights and wizards and stuff. So I was really into that. It was colorful and it obviously had the Dragon Ball Z art style, which is really cool. And then you just have a bunch of characters to customize and level up. All the weapons were really cool too. My biggest gripe with it is just the types of enemies. The enemies are really weird sometimes, but some of them are cool too.
Kind of doofy looking.
Yeah, it's just God, let me fight a normal enemy. Even the dragons themselves look pretty doofy.
Slimes just have a smile on their face.
There's literally
slimes are the most normal thing there.
Yeah, there's literally an enemy called the poo snake.
The golden poo. Better watch out for that one.
Yeah.
He just comes out. He's like, how the hell?
It was a region and a landscape for like of every type. So it was like filled to the brim with like variety, and it was just like all like very well made and like really nice to look at. And it was a really lengthy game. It had everything. It had magic, weirdly named magic, really cool weapons, a lot of colorful characters, and yeah, really weird enemies. And that game took so long, and it probably took longer because I wanted to perfect it, because that's how much I liked it. So I don't perfect that many games, but this one I wanted to. So I spent like maybe like 120 hours on it, because it's like a lot of end content.
Yeah.
So.
Plus the characters have like outfits and stuff that you can wear, so it's not just like the same guy you're staring at the entire time.
Yeah, I mean, I was a little annoyed because like only some outfits change the character, not all of them. So it's not fully customizable. But I still liked all of it. It was a lot of it was very fun. You just play as like an orphan kid who like lost like pretty much everything, and then he like becomes he's the farm boy that becomes like the destined one, the luminary, and it just like goes to the castle. Is like he's just like, well, you're the luminary, the one who's born like every so 100 generations, and then you're destined to save everyone. And you just go on an adventure, find a colorful cast of characters, and then just go on an adventure, and then through I guess through time and space.
Yeah, basically. That's such a Dragon Quest XI was so good. Like, it's funny because like even Angie would just be like humming the music from the game because I was playing it so
all
much.
5 songs that of the entire game.
Yeah, because it's just like that's the song that's playing in the house for like over 100 something hours.
Driving you insane.
Yeah, it's very infectious.
Because when I first started the game, you guys made the joke. I was like, "Oh, you're gonna enjoy all 5 songs." It's like, what do you mean? And it's just like, oh god, it's just the exact same 5 songs throughout the entire fucking game. It's just like eventually I completely like forgot about all of them, and it's like, now they're gonna haunt me if I ever go back.
It's in the same. It's in every single game too. Dun, 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 dun. You're like, oh god, it's in the movie on Netflix.
That part I didn't know.
Fucking, you know what's funny is that I have never played a like mainstream Dragon Quest game. The closest I've come to is playing as Hero in Smash Brothers. But I've played quite a few of the Dragon Quest like peripheral games, like the spin-offs. I have played Dragon Quest Monsters Joker, which is basically the Dragon Quest Pokemon. And I remember liking it quite a bit because it was just different. And then I've played what now?
I think there's a new one of those that just
they had a second one. I never played that one though. I only played the first one, which I kind of wish I kept it because apparently it goes for a pretty penny nowadays. I can't remember the full title of it, but it was a spin-off Dragon Quest game where you played. It was a pixel art game on the DS. You played as the slime, and you basically got into giant mech suit battles with the other monsters.
What the fuck?
It's like Dragon Quest Rocket Slime or something like that. I don't remember fucking what it was called, but it was so much fun. I played the fuck out of that game. That game was great. And then I played Dragon Quest Builders because I was just like, what in the Minecraft is this? What is this? Did Corey find it? No, that's the new one. I haven't played that one yet though. The Dark Prince. I was tempted though because I was like, oh, Dragon Quest Monsters.
Dragon Quest has a MMO as well, but we never got it.
But I played Dragon Quest Builders, and I liked that a lot more than I thought I would. The story of the game, like going through the campaign, was like surprisingly interesting and like kind of deep and kind of emotional. Weirdly enough, so I really liked it. Never played the second one though. But yeah, that's all I got for Dragon Quest. Nothing about the main series. I just played a bunch of the spin-off ones.
Yeah, And I've only played like the Dragon Quest 11. So when they announced like, oh, a remake of Dragon Quest 1, 2, and 3, I'm like, fuck yeah! I'm already on the hype train.
That one I'm excited about because I have the original one on like regular Nintendo, but like I'm not gonna play that. Like it's gonna be way too difficult to kind of like try and get into. But the remakes, that's really dope. I also wanted to play the Dragon Quest Adventure of Dai game, but like it's impossible to find. Like that game came out last year in September and just disappeared.
Oh, I actually forgot about that one. I got to look into that too. I was like, I don't mind digital copies, but yeah. I think a physical copy wouldn't be bad either.
There's also Dragon Quest like spin-off, like the Hyrule Heroes. There's like 2 Dragon Quest Heroes games where you're just like basically fighting hordes of enemies and whatnot. So Dragon Quest is like a huge franchise, which is crazy that like 11 is the first like introduction to that for you. Because I mean, a lot of people were introduced to it on Dragon Quest 8 on PS2. But you know, Dragon Quest 11 is a really good game. It's super long, and the crazy part is if you get the one on Switch, I believe it's the one on Switch only. You can play the entire game in pixel art too. There's like 2 versions of the game they put on there. So you can play the whole 3D one, or you can like toggle it, kind of like the Master Chief Collection, where you can switch, and you can just play the pixel art version of the whole game, which is completely original to this game because they did. It's not a remake of an old game. They just made the entire Dragon Quest XI in the style of a pixel art version of it too, just as a hey, check this out. It's like that's so much work.
Yeah, really.
I think it's called Dragon Quest XI S or something, but I think it's also on Xbox, so it has that pixel form game too.
Oh yeah, Echoes of an Elusive Age S, and yeah, they have that. Yeah, that's just so crazy that they would do that, and it's not like it's any more expensive. It's like let's make an entire game inside of a game.
Why not? That's a good game.
Yeah, I mean.
Alrighty, my turn again. Let's see here. On my original list, I did have Harvest Moon, but I feel like I went over that enough in our cozy games. But I just feel like looking at that again, I don't know if that's necessarily true for me. Yeah, I think Dragon Age deserves that spot more. So let's talk about Dragon Age. Specifically Origins and 2. Because I don't hate Inquisition. I don't think Inquisition's a bad game, but compared to 1 and 2, it's just meh. Dragon Age Origins, I remember not liking initially because I didn't really understand how the game worked, and I was like, this is lame. Because I also didn't really care for like the whole like auto combat thing. You know, you don't press a button to swing your sword. You just like in combat and you have to move in range or whatever you're doing, and your character is like auto attack, but. Dragon Age as a whole, because it's the sister, brother, whatever you want to say, the sibling franchise to Mass Effect from BioWare, except it's their fantasy setting. And I've rather thought it was a pretty unique fantasy setting. And as far as like the game itself went, again, like Mass Effect, I thought the world was pretty well realized, not as good as Mass Effect, but I did like a lot of like the factions and how they like treated each other, and like especially in the game, especially in Origins, because you have a lot of choices in how the thing plays out in Origins. So Origins, like the short story is you create your character. You can be a human, elf, or a dwarf, and you can choose to be, a soldier, a warrior, a rogue, or a mage. But in this game, because of how they treat mages lore-wise, when you pick a mage, like your gameplay is changed substantially, especially because in Origins, a really cool thing that they did is that your origin, you get to choose how you start the game, and that actually has a lot of like long-reaching consequences for the rest of the game and how it plays out and how you interact with people. Because as a dwarf, you can be like a noble dwarf or a commoner dwarf. An elf, you can be like a forest elf, or you can be like a kind of a slave elf, basically in the city. A human, you can be a noble or like a soldier, I think, like something like that, or a mage. And mage itself, just being a mage, no matter what race you choose, like changes the opening of the game, because mages are like prosecuted in the Dragon Age universe because they have like too much potential with their power, so they're like secluded away in this tower, and they're controlled by the Templar faction and stuff like that. But no matter what you choose, you end up getting recruited to the Grey Wardens because of some X, Y, or Z reason. The Grey Wardens are like this special subset of people that defended the world against this thing called the Blight, which is basically, think about basically just the fucking orcs from Lord of the Rings is essentially what it is, just like super bad evil power that comes and tries to basically destroy the world every now and again. No big deal. But you join the Grey Wardens, and but unfortunately this Blight is way worse than what they expected, so it ends up fucking everyone up except you and a small group of, like, a small party. So it's basically up to you to try and get the world to unite against the Blight, and things happen from there. And there's tons of choices in the game. There's lots of endings. There's lots of different ways the story can play out. And there's so many different ways you can build your characters. The characters themselves, especially your party members, are really, really interesting, especially in Origins. You have like Alistair, who's a fellow Grey Warden, who's a really cool guy who you learn is like a bastard son of a noble. You have Morrigan, who's like this really like emotionally distant like witch of the wilds, and she has her own machinations for her being there. You have a dog. It's a dog. You have you have I like forget her name, but you have like a rogue. Lilia, I think her name was. She's like a rogue priestess, essentially. She's like a secret agent priestess. She's a cool character. You have like an old lady wizard you can recruit, and then like some big barbarian looking dude. I forget what the name. The Kunari. He was a Kunari. Basically, kind of like a tiefling from D&D, if anyone knows what that is. Like a horned, kind of demon looking race. But then, so you have to go around and unite the world against the Blight. And I always liked I really just like the take on the mages being evil in this universe and how big of a deal they make magic out to be. Because basically, up until Inquisition, that slowly evolves to like the main plot point of the overall games is like the mages versus the Templars, and the mages feeling prosecuted and finally rebelling. And even though people kind of shit on Dragon Age 2 mainly because it all takes place within one city rather than going around a whole like small country, I like Dragon Age 2 a lot. I have a really hard time choosing between the games because I think Dragon Age 2 has stronger character work, especially while Dragon Age 2 you don't have as much freedom of choice because they went the Mass Effect route, and now you can, when you respond, your character speaks. And you're more restricted in building your character because you can only be human now, but you can still choose your class, but you can only be a human. You can't be an elf or a dwarf because it has to fit this certain narrative they've constructed. So you do lose a lot, but you end up really liking this Kirkwall area, which is like this really rundown city that was on the edge of the Blight. And you're like a human family that escaped the Blight from the first game, and you kind of left your fortune, and you have to like make your way to the city of like slavery, essentially. And try and eke out an existence there, basically. And slowly through the game takes place over a certain amount of years, and you slowly become like the hero of Kirkwall, like building yourself up and stuff. And a bunch of shit happens in between here and there. But Dragon Age just had like really good character work, really good world building, and I just liked how there wasn't really like a good ending to the game because there's so many different ways you can take the game, but you're never going to get like 100% everyone's kind of happy ending. Like you're always going to fuck something up, which kind of adds a hint of realism to it. It's like this is fantasy, but there's no like happy ending. No matter what ending you get, someone is getting shafted at the end of the day. And I always thought that was interesting, and just the different ways you could like recruit different kinds of characters. Like when you are trying to recruit the elves, you can either recruit the elves or do a whole different thing where you basically fucking kill all the elves and recruit a pack of werewolves instead. Or with the dwarves, you can recruit the dwarves or say fuck the dwarves and get a whole pack of like fucking golems instead.
Live your best life.
Yeah, pretty much. Like you have a lot of choices in Origins how you approach the games, and like especially in my D&D campaign, that kind of like prosecution of mages thing kind of worked its way into one of my factions because I just always really liked that concept. Like it was always a really strong point that did come to a head in Inquisition, which is probably its best part, is making that whole conflict having massive like repercussions repercussions on the rest of the world finally. And I'm not going to say too much about Inquisition because, again, I just think it's kind of a meh game. It's very Ubisoft. It's like open world, and there's a bunch of meaningless, pointless things to do. It's not Ubisoft that make it. I just say that in comparison. I guess comparing it to like something like Far Cry, where it's like big open world. There's a bunch of random shit to do. None of it really matters. So it's just kind of boring to play. I just don't know. I just don't find it as nearly as fun as 1 and 2. But yeah, Dragon Age. And I know it's double dipping into BioWare, but I said before on this podcast I kind of worship BioWare once upon a time, but not anymore. But yeah, Dragon Age had a huge influence on me too. I really like Dragon Age 1 and 2. All right, final round. Jordan, hit us with your last one.
I already have my last one already.
You had your last one? I could have sworn, did I fucking mislabel all these?
Yeah,
Did
I
everyone
went through my entire list. The only one that was taken from me was Elden Ring by Corey.
Did you replace that with another one or no?
I mean, I have an extra one, but I don't know if if we actually had enough going down. I kind of lost track, so I've only done 9.
Okay, well, so you did all 10, Jordan? Maybe I did Jordan twice at some point. I just lost track because I was being chaotic about this. All right, well, Jordan, if you're sure you did 10, and then go ahead, Edwin, hit us with one extra one so you have 10.
Wizard 101.
Oh, Christ.
So it's just like, I'll put this one down here just in case. So it's a good thing I did. But yeah, Wizard 101, just an MMO, literally the only MMO that I've actually played besides Destiny years later. But Wizard 101, just a turn-based card deck building mechanic. So pretty much you literally just thrown in the world as a student of the wizarding world, and you just pick one of 7 classes, all of varying archetypes. Most overpowered death, but they all have their strengths and weaknesses. They all excel in a specific mechanic in the game. So you have Thunder, the hardest hitting, but it also has the least amount of health. So kill your enemies quickly. Death has high power and also has health stealing, only for specific attacks. Ice, most offensive. In my opinion, second to least heaviest hitting. Life, literally the only class with healing at one point and has the least amount of attacks. Myth, hard hitting, double hitting, and also can summon minions to help you. It has the most amount of minions. Fire, heavy hitting, but most of their attacks are over time. And then the most interesting but most annoying is the balance class, which is literally just absolute fucking randomness. It can do a little bit of everything, but it just kind of makes it hard to play solo because it's weak in some parts and useful in others, but it's also in randomness in some cases, so it's kind of hard to consistently do like decent damage. But it does have some of the coolest spells in the game. But what the whole reason why I played this is because I got so many fucking advertisements for it as a kid. It's like no matter where I went, it was like fucking play Wizard 101, play Wizard 101. It's like, all right, fine, I'll give it a shot. And then I was playing it for years. Because it's like the aspect of it is like, oh, it's turn-based, it's deck building. I was like, all right, well, I already like turn-based because of Paper Mario and Pokemon and such. And then deck building, I was playing Yu-Gi-Oh! At the time. I was like, fuck it, I'll give it a try. And then I just liked the fact that it was like, cool, it's turn-based deck building, and it also, on top of it all, it's like every attack that you make has like a cool animation of the depiction of the card doing an attack. So it's kind of like Yu-Gi-Oh! Even more.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just a really cool concept in my head, and I played it for many years. I played every single class. It's just been updated so much. I was like, look, I got 7 classes, man. I was like, I can't keep playing all of them consistently to do all this new stuff because they all have a different progression. There's like new things where you can like move them up to like the nearest point of like your highest in some cases. So it's like, yeah, you can skip it all, but like the whole point is to like go through the game, because the game is like the same thing, but it's like picking Pokemon. And so like you'll have different difficulties in like different parts of the game, because the enemies, while they are the same, there are like the rock paper scissors mechanic. So some of them are resistant, some of them are weaker against like certain spells and stuff. So like you just have to make your card list in around all those. So it's like there's like a bunch of worlds, all of them in like a specific mixture of a real world, but most of them are like animals or some type of fantasy creature. So it's and so like one of them is like an Asian country type world, but they're all like a specific type of farm animal, like cow samurais, goat monks, things like that. And then there's like an England, or I think it's a London based world, and it's called Marleybone, run by cats and dogs. So it's really colorful and interesting worlds. But like the combat can get a bit repetitive, but it's like it's turn based, and then like every soul level, you can learn a new spell from like the teacher, or they'll give you like a spell that no one who has your school as a primary starting from the beginning of the game can learn. So you'll have to go on a quest for those, and then just like getting new spells is always like the drive for me in that game. I don't play it now, but it's like I can go back to it if I wanted to, but it is like a somewhat it does something that I haven't seen like another MMO do, or like yes, it's subscription based to like go to like new worlds minus like the very first one. But also you can either pay for the subscription to access the entire game monthly, or you can pay for each world or like each area specifically, and then it's just unlocked for you forever. Granted, it's more expensive, but it's unlocked for your lifetime. So there's like it's like a weird like option that you can choose. So there's like now like the first 5 worlds, which was like the first like story part of the game when it like first came out, or when I first started, it's like fully unlocked, so I can just play that through that whole thing like anytime I want. But like though there's like I haven't gotten to like the like further parts, so there's like a lot of new things that I have yet to see. So I still like it. It gets so many updates and everything. So it's a fun game. It's a simple, easy to understand MMO for people who don't like all those annoying pop-ups. It was like, cool, I'm an MMO and I can literally do every little thing from the very start. I was like, that type of stuff really annoyed me, and like the complicated like paragraphs of skill lists and stuff. It was like it was like all. That's why I stuck with Wizard 101 for so long. It was like it's simple, easier to understand than everything else, because everything else was more or less the same to me at that time. And then Destiny came out. Angie got me into it because she told me about it, because she got the Destiny PlayStation that came with it. So I tried that, and then I played that for a little bit. And I was like, yeah, I'd rather play Wizard 101 than ever fucking touch Destiny again.
Well, alrighty then. Corey, did you get to 10?
Yeah, I got all mine.
All right, I guess I must have fucking fucked up somewhere along the line, because if I kept track of my own, I was only at 9 as well. So I guess I'll cap it off then. Let's see. Butta.
Rocking everywhere.
You know, I'll talk about. I'm stuck between Left 4 Dead and Advance Wars, but I'll talk about Left 4 Dead. I've mentioned Advance Wars enough, but I feel like Left 4 Dead was probably one of the more favorites I've had as far as like co-op games and multiplayer stuff goes. Valve usually hits it out of the park with their games, despite they just sit back and collect Steam money nowadays. But
I almost picked that one.
Well, I'm talking about like, especially from like a gameplay perspective, I feel like the Left 4 Dead formula is like PvE gameplay almost perfected. Because it encourages you to work together. There's so many PvE games that you can get away with just playing solo or just ignoring your team completely. But then like
just introducing the numerous zombies that can incapacitate a teammate, you know, the smoker, the jockey, the charger, the hunter, like, and you are literally helpless unless someone helps you, just encourages the whole cooperative aspect part of the gameplay to be at the forefront of a cooperative game, you know? And like, you know, for all 5 of you who are uninitiated, Left 4 Dead's just a really simple game. It's a 4-player co-op game. You can play it solo. There's nothing wrong with it. I've done it more than enough myself. Because the gameplay by itself, even without people, is fun. But I mean, it's just, you play with 4 people, you go through levels of killing zombies through 4 different sections of a level till you're at the finale. You go through the finale and you beat a level, and you do that until you're out of levels to beat. Again, not a game that's particularly heavy on story, but the gameplay elements are just so much fun. The shooting is very satisfying. Unlike Back 4 Blood, killing zombies is a lot of fun. Just the amount, especially in Left 4 Dead 2, like the amount of work they put into like the gore effects and all the different ways zombies just like fall over and die. Like, they all don't just have like 3 different animations they do when they die. It's so dynamic with the amount of damage they can take, because like, you hit a zombie, there's so many different kinds of things that can happen between slashing them in the face, the back, the chest, the crotch, the legs, the arms. Like, so many different things can fly off of them when you shoot them. Like, it's so visceral, but it blends the replayability of it so hard. And then, as I mentioned before, it is strictly a cooperative game. There's so many zombie types that completely incapacitate a teammate that you are helpless without a teammate's help, and literally making you at a creature's whims without teammates helping you is the very definition of like a PvE game. So you actually are encouraged to stay with your teammates and work together, as opposed to just running off and doing whatever you want. Not to mention the versus mode, where you can play as zombies fighting enemy players who are trying to make it through the level, where you play as a specialized zombies, was really fun as well. Because it just lets you play as a whole other side to it, and the whole game took on a different form, essentially. Like, there was a whole meta around it and everything. But I mean, a lot of people have played Left 4 Dead, and again, Left 4 Dead like kind of follows that mold we've been having a lot of here today, is that it's just a multiplayer game that people have a lot of good memories playing. I do as well, and I still play it, and of course Left 4 Dead is one of the more fun things to mod, with just a bunch of crazy different kinds of mods you can do. Would still love a Left 4 Dead 3, even though I don't think we'll ever see it. If we do, it'll be a miracle in and of itself, because I was really hoping Back 4 Blood was going to be that, but it wasn't. Back 4 Blood just was not that. So when you see kind of copycats, I mean, not really copy. I mean, that's kind of harsh to say copycat, but I mean, World War Z borrowed a lot of these gameplay elements, was pretty fun. Warhammer Vermintide obviously did, and I love Vermintide for almost the same exact reason. Same thing with Warhammer Darktide, same fucking gameplay kind of loop, and I still love that one too. It's just a solid, rock solid formula for like a cooperative gameplay experience, and it's just I love it for that reason by itself. But yeah, I'll cap it off on Left 4 Dead there. That took a lot longer than I thought it was going to.
Holy shit.
A lot of passion.
Yeah. Anyways, that was a lot of talking. And like I said, this was a pre-recorded episode, so we're not going to have any trivia today, so we're just going to abruptly take us out. But yeah, that was our top 10s list. I know that was a bit confusing. If we do it again in the future, we might do it a bit more organized and cut it down to maybe a top 5, is now that we've seen how long that took. But yeah, Jordan, go ahead and take us out, because I think we're all very tired.
All right, well, I guess we'll be wrapping it up.
Hey, this is Corey, and thanks for checking out Mediocre Rumble Brothers. If you liked the video, please drop a like, and if you didn't, that's fine too. If you'd like us to talk about any specific games, drop a comment below, or feel free to discuss your experience with the games that we've mentioned in the episode. You can also listen to our episodes prior to YouTube on our Spotify. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you again soon.